got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it up. What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the lots. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go.
Super. Dragon Ball Super themed mode will be available in Erangel, Livic, and Sanhok. In this mode, we've incorporated Dragon Ball elements into the classic Battle Royale gameplay. All players will embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Collect the Dragon Balls scattered throughout the map. The team that gathers all 7 will be able to summon Shenron at the Shenron altar and make a wish to obtain powerful buffs. Maybe if you're super lucky, you'll get 3 wishes at once. During the journey of collecting the Dragon Balls, players will obtain a type of energy called Ki during the game. Players can use Ki to unleash famous Dragon Ball moves. Players can obtain the Kamehameha by picking it up. It equips to the pistol slot. After charging, it will release a continuous high-damage beam. Fukujutsu is another skill that can be picked up during a match. Players can use this skill to fly freely in the air and make quick tactical maneuvers. The Senzu Bean is a new recovery item that is incredibly effective. The Dragon Radar can display the location of Dragon Balls that haven't already been claimed by other players. It can help you collect the Dragon Balls more quickly. The Air Car can carry up to 3 players. It's easy to put away and has better performance than regular vehicles. Tenkaichi Budokai, Kame House, Korin Tower, Dragon Ball Village. These are some famous landmarks that will appear in the game. Call your friends and explore with them now. The collaboration this time even has a hidden challenge, named Dragon Ball Trial. Win consecutively in the themed mode for a chance to take on the challenge. After accepting the missions, the team has to follow the instructions and gather 7 Dragon Balls. During the process, your team's location will be exposed to other players. All players will be drawn into battle for the Dragon Balls. To win the game, the trial team must successfully secure the Dragon Balls, defend the altar, and then summon Shenron. Are you ready for the challenge? In this standalone mode, named Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super, players can roleplay as iconic Dragon Ball characters, use powerful, unique moves in a brand new anime-style map, and become the ultimate victor. There are 5 Dragon Ball characters in this mode. They are Son Goku, Vegeta, Ultimate Gohan, Piccolo, and Frieza. Select your favorite fighter. Master their skills to suppress your enemies and achieve victory in intense battles. In the new version, the new Ace 32 firearm will be made available on all maps. It uses 7.62mm ammo and has 6 attachment slots. What are you waiting for? Go try it out now. Furthermore, this update also includes a firearm attribute tag display. Newer players can go to their backpack to look at the tags of a firearm they've picked up to quickly grasp its characteristics. The new Cycle 5 Season 13 begins on July 18th. Be sure to stay tuned for the new season rewards. That's a wrap for the main new content of the upcoming version. For more information, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
The rules are different. Your teammates are now your enemies.
لذلك بدنا نتحلى بالروح الرياضية وجمال الإي سبورت وننطلق في هاي المباراة المجنونة.
One of these legends is going to be able to take $30,000.
But he got it! Oh my God! في يعني تخيل لاعب يلعب على 30 ما راح تحرك مكان.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. It is day 3, and today is when the leaderboard really starts to take shape. As you can see, I've got 7 Worlds Gaming here on my right. 7, we've got to talk about what's been going on so far in this competition. So why don't we kick off with the TDMs? What's been going on?
All I can think of when we talk about TDMs is EU. They've been absolutely dominating. I can see you being happy on the stage as well, especially at the start of the show. MEA has not been able to do anything in regards to TDMs, and something that I actually really enjoyed yesterday was next RÜYA, Seawolf. He ended up using the M24. He decided to get so many no-scopes that I was super happy to see that, and I'm hoping that a lot of players get a chance to see that. And today, we might end up getting more highlights, maybe some 360 no-scopes.
Ooh, 360 no-scopes? I mean, you know, MEA have got a lot of work to do when it comes to the TDMs, but let's move into the actual competition itself, you know, the BR stage. What's been going on? Let's start in EU, because it feels like they've got a bit of catching up to do today.
They do, and there's one team that definitely comes to mind, and you know what? I don't want to do it, but I'm going to do it for Jason. It pisses me off that G.GLADIATORS is currently sitting towards the bottom of the leaderboard. This is a team that's been here in Riyadh for now 2 weeks. They were able to get 3rd place in PMWI main event, and right now, things aren't working out. Kitsune did give me a heads up though. He told me that they were going to be trying different stuff here in PMRC. So far it seems like that is the case considering where they are on the overall. But today I would like them to go back to their playing style. I would like them to put themselves in position where they can maybe strike for 1st place tomorrow. I don't want to see them at the bottom of the leaderboard.
No, definitely not. I mean, okay, let's lean in towards MEA now, because we have some teams that are absolutely dominating over in that side of the leaderboard. So talk me through some of the MEA teams and, you know, how are they faring?
I mean, we got to start with yesterday. What happened at the end of the day? Team Falcons, back-to-back chicken dinners in Miramar. Absolutely insane. That team was able to make a huge jump in the overall. Now, the team that everybody's currently has on their mind. None other than, ladies and gentlemen, not just Coops, NIGMA Galaxy. This team has been on a tear from Coops being able to output a lot of damage, him being able to get an insane amount of elims as well. They've gotten chicken dinners so far in Erangel. They've gotten chicken dinners in Miramar as well. I would like to see them get a chicken dinner here today in Sanhok. And another team that comes to mind from MEA is GEEKAY. I mean, this team continues to hot drop. It's not working out for them. They went from 3rd place at the end of day 1 all the way down to, I believe it's 12th, 13th place. Something needs to change for this team.
Yeah, they definitely have the capability, and NIGMA Galaxy have definitely come into day 3 with a target on their back. So let's focus in on day 3, okay? Who do you feel like has what it takes, has the ability to kind of really make a move up the leaderboard? Because today, it really is that time to do it.
You know, a team that has actually surprised me, REGNUM CARYA, they've been able to frag in a very, very good way. I would like to see them continue to frag out and also start racking up more chicken dinners.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. Okay, then, well, you know what? We spoke about Jason earlier,
Yep.
you know, because you seem to be annoyed about one of the teams. I'm not going to go into it again. I'm not going to kind of lay it on them, but I know how tall Jason is. So what's been going on? I've seen you guys on the desk. What's happened?
My box is gone. So you know what? I'm going to head to the desk.
I'll see you guys on the main stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go! It's the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash as we have MEA taking on EU. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and I gave that very energetic intro with Let's Go because it wouldn't be a desk here without our special guest, the king of Let's Go, HotJukes.
Let's go!
And Seven Rules Gaming, he just finally made it here, running over from the boulevard. Man, you got a workout today, I'll tell you that.
Woo.
Let me catch my breath.
And the funny thing is, that's actually real.
Yeah, that's legit.
Just from the other side to here. But gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me on the desk. HotJukes, I feel like this is the first time in the history of PUBG Mobile Esports for me I've had you on the desk.
It's about time. Honestly, I've been waiting to have some big boy here on the desk. I am glad that I am rubbing off on you in a little way, so I'm excited for today.
Okay. Well, Seven, how is it like to have HotJukes here on the desk?
It's great, man. It's our second time actually being co-analyst, so I'm excited for it. It's going to be an awesome day.
Yes,
I
sir.
hope so. I hope so. We've already had an awesome couple days of action, right? We're into day 3. This pre-show, though, is going to be brought to you by Savvy as we look to break everything down in yesterday's games. But Seven, I really wish we got to talk before you ran out there with Barney because, man, you took all the analysis points out of the desk here, man.
Not all of them. Not all of them. By the way, I don't know if you got a chance to hear that, but I did kind of when uncut version of Jason, I was talking about how some teams were just pissing me off. And I hope it doesn't happen today.
Don't let me rub. Okay, I mean, he's rubbing off on me. Don't let me rub off on you, man, because you'll get very angry.
Why not?
Let's take a look at our participating teams here today. As of course, it's 8 from MEA, 8 from EU, going head-to-head. And we've had MEA currently winning out on the head-to-head when it comes to chicken dinners at 8-4. So, like I said on day 1, MEA best?
You know, it's totally possible. It's crazy to hear that when we had that interview with Tixie said that EU was twice as good as MEA. Yet
He's like Max Man with numbers, I guess.
Yeah, where have they been, though? Gladiators is a squad that we obviously expected to kind of pop off here. And in this tournament, they've just been struggling from the start.
Speaking of struggle, another one out there. I'm going to have to throw it to you for this one, Seven. NEXUS. A struggle indeed, man. I know this is their first LAN event, first time meeting in person, but they have been playing together for such a long time in different forms and different teams, and they played so well at PMPL that I was honestly expecting more.
I had to take a second there to remind myself that NEXUS is actually in tournament here because they have just been awful. I mean, at one point they did end up getting a 3rd place at the end of day 1, and we were getting a slight hope that they might be able to come back, but yeah, it didn't happen. They're continuing that decline.
Well, we'll take a look at the overall so you at home get an idea of where they currently stand, as we just kind of hinted at the bottom, unfortunately. But maybe they can get off the bottom today and be more like NIGMA Galaxy, who are currently in 1st place at 116 points with 68 eliminations. It's not just the Coop show that we thought it would be, and the rest of his squad has been stepping up around him.
100%. Yeah, I talked to Coops earlier. He said, you know what? I don't even want an MVP title. I have enough already, right? I want the PMRC championship belt around my waist. But you know what? If you're Nexus Gaming, I don't think you need to be looking at just NIGMA Galaxy. You should be looking at Team Falcons, because they had a huge pop-off yesterday, moved up from 6th place all the way to 13th, or from 13th all the way to 6th here.
Well, you kind of heard me hinted at it during that video, talking about teams moving up. There's some teams that were moving down, and I'm looking straight at it. It's going to be GK.
Yeah.
None other than 3rd place after day 1. Guess what? After yesterday, 12th place, because they just continue to hot drop. And I got a chance to talk with Satan, and he was like, first of all, I was like, Satan, you going to continue to hot drop? He's like, 7, what do you think? And I was like, fair enough. Fair enough. Win those hot drops, please.
I mean, they got 2 more days of it potentially today. They've done 5 hot drops every single day out of their 6 matches. Can they maybe make it 6? That's the challenge to them.
Oh.
I think they're waiting for it to make it 7. And we're going to see it here today, 1,000%. That's on brand, and it's a brand for GK.
Well, I don't think they're... I mean, that'll be on the final day where they hot drop on TDM to have 7, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey.
But obviously, as we did have 2 days of action, I think it's important to note how our top teams kind of did between the days. So we actually put together this little graphic. Yeah, we did it, not the production team. As you can see here, their day 1 on the left-hand side in green, and their day 2 on the right-hand side in blue. And as you're talking about hot jukes, you can see that pop off out of Falcons.
Crazy. I mean, a crazy difference in points. This graph proves it perfectly. And one thing I really like is that it's not just their eliminations that got those points. It was those placement points. That insane clutch from 6 at the end. I mean, hopefully we see them start it off today, because I talked to their coach and they said, as long as we do what we did yesterday, we're going to be good today.
Man, you had a chat with Oxer, if I'm not mistaken, after day 1. I don't know what you can spoil for us, if any of it, because it was kind of top secret.
It definitely was. Maybe I have to have another private chat with him first before we start spoiling.
What about his future plans? Because that one we can bring up since we're on an all-NA desk here.
Well, his future plans. He said that, you know what, just in case if I do not want to deal with this region no more, I'll just go to North America, because North America has no good IGLs. His words, not mine.
Easy claps?
Oh. I also appreciate, by the way, the solo shot there on that one.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's going to be clipped out and sent to everyone over at NA. And they're going to be like, screw this hot jokes guy. Get him out of here.
Hey, he said it. And you know what? He was like, in the worst case scenario, I always got NA. So it's good to see players already planning their retirement here.
Yep. We're going to get cooked next PMPL season.
I don't think we're going to be doing PMPL anymore. Let's move over to Latin America. I gotta brush up on my Spanish. But let's dive into Falcons, right? And I think, Hot Jukes, you wanted to look at their stats as a team in particular on day 2. So throw that up on the screen here. You can kind of break it down for us, because as you mentioned, 6th, he had a pop-off clutch at the very last match. But the thing is, Falcons, we saw them at PNWI. We know they're an insanely strong team, but maybe we're not necessarily sure what's going wrong with them within the first day.
Yeah, you know what? Obviously they're trying some new things here. You can look at their total stats, 26 eliminations on the day, which is 9 more than they had before. And the crazy part about that is it's only an 89-point difference in damage dealt than what they did the day prior.
Wow.
So that just goes to show that in yesterday, they had 25 knocks, 17 elims. So they were getting stolen like crazy. But here in yesterday's match, 28 versus 26. So they were able to make a really good, solid conversion rate. And as long as they're able to finish those knocks, they should have some success here today.
Go ahead, Seth.
I think something that I really enjoyed out of Falcons was their decisiveness yesterday. They were able to make certain rotations where they're able to excel at it. I mean, we saw that perfectly in the last Miramar. The big question mark for this team, yeah, we saw what Six was able to do in that last game, but he had 10 elims in day 2. 8 out of those elims came in the last match. So you don't want to have those roller coaster moments out of Team Falcons. And I think I want to see a little bit more consistency. As I mentioned, though, I do want to continue to see the playing style that they have, where they were decisive with their plays and they were decisive with their rotations.
We also need to take a look at a team who has been decisive, very decisive with rotations, sending Coops forward. Like the spearhead we've been talking about, NIGMA Galaxy and their player stats here on day 2, because 7, you wanted to dive into this. because we keep saying it's all about Coops, but you know what? It ain't all about Coops.
We talk so much about Coops. I'm getting tired of the Cooperang, all right? So we're actually going to be moving on, and it's going to be Lord. He had an amazing day yesterday, being able to put up 10 elims with a great survival time that we're currently not able to see on the screen, but it was 24 minutes survival time. When we compare that to what he was able to do in day one, he only had 2 elims in about 19 minutes of average survival time. I actually got a chance to talk with Lord, and he was like, I was like, yo, man, I'm going to be talking about your day too. I thought you had a great day. And he was like, it was still not good. And I looked at him straight in the eyes, and I was like, then you want to talk about your day one because you only had 2 elims? And he just busted out laughing. But they are
gonna go like that to him, Seven. Come on, man.
It's true. I'm not lying.
All right,
okay,
you're
I'm
not
stating
lying. I know
facts,
you're not.
So.
I know you're always honest, but we got to talk about another thing really quickly here. REGNUM, CARYA have been playing extremely well, and we've done a player to watch from FLUX, done a player to watch from NIGMA Galaxy. It's time to do a player to watch here from REGNUM CARYA, as we're going to go with Zell, because honestly, his performance yesterday, it put him into our top 5 in eliminations. He deserves it.
Absolutely. I mean, in day 2, he had 18 eliminations. Day 1, he had 7. So that's an 11 elimination advantage in just one single day. So he's spearheading it for his squad, and it's great to have that one member just pop off because it just makes things so much easier.
And I think, Seven, what's so important is there's a thirst, there's a drive to be the #1 team in Turkey right now, because S2G, they were let down the All-Star stage. FLUX, they were let down at PMWI main tournament. This could be REGNUM CARYA taking the crown. Give it to themselves and appoint them the new kings of Turkey.
It could be. We'll have to wait and see if they improve in their Miramars, though. They're awfully Miramar.
All right, well, it is time to head down to the stage here to kick off day 3 of PMRC.
You've heard me say it time and time again, but let me remind you, with 24 maps across 4 days of competition, the most dangerous skill set that you can bring to the table is consistency.
نص المرحلة ونص المشوار عدى وباقي النص الثاني. وصلنا لليوم الثالث والفرق لسه ما تحددت من اللي راح يكمل فيها في الصدارة. هل هو فعلا بيكمل فيها فريق نيجما جالاكسي ولا عندنا راح يلحقونا فيها من الفرق من المناطق الأوروبية؟
The most experienced players will tell you that having patience in the moments that seem the most frantic is essential. Just calmly and quietly accumulate points in the background.
وهذه المرحلة اللي حاب أذكركم فيها أن عدينا فيها 12 مباراة وباقي لنا 12 ثانية، وبكرة هو اليوم النهائي اللي راح نعرف فيها أبطال هذه النسخة.
NIGMA Galaxy walked out of day 2 with a target on their back, but welcome to day 3. It is the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. My name is Banks and I'm your host, and joining me here on the main stage is my co-host Atik. Oh, by the way, you dropped your cue card on the way in.
Oh, thank you. وصحيح ان الحين في المرحله الحاليه الفرق من المناطق الاوروبيه قدروا يوصلوا لمرحله جدا بعيده، وقدروا حتى برضه يفوزون في مباريات التي دي ام، لكن في البطوله الاساسيه عندنا الفرق برضه من المناطق الشرق الاوسط وافريقيا هم محققين النصر الى المرحله الحاليه.
Well, just in case you forgot, $100,000 is still on the line, the PMRC trophy, and of course, regional bragging rights. I still absolutely love it. So with that being said, let's head over to our casters to break everything down before we jump to our first TDM of the day.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين، بعد ما اطلعنا على المرحلة الحالية ومنهم الفرق اللي وصلنا معنا الحين، فخلونا على طول ننتقل إلى الاستوديو نشوف فيها باقي المراحل، وبرضه في نفس الوقت نشوف منهم توقيف المباراة، وخلونا نروح على الاستوديو.
Well, we have ourselves 2 men divided on the stage here, as of course we have EU and MEA clashing head-to-head to figure out who is going to be supreme. And we're starting things off with TDMs. My name's Kalaris. Joining me to my left-hand side, my northern brethren. It's Mr. Blank. I can't believe it. What's going on? What's going on, lad?
What's going on, lad?
What's going on?
It's been just basically me sleeping, and then I've woken up and I'm back for some more PUBG Mobile. I'm very ready for it, Kalaris.
Yeah.
I love what the guys are going on there. It felt like, Barney had got the better of Atik there, but Atik could smash back with the big old A4 Let's Go MEA on the back of Barney. He didn't see it coming.
He didn't. He's been rumbled. He's been rumbled. And we're about to get rumbling here for TDM as well. I believe our first match is going to be MADBULLS going up against Brute Force. So we'll see how this is going to play out here for our first one. And then after that, I've got to say, I feel like it's the main event. we've got Gladiators versus NIGMA Galaxy. Ooh.
You think it's the main event?
Well, the TDMs. I'm going to say that's a main event.
I would say that's a pretty big event there. But MADBULLS over in PMPLU, they didn't really drop a ball over on TDMs. They're doing extremely well. I think they look pretty terrifying, to say the least. So I'm scared. Brute Force. I'm really scared for Brute Force because they're coming against quite the intense squad. Because that's even when they were doing badly in PMPLU as well. They still love the TDMs.
I'm going to be honest, it does concern me that we're looking at the teams that I thought was going to be in the second game. So we'll see what happens, Blank, I suppose, throughout all of this.
Are we getting main event straight away?
I'm all for it. You know what? You can put the main event. You can put the title on straight away to get things going. But no, it will be MADBULLS going up against Brute Force as we have the M1014 very much in action for this one.
The secondary event starting first here. Not the real ideal situation, but it will be is it double shotgun sawn-offs?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, please.
His loadout is M1014 and sawn-off. What am I watching?
Well, straight around the corner, we've got YDO going for a couple of shots here. 3-3 at the moment. Frozen comes through, gets the M1014 shot in mid-air and immediately gets blasted in the wall to be part of the brickwork.
This is going to be quick as a TDM, I feel. If both teams are actually just running M1014s, oh, that's a holding of the angle, that's a spray down, some M1014s down. Wait a minute, he just held the angle and just tapped.
I think he realized, whoa, okay, that's a double, that's big. I think he realized that he'd come in with the slightly worse loadout and had to quickly change that.
Yeah, maybe. All right, well, we're going to see a lot of jumping around, a lot of shooting, running and gunning here for this one. It's a double once again here for Brute Force. They're holding it down, but taking the lead.
I think Neos actually has the M4 as well, and so does FLUX. So it is just currently a 3v3 as two players, I'm pretty sure, are just hanging back.
Yeah, over at stairs now. Again, Frozen was able to shut it down, but again, here come the returns as well. This TDM is going to be very scrappy because with all shotguns in play all the time, there's not. I'm going to be real. There's not that much finesse. There is just bulldozer and hit people with rams as fast as possible.
Yeah, you know what I really hope? I hope this is a case of the golden M4. Like the last elimination has to be the M4 elim. You go up against 3 guys with M1014s and the rest of the team is not allowed to participate.
That's not going to happen.
I hope it does. I mean, you guessed the old Let's Go MEA on the back. This is what I'm guessing in this game.
I did guess that. I did call that. I didn't know it was a thing, but you know what? They pulled it off splendidly. And
your intuition is out of this world.
It's a wrestling thing. I know what's going to happen with the skits. You know what I mean? They always do them in wrestling and stuff. Yeah, I'm a nerd. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We forgive you.
It's not okay.
But if you didn't know, this is live from Riyadh. This is happening right now. The MADBULLS going up against Brute Force. FLUK's gone. He's left the game.
Has anyone used a sawn-off yet?
FLUK's had enough.
Wait, he's gone.
He's actually gone. There's no way. No, My guy came in, unloaded a full clip out the M4, and proceeded to elaborate no further and left.
Well, you know what? If I have to stack up 4 M1014s against 3 M1014s, I'm going to go with 4. It's pretty good.
Trying to play together here, Neos gets taken down, but 30-19 with only 10 eliminations to go, it will have to be an unbelievable performance coming out from the MADBULLS, and it just doesn't look like it will happen, Kale.
Yep, nice with the iron sights here with the M1014 once again. Another little flip around. Frozen trying to hold these stairs. He's very fond of this location and is actually doing all right with it. Shots coming in from the side, and it's going to be 5 more, only 4 more remaining for the victory.
So far, you know, Brute Force has just been moving like an absolute unit. It's been hard to get past them. Zerich is trying to go for it. That was one hell of a flyout. That looked like he got some air there, just like you with the shoe.
Thank you, thank you. I practiced that, actually. And likewise, so is he there.
In the hotel room?
I practiced the whole bit. 6 months I researched that bit. And it's only 1 more elim remaining.
Red team victory.
And that's it.
Red team victory, but it will be the blue team that actually wins with Brute Force.
Yeah, I guess that was just the overlay.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, Brute Force looking fantastic. Unfortunately for MADBULLS, losing 1 member early was not the best of situations.
No, not at all.
No.
Silly announcer there as well at the end, but that's fine. We've got the best announcers here over on the casting desk.
I'm glad you pointed at me. Thank
no,
you.
It was kind of, I used my palm. No, I used my palm to know.
Did you? Did you? All right, yeah, us. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll be going to the next TDM shortly, though.
Yeah, the main event for my money.
Main event.
The main event. It's all been built to this. The pundits are calling it one of the best TDMs of all time. Maybe.
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 It could be a legendary engagement.
It could be. I mean, look at what NIGMA Galaxy's been doing in the main tournament, right? They have actually looked fantastic in terms of consistency. They're almost never dropping out below kind of that 10th place mark and stuff like that. And they're just constantly getting podium finish after podium finish. I'm excited to see this. I really am. I think this is actually going to be a really good TDM.
You know what? The devs were talking about this as well, like how those points actually lined up from yesterday to the first day that we played. And NIGMA Galaxy actually scoring more points on their day too was a bit surprising to me, considering they looked so strong on that first day. I feel like they just cruised through on the second day, getting as many points as possible, getting some pretty high placing finishes.
Yeah.
Overall, really, really well done. But in the TDM world, it's a whole different arena.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's very, very different. I mean, obviously, Gladiators has not been having the easiest time in the tournament, right? But do you count them out suddenly in a 4v4? No. They've got some of the best gun skill here, one would argue, especially since they did so well in PMWI. NIGMA Galaxy, though, has shown that they're fantastic. Now sporting a new logo on their jerseys as well, as of today.
Why has Coops got the best posture I've ever seen from any gamer ever? Did you see that?
Do they teach that in America?
I don't know.
Posture?
I don't think so.
No?
I've seen Jason.
That's true.
He's shrimping.
He does look like a vulture.
Could swoop in at any moment.
He's looking for the carcass, ready.
Never mind.
No, he's bent over.
Yeah, I think they were maybe complaining about his posture, in which case he looked he looked very regal for a second.
So what you're saying is they all complain, saying, oh, you look too smart there. If you could just tone it down.
Yeah, you can, because you're making us all look bad, quite frankly.
I mean, he's doing that in game as well, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm wondering if like the rest of the team's just going to pull a FLUX and everyone else just leaves and just lets Coops handle this.
Maybe. Who knows?
First place versus 14th place right now. I've got my money on NIGMA Galaxy.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, again, looking at Gladiators here. Wait a minute. Brute Force just won. That's the first MEA TDM victory.
In which case...
It's on.
Well.
M24. M24. Let's get it. I'm ready. I need some Z-Wolf action in my life.
He's going for the zoom in. I think... Actually, Coops just took down 2 players immediately. Matic tries to get out, but Coops is too quick with it. Back behind the blocks. No, with the starting line for Gladiators once again.
Ooh, was able to connect on Kitsune there. That was a brilliant nade here. NIGMA Galaxy's taking control very, very early in this. He's got the 4 times on that too. I don't think you necessarily need the 4 times, but you know what? Let's see how it goes.
Tixie coming through. Nice little Groza spray there. Coops still has the M24. Looking to send it back that way. Does hit one shot onto Meku. Quickly slides away. It'll be 6-3. It did look a little bit dire at the start there for Gladiators, but this could be the second MEA win in a row. Kitsune, very low, still makes it happen.
And the M114 on some players, but a lot of people will switch over to the Groza now. You were able to use a little bit of that this morning, Blank. We were playing some games. Groza is a powerful beast.
It really is devastating a lot of times. It feels quite scary to come up against it. Nice little slide, though, coming through from Matic. Does break the ankles in the corner and will come out again, in which case will be put down by Ralph. Now Meku's coming through with the M24, looking to send a hole through Ralph.
Oh,
nice.
Not bad. Not bad. I think it was Tixie that was able to get it, but that one was fire. As Freak is gone down, but now, look, you can see NIGMA Galaxy slowly taking control of the high ground. More frags will go down, but that high ground is punishing here on Ruins.
Tixie heads round, will take some more shots. Surprisingly living a lot longer than I thought he would there versus Coops. 15 eliminations right now to the 11 from Gladiators, despite this being quite a monstrous start from NIGMA Galaxy. Kitsune still swinging out the side. Big flashbang. Nothing can be seen from both sides.
Going to go for a spray around this left-hand side corner. Meku here once again, looking for the reload. M24, is he going to peek out for that shot? No, he goes for it, doesn't quite hit it. Lord likewise here as well to go. Meku does take free count with that M24, loving some of these shots.
And Coops up on high. Oh, it's a nice actual flick there from Meku. Still looking for more from it. That is bold, and actually gets it to the Mad Lad.
Told you, man, this one was going to be excellent. We've got two of the very best squads here duking it out. Despite this high ground advantage that now Gladiators has wrestled away, they're still a little bit behind, but they are catching up considering this started out 5-0. So NIGMA Galaxy's got to lock it down.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough for NIGMA Galaxy trying to get things back on the right foot.
It slowed down.
It has slowed down. Tixie jumped straight back out again into complete open. I think he was very confused there.
And they did get thrown and only clipped him a little bit there. Meku, once again, with that M24, sliding around, does go on. Of course, that is TDM special only. And trying to find extra position as quickly as possible. You can use it to transition across some of these openings, but the frags continue to fall.
Here comes Meku with the sliding shot. Not able to get the bullet through, though, unfortunately. Did look insanely cool in the moment, 26-18, but unlike that, this game is starting to heat up quite a lot.
Meku hit Coops. Will he go for another one? Lord's around that corner, going to try and go for it. He's low health. Any hit would take him out completely, but not going to be peaking.
That high ground is cursed, Kalaris. The one that's gone on it so far has started to lose around the corner. On the ground with the M1014. Beautiful stuff.
Gonna wait. Everyone's charging up the nades. Throws it. Not able to connect with too much by the looks of things. The reinforcement nades come along. Just moving on back. Quick moves by Tixie. Quick feet, quick feet.
Yeah, he's in and out. He's tussling with them. They can't really handle him right now. You know, he's got those slidey shoes, making sure he can get straight back into position whenever he needs to. Meku, very low HP, hoping to send a whistling bullet through.
Not able to do too much. Comes around the corner here with the Groza once again. Looks for a conversion. Looks for a transition on that spray towards Tixie. Doesn't connect it. Ooh, another one though. Meku. Darcy able to hit with the M24 on the other side.
Lord just refuses to die in that position. Finally, Meku sends around the corner. And someone from the back actually hits that M24. 35 eliminations, 25. Yeah. It's so close. Meku again with the sliding M24.
Very nice. They're going to have to do a lot more of that, though, if they're able to catch up. NIGMA Galaxy on the doorstep of victory. That's 2 more. They only need 3 more to get themselves the goal.
A legendary match, as you said, Kale. The main event has not disappointed. And Meku has shown his worth with that M24 now. There it will be ended. And that's the double MEA victory here on TDM. They're bringing it back.
NIGMA Galaxy first in the tournament so far and looking great against Gladiators, one of the absolute powerhouses from the Europe region. NIGMA Galaxy looking very good, able to evade those M24s. The slide, the M24, the slide, the M24. Not enough to defeat Coops and the boys.
Yeah, I mean, Meku was just sliding around trying to leave that slick trail behind him, but if anything, it sped the guys from NIGMA Galaxy up.
That's what we need. When you slide, you leave like oil behind you and you slip over like on a banana peel.
It is really required, you know, and the way Gladiators do is there's a go-go-matic.
Go-go action-matic.
Go-go action-matic boots.
And just like, you know, usual situations where Matic's going for that off angle and not able to convert too much in this tournament just yet.
Yeah.
It wasn't able to be victorious here. Poor Matic.
At least Meku looked really cool.
He did
for
look
quite
cool.
some time.
And that's all that matters. No, it's not. It's the win that matters. All right, let's head on over to the desk here to talk about those TDMs and get us geared up for the BR.
I'm not going to lie, the style points definitely went the way of Gladiators there with the M24. Yes. The sliding in, the M1104 switch up as well. I don't know, that was pretty hype. I enjoyed that.
We need an all-sniper TDM. Okay, we need to see that sooner or later. I would love to. My heart soars just thinking about it.
I thought you were going to say you'd love to participate in it.
I would.
You're talking lots of smack. Like, I could
How would you do it, Jukes?
I think I wouldn't do too bad. It's a TDM. Okay, now if this was a BR, I'm going to get bodied. If they have M4s, I'm going to get bodied. But with a bolt action, I think I can hold my own.
I'll get bodied either way.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll be honest about it, man. I'm going to get absolutely wrecked. Let's take a look, though, at the regional points, because obviously that's what this event's about, right? The region's going head-to-head between MEA and EU, and let's see who's currently in the lead, and it will be MEA. So the points that they get from eliminations in these TDMs go into the regional points, and we're seeing here that's a That's a gap starting to form of 30. We had it really close the first 2 days.
And I think it had to do with EU winning all those TDMs right up until today. We finally got a chance to see pretty much a sweep from MEA. And now it becomes the big question mark of, since MEA won the TDMs, does that mean EU is going to be winning the most games today when we actually go to BR?
I mean, we still have, well, this is going to be interesting. GANGSTERS up against NEXUS tomorrow. And then we close things out with GEEKAY up against FLUX.
That's going to be a tough one for GANGSTERS because there's no blue zone that they're going to have to hide in.
Yeah, where are they going to hide? Where are they going to play from, Hot Jukes? I don't know.
NEXUS could use the practice. Okay.
So you're saying we should have
put
moved
this
them
solo
to the
shot
first
on him
day.
again, please.
Honestly.
Yeah, break it down. Let's do the Hot Jukes hot take.
Yeah, NEXUS Gaming, what is going on, guys? Okay. I don't know. But if you can get a little bit of practice, get those fingers warmer just a little bit, I think it's going to help you out big time.
I'm just, I already got enough hate on Instagram.
It's shocking.
That wasn't him squatting down. That was someone taking his box away slowly.
Oh, no.
Stop it.
Get out of there, Blink. You're supposed to be on the caster desk. But let's start to focus up on what's coming today, right? The TDMs are good fun, but we got 6 matches. We got a Sanhok. We got 3 Erangels. We got 2 Miramars all going on here before we kick off the final day. And 2 teams we haven't touched on too much. Excuse me. Of course, we have to talk about them. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
And FLUX. Excuse me, to me, has probably been one of the biggest surprises in this event so far.
They've been popping off. I mean, the way that they performed yesterday was incredible. We finally got to see some big signs of life from them, and they put some major points on the board. And I think one thing that really helps is that average survival time. You know, just staying alive, making sure you're not losing players early on, and putting some points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, the average survival time has pretty much stayed the same. Day 1, it was 20 minutes and 24 seconds. Day 2, it was 20 minutes and 34 seconds. So they're definitely being able to keep that. What's actually impressive to me is the ilms. They've been able to be consistent with those ilms as well. First day, 28 ilms. Second day, 25 ilms. And on top of that, what's even crazier too is that they are keeping on track with placement points with REGNUM CARYA Esports, which currently that team has 2 wins. And right now, excuse me, is sitting at 0.
0 wins, something Hot Jukes does not know about because all he does is win. I was like, how do you know to be here? I want to be nice. Well, let's head into our first match today with our commentators. We drop into Sanhok with Kolaris and Blake.
Thank you, boys. Let's do it here as there is a lot on the line here. There's only 2 more Sanhoks remaining, so you need to get boots on the ground fast for this one. The penultimate Sanhok.
And the penultimate Sanhok.
That's right.
True. There is only one left. You're not wrong. You're out of line, but you're not wrong.
All right, my first question to you, Blank, is what are we going to see from MUERTE? Because they get picked off left, right, and center on Sanhok over these last couple of days.
Yeah, they've had to really change things up massively. We can even see them up towards that northwest side at the moment. They're sending 2 players up towards Hatin. Realistically, I do think that you'd want to, as 3 players, in fact, this is a little bit better. I would prefer Tapok to actually head over towards one of the western compounds on that northwest side of the island. I think playing this spot over towards the east is kind of inviting that engagement between you and Tixi. It's one that he's not won in the past before. I do think that Tapok is probably one of the better players to go for in that situation.
I mean, you're right about it. I mean, it looks like we may end up having a rematch or regame or restart, even I should say. We got there in the end. But I mean, you're right. You're dead on about that, right? Tapok and Tixi have had that conflict. As we were getting towards that regame just then, we saw as Tapok was dropping, Tixi was going south, usually towards that kind of trifecta location, but he turned around. There was a small moment of turnaround there. So, but maybe they will be aware that there was a slight shift in MUERTE's playstyle. The fact that they dropped 3 up there, I think it's far stronger a drop to do something like that. Yeah. The first 2 Sanhoks, man, they were too wild as a drop, in my opinion.
It was really ridiculous,
yeah.
Let's be honest. I think that's something that you just can't get away with. And I was sort of confused they even thought that they could maybe get away with it in the first place. You're ultimately going to get taken down there. You're taking up way, way too much space over on that northwest side. I think Hatin provides more than enough loot that you need on that area of the map. And then if you having that unit that moves over towards the eastern side, you realistically just want to be a strong 4 pushing through over that northwest bridge. Because you've seen it before where brute force, when we get these northern circles, they're actually sending a little bit farther over towards the paddy field to look down towards MUERTE in the first place.
Honestly, I was more shocked that MUERTE held it in the second Sanhok game in terms of that split. Because if you're aware of what happened in the first Sanhok game, Nexus is very unlikely to drop with brute force, right? So they were looking for alternate drop spots. That's
close by.
Exactly. With it being close by, you want it to be close by so that they can maintain their rotation paths. So you're gonna then have another team dropping around those trash areas. Why would you maintain that split? They've learned from their mistakes, clearly, by the looks of what we just saw on that initial drop. And it's smart, because, you know, Nexus is going to be lurking around still by the looks of things.
Yeah, it takes 2 days. That's fine. It's fixed now. And I think that if you're coming over towards that last day on Sanhok, you really want to have a confident finish there. I am curious again to see this engagement happen between Tapok and Tixi. I think Tapok probably one of the strongest players on that squad of MUERTE. And with the way that Gladiator's been playing recently, maybe Tixi's not up to that engagement. Maybe he's not able to finish out that fight quick enough, in which case the rest of MUERTE can come help. Whereas if you're playing Gladiators up on that northwest island, on the mountain itself, it's much harder to assist quicker, I would say.
It's going to be interesting, because if that conflict does go down on the east side of this island, in a ridiculous world, I sort of favor MUERTE being closer, because the way in which Gladiators does split across this island is very heavy over to the west. And they've not been looking so hot in this tournament. As you can see, the plane is now flying over. So it looks like we will be getting into the Sanhok soon once again. I like the theory craft, though. I like what we're talking about, because just these small things, these small differences can make all the difference here in PUBG Mobile. But let's get to it once again. It is our technically penultimate. The previous one wasn't. Sanhok to get it going.
That was a lie.
That was a lie. I told a fib. I'm sorry.
We go again here. Gladiators moving down towards that northwest island. Again, this is no longer as fair of a playing path, especially down towards Sami, so NIGMA Galaxy has a little longer to actually head out towards that location, which means they can't start getting those stronger positions up towards that northern side faster. We do see them a lot of times looting up quite frequently, but this time it's a 4-man drop over towards Hatin, and this is what I talked about beforehand, that they wanted maybe to send a player out over towards that western side, which is a stronger position to hold, gives you more time to get that position on the outside, but there is a hot drop over towards GEEKAY. They're having...
No way.
This is horrible. GEEKAY's like, this is our one match where maybe we can have a little bit of respite from ourselves, but Excuse is here to change the day.
AK's in hand as well, some DBSs. Going to have to be careful here. Excuse me, quite easily put the pressure on against Haith. What will actually go down? Ragnar's trying to hold the angle up at the top here, but it's not going to be successful. They spotted him quickly, and that was important. Otherwise, they would have tried to make the cross.
Again, GEEKAY probably has the most experience out of any team. That is true. A really crazy shift coming through on the circle up towards the northwest side. But Furia actually finding that off angle coming through, taking the time whilst the team underneath holds those angles. Really smart. Very much taking time to their own advantage.
I actually find this very interesting. There's Gaith will now once again try and go for some shots. Does actually get the knock already. He's holding the high ground. It's actually one of the positions of strength here because you need to go all the way over to another building to try and get an angle on it. But he's dropped down now to try and go for this.
Havlik is so lucky, but only for so long as Hope puts a stop to that. Now Furia tries to hold an angle, denying Hope's position off there, but Hive will look immediately upstairs, get that shot through. And I think with the amount of experience and practice GEEKAY have had in these type of situations, it was sort of a matter of time. But I really did like how Excuse Me played out that engagement. But again, 2 players only for GEEKAY is a really big deal here on Sanhok. We see the majority of those wins come through on Sanhok as just being that last team that has 4 players still alive and has managed their third parties well into the endgame.
It's crippling, unfortunately, there for GEEKAY, and they'll try and play it out. But thankfully for them, the circle's not too horrendous, even though you're boot camp, and when you're in boot camp, you're almost always going to be in the circle to start things off on Sanhok. But here's NIGMA Galaxy once again taking a fight. Freak got caught out a little bit thanks to the drive-by that's coming along. GQ were able to shut him down completely, and the rest of NIGMA Galaxy, nowhere to be seen.
That is quite an instantaneous shutdown. It's a little bit curious that Freak wasn't actually playing in the Watchtower because I think you can quite easily play in there and just lay prone down. I don't think there's a lot of times in this situation with this rotate that you would stop off to check that thoroughly. And even if it did happen, you could throw a nade. You have time to set up for the rest of the team to get towards you. So I think for NIGMA Galaxy there, I maybe think that Freak was just taking a little bit too long to set himself up.
That's the thing. It's a symptom of the playing path when you see this come down. Like, both these teams had to drop far and then try and rotate a little little further. And when that happens, you're not as spread out as you normally will be. You wouldn't have the easier time of being able to get your loot and then support each other. But at the same time, it's Nexus going up against FLUX. In the distance, reinforcements are so far away, and that will be a freebie here for FLUX.
That's almost a double coming through for Doran. Probably furious with the rest of the team right now on Nexus. I think that's the second time we've seen it as well. I mean, Freak was like, where's the rest of my team? Now Doran performing really, really well, didn't have the support from the rest of the squad. But this is a very quick push coming through from REGNUM CARYA as well, over towards that north side. So they did take a split, did Nexus, between the north compounds and then one player down towards the south. But with a circle shift like this, you're sort of expecting a lot of teams to try and get control over Northwest Bridge very quickly. But again, we talked about this. It's a very central lobby. So this doesn't surprise me that we're seeing teams instant rotate this compound on the southwest, because it can be very strong in terms of sightlines.
Yeah, as we're just watching the replays of what was going down in boot camp as well. And again, I said it the same phrase, and I'm going to say it again. It's a symptom of the playing path. Looking at how this has played out, teams were kind of a little bit closer. The circle was friendly to them in this regard. So we've seen actually a few more fights than you normally would at the start of a Sanhok. But Brute Force cresting the hill here, looking for FLUX.
Taking a little bit of a view over the top side. I think for FLUX in this position, it is actually quite difficult to get outside of. Realistically, one of these players would have to take an off angle, but with the vehicle burning and smoking, likely to explode at any second, and we know that FLUX is susceptible to the 4-man vehicle explosion. We've seen it before. It's going to be really difficult for them to find that flanker, because you just need someone to hold an angle to bait a shot coming through.
Yeah, sometimes when you're in FLUX's position, you're saying, okay, we're in the circle, so it doesn't really matter too much. We can stay here and just wait for another team to have an angle on Brute Force. That's why Brute Force is sticking mostly to the north side of that ridge, because it actually denies some lines of sight. For example, if Vision were able to go for a little rotate north of Tatmok or something like that. So I understand what both teams are doing at the moment. They'll bide their time for a while and have that stalemate occur for a little bit.
Yeah, so realistically, not much is going to happen on that side. For MUERTE, I think they're also happy that not much is going on their side too. 4 players still alive here is a massive boon to MUERTE when it did look a little bit risque, let's say, with Tixi actually turning around up towards Tapok's position on the first time we tried to play Sanhok, which was unsuccessful. But this is our successful run coming through. And very successful for one of these teams if they take home a lot of points here, which is certainly doable with the positions around the map. And we've got a lot of water in this. This could shift up towards Tatmok. If you're one of the teams in Tatmok, that's one of the few positions around on this map where you could really blast out your mind, pick yourself up a lot of eliminations. It's very easy to control that space if teams are struggling to get in.
More loot for MADBULLS on the way here from Ruins. And yeah, I mean, as you say, like with people positioning up towards the top, technically you would like to be near the river just so you can make a transition, right? If the circle goes northwest, great, you can go to the island. If the circle goes northeast, great, you can try and make a transition. So already, actually, Tapok's swimming across by the looks of things, or has slightly positioned himself on that coast to try and facilitate that kind of move if needs be. But there are a lot of teams still in the south, still chilling out, nowhere near the circle. They're just waiting to see if they have to go west or east, I think. Making that choice is very important.
It's funny, right, because it's such an intense circle shift.
Yeah.
But because of that, it's forced basically a pause on the game at this point in time. Yeah, a lot of teams just really don't want to make too many drastic decisions at this point. We've got RÜYA, NEXUS, REGNUM, CARYA, all in the same spot. But neither of these teams wants to go for an engagement, because what's the point if one of these next circles heads over towards the western side? Not very likely at this point in time, but at some point, these 3 teams will have to go at it. And a third party is going to be on the cards for at least one of them.
Probably. And there's a lot of good compounds left available in this circle. I'm already seeing FALCONS moving to what I would consider one of the pivotal compounds. I think they've actually driven past it. So they're going trying to go even more central, but that's going to cause a conflict quite quickly, I think. We're looking there. You can see in the kill feed already, they're gearing up those DBSs to try and get on in. A big push onto RÜYA. If they can dislodge them from this location, it is technically, right now, could be a winning location, but Molly's all over the place. They spread on this floor, and he is caught. He's going to go down.
Doka Machine starting the Sanhok barbecue here as the Falcons just go up in smoke, the feathers charring away. That is real depressing news for them. On the wooden floor, the double Molotov is absolutely disgusting. And you have to crash onto just one of these buildings. And I think NEXUS took a really good position here to hold them down.
It was a strong defense, and I'm going to be honest with Falcons, it's a very reckless send here.
Yes.
I don't think they had information on this whatsoever.
There are options.
They're gone. They could have stopped on the compound east of this, about 300 meters in terms of distance. So, because I mean, you went past there, you heard no shots, probably going to be, a bit too reckless for my money.
Yeah, it's a great spot as well, that compound that you highlighted, because if the circle does move away from Tap Mock, it is one of those winning positions, Kalaris, just because you have great sightlines into Tap Mock, and it's quite difficult to push down the slope towards that compound as well. So it is curious that we would see Falcons just go for what I would probably call an insane push across the map over towards next RÜYA.
I think my wording was a little more friendly. Insane.
I mean, we've had troubles with Falcons in the past. It's like, why are you guys not taking the opportunity to push? Why are you guys not going for that instantaneous regroup where there's an opportunity there available to you? I didn't mean this.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't mind the bold plays. I don't mind you sending like that to try and go for what you think is a winning compound at that point. But there's a lot more, and there's a lot more shift coming that could have been available here for them. But meanwhile, lots of shots raining down here over in the distance as Kitsune is just trying to deal with MUERTE. I mean, usually when you have a circle like these two teams are bound to come to blows here. And Gladiators is doing all right.
Yeah, I think that is kind of the difference between the way these teams are playing these circles, which is more towards that center focus, especially here on Sanhok, where you really just want to pick up one of these compounds in one of the most heavily peppered areas of the map of these buildings, right? So I think for Gladiators, they've just moved instantly in. Usually they would hang fire over towards Hatim for a while, towards these compounds, try and get some sightlines across towards some of these eastern compounds. This time they just moved straight across. And FLUX, because of this, are suffering massively. Like you said earlier on, they wanted to just carry on this stalemate between them and Brute Force. However, they are being pinched very hard.
MADBULLS has taken the compound that we were mentioning that Falcons could have taken, so we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, rotating in all the way from Miramar is GANGSTERS on that east side. Do you reckon they'll ever join the fray?
Yeah, I do kind of like it. It's like they like to play 5D chess, as you say. All I had to do was move Jafar from the future in Miramar back to here, and then he moved round, got a checkmate over towards MADBULLS, took their compound, and won the game. But yeah, they are playing in a completely different universe sometimes.
They really are.
Yeah.
They are in another galaxy.
It's working sometimes.
It is working sometimes. And speaking of galaxy, NIGMA Galaxy is still all the way south of Painan. They can actually just come in straight from the south of this circle and probably totally fine. MADBULLS, though, was in a little bit of a scrap. So is Vision here against REGNUM. CARYA trying to deal with the damage that's coming on. And Grenade's already charged up, so Molly's already coming along as well. They've got a lot of value here on Sanhok. Tries to throw it through. Not going to be successful on that, though. Coming around the corner with the S12K to try and deal with that, though. What a nice peek coming in from Loxy. That is beautiful stuff with this extremely powerful gun.
Yeah, just taking the situation into their own hands here. MADBULLS, though, identifies the engagements going on, but it was a pretty clean engagement here for REGNUM CARYA. Their trouble right now is that they're on the eastern edge of these really strong positions of the map, so they're going to be first to face a lot of times. NEXUS are afforded a different position by this because they're towards the western side, completely protected by REGNUM CARYA. They'll always have to be crashed upon first before any team can really get to them, unless Gladiators can kind of shimmy their way down on this coastal side and maybe take that engagement. But even then, there are still a lot of sightlines looking at that.
The thing is that I highlighted it in previous Sanhoks, and I'm going to say it again. For Gladiators, as we see fights going off between MUERTE, etc., up at the north, the Gladiators are always playing edge on Sanhok, unless it's a Northwest Island. So they have to figure this out, because it's not been successful in the previous Sanhoks, and at this pace, I don't think it's going to be successful here.
Yeah, it's a lobby change, right? This is not a case of edge doesn't work. It's just the edge doesn't work here.
They've sniffed out this fight up at the top.
I mean, if they can clear space here, this is what we're talking about with a lot of these teams towards the middle of this circle. If they're not clearing space because there are no teams to clear space from, then they don't get any opportunity or initiative on the circle, but they're doing massively well here versus MUERTE, taking down a lot of the players here. There's only 2 remaining from FLUX, only a couple from Brute Force, but they've already moved through. So if Gladiators can clean things up now, they will have a massive amount of space on this northwest edge.
This is how you've got to play third-party Sanhok, sweeping on the edge if you're going to play this edge style. Gladiators identified this super fast, was able to get in there and get themselves 3 knocks to their name. I don't know if they got any of the finishes just yet. However, this fight for FLUX and MUERTE has completely landslided out of their control because Gladiators is trying to hold them out. Brute Force, though, is also sniffing this out. They're on the other side towards the east. They could also effectively fourth party.
Yeah, with just 2 players there, but it looks like one of the players from Gladiators did spot them out immediately, so Pre-Pod's not able to go. So it's good that Gladiators are watching their back here, and it's really necessary. The guys from FLUX will find it difficult to move in, but medical supplies for Gladiators at the moment are really lacking, honestly. Tixi will be tossing those smokes out. But again, you said that getting this play in was very important, but it's one of the few times where they've been able to sniff out that third party in the first place, so they were hungry for it, they moved on it, but I just don't think this is happening a lot of times. This is just purely because we got the Brute Force and the FLUX stalemate that this was allowed to happen, with MUERTE also moving in there, and I think it's benefited Gladiators in a big way, but they've overcommitted now. They've lost 1 player to this engagement. Meku, I think, was a little bit too far in.
The second rule of third-party edge play Sanhok coming in with not many meds is you don't talk about Sanhok. You actually finish those fights fast. You need to finish them fast, and if you don't, you're going to get fourth-partied, like we just saw there. Yes, you lose Meku. Technically, they're still okay, though. They can move south here to get themselves a compound, but there are lines of sights here that are kind of against them. But there you go. Brute Force has gone down. That is, Gladiator is taking them out. Maybe they can start a bit more of a campaign, a bit of a push here, because over the last 2 days, it's just not the Gladiators we're used to.
Not at all. And it's certainly possible with 3 players here on Sanhok, not likely to be a huge win or anything, but I still think with the way that the circle is lining up at the moment, there are several areas around the map where you can take a pretty cheeky off angle, pretty cheeky position, just try and get yourself some more points for this game. In the meantime, Gangsters have moved up through Paris Resort, looking over towards Road to Glory, which seems to be a team they come in contact with quite frequently. This is a really tough position to push out from, is Paris Resort over towards that western side. I think it's very likely that we'll see MADBULLS take shots towards both these teams, whether even both these teams make it out, because that's a nice nade to start things off.
Ooh, 6-time spray. That's a bit ambitious here from Kalaga, as you will charge up the nade once again, trying to dislodge Gangsters and all of this. Again, it's a case of you really want to finish this fight fast so that you can start moving towards the west. Holding each other in Paradise Resort is just going to mean collateral damage all over the place, and neither of you is going to be able to do well in this game.
Yeah, so far, though, some excellent grenades coming through from Road to Glory. Rio, who's been a massive standout for the team, obviously starting off very strong here. These players out in the open, Kevin, unfortunately.
Oi! He relocated just at the right second, and Groza was not able to respond. Walsh looking for an angle himself, likewise Kevin's just behind all of this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, NEXUS was actually knocking FLUX. And the FLUX has gone down. There's a big E shift here, which is actually going to favor whoever may come out of this situation.
Oh, Falcons, you could have had it all, but not to be. With MADBULLS now in that spot holding on. I think the longer these 2 teams are taking these engagements, the longer MADBULLS has time to identify this engagement's going on and look over towards this position. Again, another nice grenade over the top from Groza to finish off the team. And you can start to see MADBULLS actually moving out towards this location, with Zerich starting to place himself out in the grass to look towards them. I mean, I don't think they're too worried about these teams on the western side at the moment, because they're more than likely to be taking shots at each other. You mentioned earlier about NIGMA Galaxy, how they could quite easily make their way through Painan, and I was thinking they'd make their way through over the coastal side on the west of Bootcamp. That's exactly what they've done. Yes, they're going to have to play this game a little bit more carefully than other teams in lobby that already have position, but we know NIGMA Galaxy is a strong team and can pull something off like this.
I thought maybe they would try and hit the GQ compound, which technically in this circle still has quite a bit of power itself. They position Corker up on the high ground east of it to try and... it's the one vulnerability, is the slight high ground above that compound that GQ has.
Yeah.
But so they're still doing okay for themselves. But yeah, I mean, as you say, with NIGMA Galaxy only having 3 alive, they've still got to play this a bit cautiously, so I do get why the coast is the play.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to go for. This is weird from Nexus, and we've seen this in the past from several teams that play this compound on the western side, and it's just an inability to get away from it. It's like there's a calling to this compound where you just cannot leave. And I think Nexus has had one of her stronger positions for a while, but they have to move at some point. It's a great smoke train coming out from NIGMA Galaxy, but at this point in time, it is so difficult to leave from here. REGNUM CARYA's got them in their sights, and this team has been absolutely pumping.
This compound has a lot of power, as Ezel once again is going to be looking across here. He was one to watch, going up against another one to watch in previous days. It's Coops in the distance. Ezel's just going to hold him dead to rights here.
That's unfortunate.
Technically, it's a great circle for Coops, and GQ's also flexing out, but Ezel in this compound, he's just going to be holding him here for a long, long time.
It's so sad that NIGMA Galaxy set up this smoke train to leave a position that actually was technically still playable.
I mean, if you're going to have one left alive, I would go with Coops.
Yeah, I would go with Coops as well. I think this guy can hold on. And, you know, we praised him to get those top 5 finishes. I think if anyone can do it, it is Coops. I want to see him go all the way here. 0 eliminations so far.
Oh,
wow.
That is the road to glory. Let's do it all the way through the sky. That's quite the crash forwards here for them. GQ scrambling. They don't know what to do with this. It's not exactly the most conventional approach, as the DBS is in hand now, and they've taken this away, but GQ's wrapping around for the fight. That was wild.
That was very wild. Toffees, though, like you said, went for a wide wrap here over towards a rock in the distance that allows them to take shots at Road to Glory as they move into this circle. It's a really important wrap from him as well, because if they don't go for that, you know, GQ could have just been completely left in the dust by this wild play coming through from Road to Glory.
MADBULLS still has some angles here against NEXUS. RÜYA is going to try and transition forwards. Likewise, so is MADBULLS, but they have some rocks to work with. They need to make sure that they take this fight strong against GQ, because otherwise GQ is going to hold them out completely.
MADBULLS, I must realize that they need to maintain pressure over this eastern side. It's one of the positions they've had the most control over, or could have been at least the most amount of control they could have had.
Tries to go for it. Not going to be careful. Not going to be careful at all here. Just going to be charging up the nades now, trying to dislodge Evo Station, who had the angle on him. That's not bad. Ooh,
nice.
That was very fortunate for Evo Station. Very fortunate.
Walker moves up behind the tree now. GEEKAY tries to take these shots quickly over towards Evo Station.
Nice.
What a shot that's coming out from him. And immediately there's a response coming through from the rest of the team. It's looking dire for MADBULLS, but they're bringing it back. But with that knock over towards Frozen, it's looking bad.
It's not bad, not too bad. There's a MG3 in the play, but Evo Station is down. He can't really make use of it at all. MADBULLS going to move forward. I wonder how much of this REGNUM CARYA is sniffed out, because they're heading in this direction here to try and control the rest of this circle. They know they have to get involved to try and lock this down.
REGNUM CARYA is just so good at timing. A lot of times it's something they do really, really well. And they instantly finished up with that fight with RÜYA on their northern side, and then immediately transitioned to over this. This is very, very good from REGNUM CARYA. And again, we've praised their timing in the past. I'll praise it again here.
We saw it on Erangel. It looked great. Checkpoint to checkpoint gaming, and it was looking very nice. Loxley going to try and throw a nade forwards. Groza in a bit of the firing line at the moment. And actually, they will get taken down. It's MADBULLS from the distance shutting down GQ. GQ doesn't have a leg to stand on. Oh, he's going to burn!
This is the second time REGNUM CARYA's pulled out the old barbecue. This is horrible stuff here. And now MADBULLS down to 3 players, 3v3 with NIGMA Galaxy still in here, getting towards a top 4.
Coops and Groza as solos here could cause a lot of problems. MADBULLS is trying to hold a line strong here against REGNUM CARYA. Lox is going for some jump peaks here to get some information wherever he can. He just goes for that, tries to take some wild shots through this smoke. But REGNUM CARYA has got a good spot, but so does MADBULLS. It's close, man.
It is really close. Double stun grenade over the top here. Coops. In comes Coops over towards Tron. MADBULLS have to engage on this to the point. They have to get in on the confusion, the chaos. But if he can take down 3, that'll be the most unbelievable play coming through from Coops. But that might have just stolen it for MADBULLS.
Of course it was going to be Lox. He's done 1,158 damage already in this game. That's pretty much unheard of when it comes to Sanhok. Now, though, they need to deal with Tron. They're not getting him up. They're going to have to deal with this alone. DBS out in hand, going around the right-hand corner against GEEKAY, trying to hit him. Wild with a great shot here to deal with that 2v2, but Groza still in the back lines.
He's right behind them. I mean, they're one player that dealt with REGNUM CARYA and really gave them a nasty blow there, but now Groza could be the one to do it. I think he has some decent sight lines, at least, over towards both of them.
No way.
Take them both down. Going down goes Tulika, now just frozen. Can he find him? No, he won't.
He might say they literally saved Groza, but they know where he is. They're just going to spray through the grass, and that's going to be it. REGNUM CARYA able to take the first game of the day here on Sanhok. And you know what? What a belter of a Sanhok, actually, to watch these teams be able to transition from the compound to compound. Some of these fights towards the end, the snakes still populating the circle at the end as well. I loved that.
That was unbelievable at points, that. I mean, Coops getting himself into a top 4. We said that. We set it up straight away. It's like, if we wanted anyone from that position to play forward, it would be Coops, and he did marvelously well with it. MADBULLS, though, they don't consider the possibility of another solo, go behind that rock, allow themselves to be taken down. And I think if you're not engaging on REGNUM CARYA and taking that side of the map, you should be looking to clear out solos on your side. So it was a bit strange for me, but I think MADBULLS just got caught up in the commotion.
Honestly, I totally understand why they forget about the solo. Think about how we saw the crash onto that compound near GQ. It was absolute bedlam as R2G were able to try and cause that. But anyway, thank you very much, Blank. We could talk about this forever, but let's head on over to the desk to break down that Sanhok.
Oh man, watching Groza there, I was getting real antsy, thinking he could clutch it out, just spoiling the day for MADBULLS. But eventually, REGNUM CARYA do close it out and get themselves another victory here on the board, another one for EU, lengthening or trying to close in on that lead. It's currently 8-5. EU lost the TDMs, and 70 said before, they typically win the TDMs, but they lose the chicken dinner war. Well, today, it's going to be different.
It is going to be different, but the way REGNUM CARYA, an absolute tear over everybody. Before we give him praise, before we give him praise, Road to Glory, yes, nice second place finish. But I felt like they could have possibly ended up in first place. They decided to wait too long to third party some fights, and the fights I'm talking about is actually between MADBULLS and GQ.
I thought they had the game, honestly. They were on the top of that hill right there towards Paradise. If they would have just worked together, been a little bit more aggressive, they could have easily had it. But that's the chaos of Sanhok. You kind of have to just flip that coin as an IGL. Do we go now? Do we go a little bit later? And unfortunately for them, it didn't work out.
And then obviously this analysis can be brought to us by STC Play. And while we were watching this game, as well as thinking about Road to Glory, I think Maxman was saying that the high ground they had in that position as well towards the final zones, their main goal was to just focus as many teams down before they have to move.
Yep.
And then obviously when they eventually did have to move, it just came down to Groza to be the only one left. But let's see our match points here and see what all the teams accumulated for themselves, as well as REGNUM CARYA trying to move up the leaderboards with 26 big points.
26 points is massive. I mean,
it's one of our highest scoring games I think we've had in PMRC.
Literally, I mean, 16 eliminations, chicken dinner to their name. This team has to be stoked. And after talking to all the players today, they all stressed to me, this is the most important day. I think the last day, who knows what's going to happen. So REGNUM CARYA to start off so strong, they got to be hyped.
And something that I actually enjoyed out of Sanhok here is we're not seeing a big grouping in regards to points with the teams at the top. You can see even out, right? From second place all the way down to fifth place, everybody was able to get 10 points. That's going to be massive for those teams, as you were mentioning, Jukes, being able to try to hunt down first place NIGMA Galaxy. But guess what? NIGMA Galaxy, even though they didn't get any Ilums, we did see Coops pretty much being a little snaky snake, getting those placement points, and it works out for them.
Yeah, you know, Coops, for a second, we thought I was going to do some shenanigans, but, you know, that's what you got to do. And that's the hard part. You know, these Sanhok, the zones just go so dang fast. You got to be on point, and he was able to get a nice little extra little cushion for his team.
What about Glad? Oh, okay, go ahead. We'll switch to gliders in a second, but what's up, Seven?
It starts with the G. Can you guess which team I'm going to talk about?
GK!
Nope.
GQ!
GANGSTERS!
I was getting there eventually.
Okay. This team, I think we finally got a chance to see why they got so lucky yesterday in the Sanhok. They had no idea. They were like chickens without a head, running around. They went north, they went south, they went to the west. They tried to go into Paradise Resort, which was a horrible idea, and they ended up getting picked apart. Gangsters, if you're watching this, please stop staying outside in the blue zone for such a long time, because it puts you in just such a bad situations when they actually try to approach the zone.
I think John was saying while we were watching this game as well, that them collectively as a team have over 1 hour more in the blue than any other team collectively.
That's wild. You know what? Honestly, it reminds me of season 1, season 2. when the placement points like were
Back when I
so
was
huge.
younger.
No, yeah, I mean, back in my day, you know, it's crazy because that was the strategy. You know, just go try to get those points, and to see them do that. And I heard the casters talk about it, right? They were saying it's not the fact that it's just outside edge play. It's the fact that it's outside edge play on Sanhok. You know, that is not the place where you want to be in the blue zone at all. So, yeah, very shocking to see them continue with the strategy.
Were they watching N-Hyper in the NA a while back?
Oh, remember that?
Don't follow that strat. That's not a thing anymore, guys.
You know, and I think that's what comes to what the Arabics were saying, Arabic casters were saying to me a couple days ago, is that like MEA region is just not adapting like they need to. They're too used to their old ways. They're too used to having to be able to heal off in blue, play in this or outside the zone, play edges the whole time. And we're seeing GANGSTERS be like the epitome of what they were saying.
Yeah, and I think with the opposite, right, we're starting to see NIGMA Galaxy. This team is willing to take those risks. We saw them being able to do a botation, which at the end, it ended up working out. It's not with the aliens that they wanted to have, but 4 placement points for them out of the horrible situation that we're in, that's a win for me.
That's all they need, honestly. Like, they have a nice little point cushion, so just putting some points on the board and making sure that you continue with that, you're going to be solid.
Vampire strat, right?
Yeah.
we have a 60-point lead.
Oh, a thick gap, boy. I mean, that was, if they can do the same thing, they're going to be excited.
You were definitely from Texas.
Oh, yes,
let's
sir.
take a look at REGNUM CARYA's player stats here in this last match as well, so we can highlight individuals. Loxy going to be the one here with 1,251 damage. I mean, he has been one of their biggest damage dealers, one of their high eliminations players, but 9 elims and then go down to 3-2-2. And also the damage he did compared to the rest of his team.
Honestly, out of all those stats, the most impressive is the damage received. Only 45 getting 9 eliminations. That is ridiculous. This guy was just striking fear to the hearts of everybody that he was facing.
And I mean, from one of the players to watch that we had, right? SL77K. We were talking about what he was able to do yesterday with the great performance. He was able to put up 18 elims. Not a bad start to the day for him, 2 elims, but it's good to see, and we've been continuing to kind of go down this road too. It's good to see other players being able to step up from that team, and for Loxy to be able to put up those numbers, that's exactly what you want to see out of REGNUM CARYA.
Yeah, the depth in the talent on your team. It can't be that 1-star player. That's why we look at NIGMA Galaxy. We talked a lot about Coops, but having Freak step up, Lord yesterday as well, is making them such a strong team. But this was a very tough match, and you know, I brought up Gladiators earlier, but you want to talk about GEEKAY.
GEEKAY! You had a challenge for them, and I think they might have heard you because you were like, you know what, let's go 6 for 6 on hot drops. And GEEKAY was like, Jason, we hear you, we'll take it. And they finally did something that I wanted to see, which start winning those hot drops.
Yeah.
So far, they're 1 for 1.
But you know what the crazy part is that I don't even think that was an intentional hot drop, right? They go to boot camp, obviously, but Excuse Me comes all the way from the side to hunt them down. So even when they don't necessarily go for it, they still end up in a hot drop situation. They can't avoid it.
It's like they're attracting that energy in the universe. The energy you put out in the universe is the energy you attract, right? You're hot dropping on every single battleground, and eventually someone's going to do it to you. But, you know, it is tough times for GEEKAY. I don't know how seriously we want to take their performance in this event, to be honest, just because if you're playing a high-stakes tournament, you don't do this.
No.
Like, unless you've won out every single time and forced the other team to move, you shouldn't be doing this every single day.
No, I mean, it's crazy because we've seen teams do this before, right? And we see them do that in very early tournaments on because they want to secure their location for like those PMGCs, PMWIs, big money tournaments. But I don't know what it is they're doing. Maybe they're just using this as a place to really just practice that CQC.
Maybe.
You talked about it a little bit earlier.
They're getting ready for their TDM match, man.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's the most important thing, the TDM match.
Well, you know what? Before we go with GG that you really want to talk about, I got a chance to talk with Satan from GEEKAY, and he told me, yeah, we're going to continue this hot drops. And the reason why is because they want to get ready to PMGC. If those hot drops do come on PMGC, they want to make sure that they are established on those positions. And honestly, I'm not against it with that reasoning.
I'm against it.
But only if it's that reasoning.
Yeah, only that reasoning.
Well, okay, we're not going to talk about Gladiators right now. Instead, we're going to talk about NIGMA Galaxy just really quickly. Because again, talked about the rotation, the botation. We talked about getting Coops across. He was actually in a really good position, but then the zone did eventually shift away from him. But I want to see their player stats here in this last match to see if they did put up anything. And you can see really not much damage across the board. No eliminations, obviously. But again, the position they were playing from, they were similar to GANGSTERS. They were playing the blue a really long time that eventually came through. But sometimes you're going to have matches like this. But as you pointed out, Hot Jukes, 4 points is still 4 points more, or at least 4 points preventing. Okay, I don't know where I'm going with this.
So you know what? The math can be hard sometimes, but you know what? As long as you have such a lead, you don't have to do that much math. So yeah, putting some 4 points for them is going to definitely be a good thing. And honestly, if they're going to do a performance like this, Sanhok is the place to do it, right? Because Sanhok, you never know what's going to happen, and the fact that they're able to get at least a little bit, that's going to be pretty good.
Well, Hot Jukes, I'm hearing that you did an interview today. You came in early. You were excited. You're like, you know what? I'm going to get in early. I'm going to interview a team. I'm going to interview a player in particular because he's your favorite player ever.
That's right.
It's with Coops, right?
It was with Coops. I got a chance to talk to him a little bit early on, asked him some questions. You know, he's been now with NIGMA Galaxy for 6 months, okay?
If you're going to discuss what you said in the interview, you don't have to now.
I'm not gonna. Okay. But the fact that he's been there with 6 months, you know, not having any translation issues, it's good to see him hyped. And the one thing that he did tell me privately was that he is planning on staying with this squad. He likes the team, and with their performance so far, it makes sense.
That is important. It is important to like the team you're playing on.
Oh, yeah, it is.
And also, it is important to be able to play the play style that you enjoy and you feel like you excel at in a team as well.
And I feel like the chemistry, right, that they're going to continue to build, that we've seen it over and over again. I actually got a chance to see him 1v1 TDM Lord, and they were just talking smack, and I was all for it. I was like, okay, this is what you want to see out of a team, pushing each other. And I'm glad, Coops, that you're not going back to NA. Continue to be here. You're currently performing really well.
I'm kind of sad, though.
I'm sad, too, but it's the truth.
Yeah, and for all you guys out there
it's like you send your kid off to college, you know, onto a better life. Like, go ahead, man.
Gotta let him cry.
Yeah, a little tear in your eye for him. But yeah, obviously having a great time over in MEA, and obviously curious to see what he'll do with the rest of his career, too. Maybe get to see him at PMGC one day. Maybe get to see him go head-to-head against Paraboy and show him what's up. Who knows?
You know what? We've been talking about NIGMA Galaxy before we go into the next match, a team that I feel like we need some kind of reaction out of them. FLUX.
Oh, I was going to get that wrong, so I'm glad you said it.
What are you going to go? Gladiators.
It's going to be another G team.
Yeah. GQ?
Huh? No, go ahead. FLUX.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I want them to do this. I mean, we haven't really seen anything out of them.
Solis was our player to watch yesterday, and he put up only 3 eliminations.
And you know what? I'll talk about another F team, right? Team Falcons.
Be careful.
Right?
All right.
Team Falcons, because, you know, they go out as the first team in this match. They came from a back-to-back chicken dinner yesterday, and Excuse Me decides to go and push GK. They go out early. So 2 teams that we saw have a lot of momentum coming into today, Jason, right? Did not really live to the hype.
Don't bring back the momentum here, Hot Shoots. You know, Mustache Dave, if you're out there watching this, he is testing me here, and that test is not going in my favor.
But with Team Falcons,
don't you dare say it, 7.
I'm not surprised that they actually ended up kind of, I mean, it is Sanhok. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do here in Erangel. I felt like, yeah, they had some great decision-making yesterday. But that was pretty much it. If we went back and look at the other matches, they were hesitating a little bit too much. And with the main thing that I was talking about earlier in regards to 6, being able to get those 10 limbs, 8 came out of just 1 match. So we need to be able to see that here in different maps.
Well, we're going to find out as we're going to head into Erangel with our commentators another time as we send it on over to Blank and Kalaris to kick us in.
Thank you, boys. It is time to get into Erangel. The grassy pastures, we got 3 healthy helpings of the grassy pastures on the way, Blank here. What have you got your eyes on to start things off for Erangel?
Well, honestly, I think Rozok is going to be the most interesting position for us because it is where we get our pretty big hot drop on this map. But more interestingly so is because that last game, MADBULLS coming off a pretty decent match, which I felt like they could have won. They got caught up towards the end, but GEEKAY, I think they might not be ready for this warmed-up MADBULLS.
Maybe not. Maybe they expected a little bit more airtime on Sanhok, but they got shot down fast. As, of course, Blue Camp was a bit more action-packed than we were expecting here for PMRC.
Someone came in with a spoonful of their own medicine, which was, I don't think anything.
Have this.
No. I'm meant to be handing this out. It's not me. So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate for GEEKAY there, but I am curious to see what happens between them and MADBULLS on this match. Obviously, it's a very nice playing path for FLUX as well, directly over Yas9. They can quickly pick that one up. And GANGSTERS actually drop down towards Sosnovka with, who is it?
Ooh, okay. Yeah, with Gladiators down there as well. I mean, I do think that usually they would just find vehicles and go away, but I do hear shooting already, so maybe that is in military, because, you know, they were boots on the ground very, very fast. That's an awful circle for this plane as well.
Yeah, it's a really, really bad circle for this plane path. Practically everyone will be picking up vehicles heading over towards the western side of the map. MADBULLS actually pick up some of the compounds just to the western side of Yasnaya. It's actually a decent drop spot as well for them. They'll be picking up positions over in school, and Apps and Zerich will be scouting out over the fielded area towards Yasnaya.
Ooh.
Now, Tixie's got the pump.
Yeah, but there's a DBS and an Uzi against him.
But the poomp is eternal.
He's got two poops. Look at
He's got two poops.
You can't dual wield those. Kitsuna, though, will actually start things off against Jafar. He goes down. Machete will be able to take out Safe, so unfortunate for him as well. A few hot drops here and there.
Me, Soulless, truly is Soulless coming through with the slice and dice. Tixie moves up. Look for Kevin, but it was all a bait. The poomp was a bait.
What happens when Gangsters has to fight someone in the first 20 minutes? We've found out.
Oh no, goes badly. Who would have thunk? So yeah, I'm a little bit curious about this. Maybe Gladiators are just like, let's just put them out there in misery at the start of the game. The blue hurts them enough.
Ooh. Youssef taking a lot of damage there as well. Meku still holding on ground. He does have himself the ump as well as the mini. The mini's not going to be too useful here just yet unless he really goes for some cheeky shots. But here comes the PP Bison to try and do something. Goes for the pre-fire on that window just in case. Meku still sat there. Good to go.
And Meku just locking him down in this position. And I think this has happened a fair few times where one player has played the bait role and the other players just waited to find the off angle. Meku got a little bit too big for his boots there, will step out and get put down. And now Kitsune, Papa Kitsune, will have to come in as backup.
Trying to go for the nade. How far is Walsh forwards, though? He was looking to try and get a flush if he could. Still trying to peek through some of these windows. Here, reinforcement is not to be seen because Yusef's already down. Tixie tries to get him, will do so. That is Gladiators getting some much-needed points on the board to start things off.
Yeah, you know what? I was feeling a little bit stressed towards the end of that engagement because I feel like Gladiators versus some of their easiest fights lose one player. And Meku could have easily been that player. And Kitsune, once again, first exhales a sigh of disappointment and then a sigh of relief as he's able to get over towards Meku to pick it back up again. It's been a while, man, since we've seen them at 4 getting in towards a decent position in the circle.
Man, it's always dicey in the hot drops, right? Because you want to drop quite spread-ish so you get enough weapons and utility on the board, but you don't want to be too far away from each other just in case you need to reinforce a knock that comes through fast, etc. and things like that. So you've got to balance this this dynamic against your opponents, and thankfully for them they didn't lose anyone, but they, as you say, they quite easily could have.
Yeah, whilst looting and scooting all the while, it is a little bit of a difficult juggling act to actually accomplish a lot of times. In the meantime, over towards that western side, we have effectively, I think it's 4 teams right now. I guess you could say 5 if you count Ragnar as a team of himself, but the rest of GEEKAY is over towards Rozox. We've got Excuse Me up towards Crate's side on South George. We've got MUERTE wrapped around Gatka at the moment, and next RÜYA over towards Ferry Piers. So pretty decent positions for most of these teams going forward in terms of grabbing vehicles, in terms of having sightlines over towards that eastern side. I think NIGMA Galaxy currently and Pachinki will have some seriously good loot. Could transition up towards Church, start scouting out towards the west, but I think this second shift is going to be the thing that will define a lot of the rotations of these teams on the east, because there are some easier rotations up towards Stalber and cross Severny into shooting range, and realistically some of these teams might not want to crunch themselves all into this traffic jam that is caused by going underneath Pattaya Hill.
And Pachinki as well. I mean, you can actually rotate past it, but of course, teams are going to get some information. Probably, like NIGMA Galaxy, for example, could situate someone just upon Church and know for a lot of the directions where you're going, and maybe try to react to that. I'm curious how GK is going to play this out, though. I mean, they're alive.
They are.
That's a start.
They're like, we are so confused. There's been no engagement.
There was no
fight. There was no fighting.
There
was no violence. What is this passive game that we've come up against?
We were born in the violence.
They need to be at the inception of the game embroiled in combat to continue going forward, because that team without adrenaline just slows down to a grinding halt.
They're like Horn Warriors. They're bloodthirsty. They're coming in with their axes, swinging around. Like, calm down, lads.
They're fueled by it. And at this point in time, the battery is starting to run low a little bit. Moving over towards Ruins, though, Kale, I think it's one of those positions that is a little bit more difficult to push through. I think they're down towards Sunken right now, but because it slopes down there and MADBULLS are ahead of them and will most likely assume this rotational path, would they look down towards that location?
They won't look down towards there, but they're rotating to get some of the big priority compounds south of Everest, right? Obviously, we would normally actually see Gladiators as a team that would normally take those compounds, but MADBULLS, they know exactly where they want to be, so those are very valuable. I mean, we've played there a few times, Blank ourselves, and we love those compounds. They're so good. You can see them here. You know, just being able to look down eventually into those fields, etc. They're awesome spots.
Yeah, they're really good in the sense that, like, you know, you have that 180 back on the side of you that is just clean and clear. And then because it is staged downwards towards the fields, you get more sight lines than you might typically think you would, because looking downwards, you can scan a lot easier as opposed to looking over flat ground, which might be suddenly remove that sight line in terms of a little bit of a rock face in front of it. But yeah, you can just look for miles, spot a lot of things coming through. You don't necessarily need to go for eliminations here for MADBULLS. Scouting alone, looking at the vehicles going through the fields is very easy to do.
You can see the vehicles before you can see the players.
Yeah, exactly.
You can shoot at them and hope you're hitting somebody.
And the best thing is, how do you get through fields?
With the vehicles.
In with the vehicles.
Yum,
so,
yum.
So it's a perfect position to play for MADBULLS. So I really do like that they picked this up so quickly. GEEKAY just about starting to move now over towards Ruins. Nice little bit of airtime for themselves.
We're going to have that circle shifted in just a little bit here, as well as drops coming in. But so far, NEXUS late to this circle, Gladiators once again late to this circle. They are pretty proficient when it comes to playing edge here on Erangel, but again, it's not really materialized in a whole lot just yet. Locks taking the elimination lead. I love to see that from that 9 that he got in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, he has done really, really well. And deserved as well. I think that he had saved the team so many times there. There was a chance that they get taken down by a solo from Coops, but he was quick on the trigger.
Okay, so the circle shift, we're talking about those compounds south of Everest. This is where they really come into play here. MADBULLS is moving a little bit more east, but I think they realize now that GK is one of the teams that has also taken up residency up there as well. So a lot of teams know the priorities, positions. Likewise, so does Falcons here. And we'll see a few shots going across here and there, but maybe even some crashes into these very, very valuable spots.
Yeah, because these compounds are kind of like the roller coasters, right? You know, you're getting ready to go, and then you're locked into the seat at this point in time. And that's what MADBULLS identifies. They group back up again because they are, as I said, locked in for the ride now. It's not likely to head up towards that northwest side, and even if it does, they do have an escape route available to them. But a lot of other teams in this fielded area, it is so hard to make these rotates now.
You can see even REGNUM CARYA has technically what is also a good compound in a circle like this. If it does become a field ending, these locations are a fortress, even though he gets shot at from a distance, but that's fine, as Road to Glory is still going to relocate. Let's take a look back now here and see what they're up to. Is it a flip?
Oh!
The nose ride into the front flip. I love it.
I mean, that's how I like to shave in the morning, and I'll just toss myself on towards the carpet and see how far I go.
With all your shaving cream all over it. It's all over the place. Blank, stop, you're making a mess. This is a hotel room.
But you go very fast. I'm telling you, that slide is quick over towards the bed. So that's exactly what FLUX are incorporating there to get as fast across the field as possible. It's the old face dive.
They're going to get there clean shaven, apparently.
That's true.
Lovely.
Exactly. Not only getting across there fast, but getting across there smart.
Yeah, looking, well, they clean up nicely, I think.
Dapper.
That's what people say, right? But anyway, we've got NEXUS here down in the hills as well. Now, they're using this hill to try and scout out some of these compounds, try and scout out some of those fields. Unfortunately for them, they've arrived very late. You can see at the line of sight from Octavian, if he sees vehicles, it's going to tip him off, but you can't see players from that distance in those buildings, so they've got to be careful.
And those rotates have already happened at this point in time. And you know, it's a curious thing I wanted to ask you about as well, Kale, because I think it's something that I've looked at and kind of identified over the past couple of days, is that I think NEXUS, from that first day when they got absolutely crunched on literally bodied on Sanhok, they've been playing so nervous. They're one of the last teams to rotate a lot of times.
Well, it doesn't look like they're being so nervous just now. They haven't got a huge amount of information on this compound, but they're also crashing up towards REGNUM CARYA here. So maybe some of those land jitters have been a bit dispelled as they're going to try and... Also, REGNUM CARYA is already reinforced on that location here whilst we're waiting for this circle to shift. Kapahala's not exactly with the rest of the team at the moment.
Which is funny because Kapahala has been at the front of the team so many times in the previous stage, trying to get them to make these kind of movements. It's really nice that, you know, we bring it up and suddenly that confidence is back in the game for them. And it had to happen at some point because they have been playing a little bit scared. And I'm glad that they're pushing a little bit further in now because they have a strong team. As Doran showed us before, going toe-to-toe with FLUX by himself, who are now moving through at the moment. They're on the northern side, pushing down towards Hospital side. I think they're going to wrap over the top of Everest, and it's going to work out well for them.
I'm also worried that actually it wasn't Nexus crashing into REGNUM. It was the fact that Kapahala might just be Nexus in one vehicle. And if they're in the middle of all of these fields in one vehicle, I'm really scared for Kapahala. Oh, they're all gone.
They must have lost. They must have lost everyone as they crashed onto REGNUM CARYA, and we just couldn't see it
because of the map.
Because of the map.
Oh, that's a disaster then for them.
That is a disaster.
Maybe we'll get a replay a little later on, or maybe now.
What? There you go. You're
okay.
clairvoyant.
Ta-da! Yeah. So this happened in the blink of an eye. This was. But what can we say about Nexus? Because they look so great in our region, but they're coming late to these circles. They're making these crashes. It's devil may care because, again, we were talking about Octavian's line of sight on that compound, and they were just like, well, we can't see anyone, so I guess we'll do it. But you can't see anyone at that distance anyway.
And again, as we brought up earlier, those fields, you're rotating through them. It's so visible. So difficult to do.
Ooh. Okay, well, rough stuff, but likewise, MUERTE is in a little bit of rough stuff as well. Wolf, up from the top, was able to get a few pot shots in himself. Likewise, trying to help out Frozen, knowing that need to get these guys up as fast as possible on the high ground, probably in that compound. Yekta, not going to be salvageable here.
No, I think it's pretty much donezo at this point in time.
Yeah, I think so too, Blank. That was very deep, man.
Look, it's because I'm sad about it, all right? Leave me alone. I'm also, you know, I'm crunched up in the chair right now. I'm actually doing my stretches.
Oh, yeah, I could see.
Yeah, of the lungs.
Okay, all right, all right.
That's the only reason. Come on. I like to pretend I've got a deep voice like Seven. Over towards Team Falcons, who did make their way through, and just underneath Everest is another decent position on the map, actually, for them. Looking down towards the field, towards NIGMA Galaxy. I think they could potentially have a good game from here, but it's the MADBULLS also who will have identified this position. At some point, this is one of the spots that MADBULLS might take if they need to crash somewhere. I think it's realistically one of the only places to go other than the top of Everest.
You know, it's funny because you bring up this compound that MADBULLS is in. I was going to be very picky and would say that usually I would take a compound more east of it because it actually has even better lines of sight where Brute Force is, for example. Like that is really a strong spot. But anyway, that's by the by here as we're waiting for the circle to shift. And Road to Glory is also looking towards next RÜYA, who are being slow about their entry point. Where are we going? Dead south. Wow. Okay, there's a lot of hill involved in this circle here, alongside those compounds down to the south. So we'll see how it plays out. Vision could use that to their advantage on the top of the hill eventually.
Yeah, the terrain cuts up a lot of this position, quite a lot. Vision right now have that compound to play around with. It doesn't have the best sight lines off towards that western side.
True.
But down towards the south, there's those hills, as you talked about. So it is a bit weird because we're kind of cutting this into three areas essentially.
Don't say three quadrants.
I stopped myself.
Yep, good,
I stopped myself. It's fine. It's fine. So with 3 areas at the moment where we'll see a lot of the action taking place. So it's going to be more of a squeeze than we initially might think, which is why I think, excuse me, moving down towards Vision's position, like the Vision in the prison, is not a bad idea because I think they can keep themselves out of sight and out of mind of a lot of these teams for a lot longer.
And unfortunately, here for the victims of FLUX, Brute Force will be out of mind, out of sight very swiftly. The run over for now FLUX to try and find themselves a spot. This dip's okay in terms of kind of a defensive position against where NIGMA Galaxy is going to be shooting them from, but you've got to be lying down. You've got to be careful. Here comes MADBULLS with a big send through some of these fields. Where are they going to go? They were on that far west side. Now they're going to try and absolutely bolt it through. Where are they going to go?
I mean, is this the REGNUM kite? Actually, that's not a bad position to actually go for the crash because there are these buildings in front where you can get towards it and push through.
Yeah, it's a big compound. To cover it all is very, very difficult, and they're exploiting that here. Frozen Thought's going to get naded. It's a big nade from Loxy. He already got 9 limbs in the previous game, and now he's putting in even more work. He could easily be the MVP for today after just 2 games. As REGNUM CARYA now coming around the corner. Actually, Amoli already catches him, along with shots coming on in. Zerich trying to charge up a nade of his own, but he's got a lot of salvage to do here, along with Tulika in the corner of the building.
I thought, okay, Tulika's inside. I thought he just named his own teammate.
No.
Very worried for a second there. Wild looks to go for the res here, and I think they have to put pressure on the MADBULLS by threatening these reses on the outside. And if MADBULLS aren't going to go out, you know, this is just going to be a full regroup for REGNUM CARYA, and all that work at the beginning is for nothing for the MADBULLS.
These windows quite important for Wild as well. They do know exactly where Zerich is. Goes in, throws the nade around the corner. They can't get to Tulika too easily. Some of those windows are boarded up, which makes it a bit harder to dislodge. You can see on this right-hand side here. So it's a bit harder to get rid of them once they're implanted in that building.
I think it's a really smart play from REGNUM CARYA to go straight outside, drop some smokes, and go for the reses, because the way that MADBULLS were playing is almost for REGNUM CARYA to push into them.
Yes.
But I think MADBULLS forgot that they're the ones that crashed onto REGNUM's compound.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because you can live in this compound as in a symbiotic relationship. But that's by the by here. GQ taking a bit of damage here against FLUX. Soulkid's going to have to do something, but the S12K around the corner finishes him off.
That'll be GQ picking up a lot of control over towards that northwest side. Nexus still have an in on this game, but it is just Kapahala has been driving around constantly at the moment. Team Falcons up to the northwest can push down, but again, pre-pod as well as GQ might have some sightlines over towards that way. And, you know, excuse me, and Vision still just chilling over towards that eastern side. Great shots from Loxy again. This guy is disgusting.
Yeah, helped out by Wild with that. Move Will forward with the DBS to try and get a little bit of extra damage. Will finish that off. So now slowly chipping away at MADBULLS, who I think for all intents and purposes might end up getting crashed by NIGMA Galaxy as well. They might get sandwiched here.
NIGMA Galaxy, like you said, starting to move through, and this is a long compound. Like, it's got a lot of positions you can pick up on, and with MADBULLS losing the amount of members they have, REGNUM CARYA using utility, I think by the time NIGMA Galaxy gets towards here, potentially REGNUM CARYA is burnt out.
Yeah, they could be out of a lot of utility. You can't then go to the body boxes fast to get that on board to then try and stop that push from coming along. But GQ in the distance taking the fight against Falcons, and already Falcons getting a few knocks here and there. GK sending it through. Hello, Satan, as he tries to get to the rest of his teammates.
Not doing too well right now, unfortunately, as he gets sent away off towards the eastern side. We'll have to rethink his choices. 6 yesterday, who had a fantastic run towards the end of the day, trying to keep his teammates up in action. Evo Station, though, still a really strong player for the team. Did get taken down. Now it's all up to Corker to try and finish this one off. In the meantime, timing is going to be very important for NIGMA Galaxy. They need to wait for REGNUM CARYA to re-engage onto MADBULLS.
I mean, you're right. I thought they were going to go a little bit faster, but they've bided their time. They don't have too much pressure against them. Yeah, the Blues eventually going to push them, but they're calculating, how are we going to approach this? I won't be surprised if they've thrown some smokes near the road and eventually we'll make that transition. But we'll look a little later on. Falcon still embroiled in this fight. Corker looking for a Corker. Will it hit? Yes, it will. Absolute back of the net.
That was nicely done there. Corker able to finish that one off. Tulika, Frozen God, over towards the shack side. I think this is about as far as possible as you can get away from REGNUM CARYA. Please leave us alone. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Tomorrow. So, fairly difficult to play around with. Yeah, the smokes are coming down. And I think for NIGMA Galaxy, this is where we're going to start to see the push coming through. And I think this is one of the first locations that you would check if you are NIGMA Galaxy. I've seen it a fair few times now. They could even just toss a nade in. And that is less of a case of we know players in there, but more of a contingency plan.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because if you throw a nade in there, do you hit the counter, which then they could hide behind to try and kind of avoid that nade? But again, you could even, in theory, some people throw 2 nades in, one against the counter, one over the counter, and try and dislodge them that way. But anyway, as we have Corker here with his baseball arms, throwing, doing the thing. But yeah, NIGMA Galaxy has wrapped all the way to the center of the circle. I thought they were going to take it a little slower, but they have gone bang center.
Yeah, I think...
What do you think?
I think with NIGMA Galaxy and Ralph, right, with Freak going out here as well, it's one of those things where you send 2 players through as an anchor point for the rest of the team, and I think they hope to third party, or at least take shots towards REGNUM CARYA and MADBULLS as they left this compound because they don't see the value in it anymore. But obviously with Ralph going down on the approach, I'd rather they'd rotate it together into one single position. So if one gets knocked, there's at least that potential for the smoke and the res.
And they're going to use some of the fields as well. So they have spread themselves out to try and kind of subvert a little bit the expectations here from the lobby. We're going to have that circle pop in just a moment. Vision still has this compound, and depending on where the circle goes, they might have to move through the hills. One team we haven't talked too much about is RTG, who I really like what they've been doing in terms of gathering information. They've been slowly flexing out north or ahead of that road, trying to get the information themselves. Technically, we've sent it all up. It's going to be Beck and Freak chilling in the field.
Weasel though spots one. There will be a knock on the refrag there from Frozen, who's starting to step up just a little bit, but there's still more players to go as Loxy comes around the corner. An absolute disgusting player.
Eyes for it. Going around once again. No, the DBS will take him out. I think I might have figured out what NIGMA Galaxy's planning. I think they wanted an anchor position in the middle of the circle, but thought it was a little bit too early to transition the full team, and has now moved, even though it's kind of a bit piecemeal. There's just too many guns looking that way.
Yeah.
So I understand kind of what they wanted to do, but there's just not enough cover there.
Yeah, I would agree with you 100%.
Whoa,
because,
wait a minute.
You know, I think genuinely this comes down to indecision of like, do we send anchors out towards the center and try and take center circle, or do we crash onto this compound? I think if they, I think if they crash onto the compound, it would lose value. I did it earlier, cleared out both MADBULLS and REGNUM CARYA, and just went for the confidence play. There's then that potential that you're moving slowly out into the circle. You're not facing as many guns, and then you can play the center later on. So I think for this game, I would honestly say NIGMA Galaxy has given up one of the potential winning positions and just allowed REGNUM CARYA to get out scot-free.
Maybe. We'll see how it develops here for now. As also MUERTE is in the south, and they're trying to push on forwards. GK Satan is down. Ragnar looking to try and at least even position himself in front of some of his teammates here to create a little bit more of a car bunker. Nades will flow forwards, though, here against Vision, who have had to push up against the RTG position. And again, RTG was scouting that out for a long, long time, so they know exactly how to take that fight.
It's some really good position taking from REGNUM CARYA. They have milked every last ounce of value out of this compound at this point in time. It is really, really good. Now even using the Russo advantage, now they've cleared out the final players from MADBULLS, and it's flat terrain over towards that center side of the circle. So as many players they can cause casualties now whilst they still are within the circle technically, the easier it's going to be to get those vehicles they've parked out around these compounds into a central defilade.
Loxy's now on over 2,000 damage across 2 games. What a mad lad. What a start for him for today. He doesn't have that many ammo, though, I would say, on this. Only the 77 shots after these 19 have dissipated, so he'll be looking to not expend too much ammo. You can see him being conservative about those shots towards those cars. Normally, if you've got 200 shots, you just blow up those cars. Easy.
It's the sad tap fire, right?
Please.
Have anyone got any 5.56? Please. Drop me some. I've got 2k damage, lads. Please. It's essential to our victory. Right now, though, Vision finally making their way out from that slope. Obviously, they do have to come slightly uphill here, which has denied the sightlines from RTG. You mentioned earlier how, you know, they'd been playing this circle quite well.
Yes.
And I think that I would agree with you that they've been slowly taking their time with the hillside that they've had to gather information slowly, whilst just poking their head out now and again to not allow Vision to get the better of them.
You could have just stayed in the compound they did all game long, but they didn't do that. They were looking at this side and knowing that they would have to defend it eventually. And look at that, the circle has favored them as well. I do think RTG's played an excellent information game here throughout this one so far. Mon is weathering a billion nades. That one kind of clips him. This one's far away. There's a molly there as we leave it. What's going on?
He's doing the equivalent of like the prone moonwalk. In comes one of the players from Groza here on RTG. Will immediately get taken down. Tries to go for the ball play inside the vehicle. They won't be having any of it though. And now the rest of RTG has to close in. In the meantime, they will have heard the shots, will of REGNUM CARYA, and now take this time to get a better position within the circle.
Honestly, they could wrap around on the
timing.
Yeah, just go southeast. You wrap around on where RTG previously was because they felt the urgency on trying to take this fight. That could be an amazing play, but we'll see how it goes. They might just stay down on that southwest.
Yeah. But there's nothing you could do if you are RTG right here versus REGNUM CARYA if they go for that route, because you can't see them for quite some time. And they can get up towards that hillside. Freak, though, from NIGMA Galaxy, still going strong. Quickly, the information is passed back.
So REGNUM was actually going to try and make that move, but that knock does hurt things a little bit against them. Freak doing quite a job against this. RTG is only 3 as well, though. This loot crate, thank jeez that this is here for Freak, providing the cover that is not normally there.
It's indestructible. It's taken 7 grenades at this point. Finally, Easel spots at least generally where he is, but the element of surprise is now gone for REGNUM CARYA, and that was the big thing they wanted. In the meantime, RTG has passed back over the road with RÜYA to set up some kind of defense against this.
Beck had a Groza and actually knocks one of our RTG on the other side. So these snakes, once again, it's not a dissimilar situation from our previous Sanhok. These snakes are having big impact at the moment. REGNUM somehow still has nades. Nades for days.
Yeah, they had a huge amount, and it's so weird to me they've invested so much of this one dude.
They keep hitting the box.
I know they do. I don't know.
He's not there anymore.
It's not going anywhere at this point in time. And I think if I'm Freak, the amount of nades that's come my way, a veritable bombardment.
Yes.
I'm never getting back up again. At that point, I think REGNUM could leave him alone.
Caliga has 8 limbs in this game as well. Really just trying to rival Lox's from the previous game. Spray down, though. Caliga on 9 now here.
Wow.
Brilliant stuff coming in. He could get double digits here. Although Tron did see him, lies down. We'll look for the cover.
Comes a vehicle. These were protected from earlier. They have played that compound on the southwest side so well, and immediately they move back. They see the circle shift. They know they have advantage with the tree line here. RTG has to move into them, but I think the only thing that RTG right now can do is what RÜYA has immediately done, is to reposition straight away to not allow REGNUM CARYA to get set up on this side of the circle.
Please don't think Freak is still on the box. Please. I mean, I think they've expended all of their nades, to be perfectly honest.
Got
with
nothing
all of that.
left.
Yeah. I mean...
I've got nothing left.
I've never seen a box be naded so much, apart from that time this morning where I knocked one off of a roof when we were playing. That was
pretty
cool.
spicy.
That was nice, that was nice. But we got RÜYA now looking to make the move himself, and he does see on that right-hand side, actually did not see Freak. I thought maybe he would drive a little bit close to him. And he's just doing this for scouting purposes at the moment. He knows everyone's lying down.
I really like the spot that Easel's taken right now. He's just underneath this tiny ridge, so it's difficult to take a vehicle over the top of it, but he still has a nice off angle. So I think for RTG, if they can find him, REGNUM CARYA's chances of winning the game goes down quite a lot. But with Easel being the MVP from yesterday, I think he can handle himself.
It's about spotting pixels here. Sometimes when we're in this scenario, I do wish we kind of, turn the X-ray off and see exactly what the players see. Because when it comes to all of this proning, chilling out, waiting, it's honestly about seeing pixels in grass. It is tiny. They have excellent eyes, these players.
On the storyline of today, though, another top 5 finish for NIGMA Galaxy, with Freak making his way up to a top 3 off the back of the top 4 that Coops was able to make on the Sanhok. So for NIGMA Galaxy, they're absolutely laughing right now. But REGNUM CARYA is catching up.
They're unbelievably consistent. It's been really fun watching NIGMA Galaxy here. It looks so good from game to game to game. But as you say, REGNUM CARYA on the hunt, on the charge. 10 limbs their way. Road to glory, 12 limbs. I said it earlier and I'll say it again. They've played a great information game. He sees one though. Will actually straight into the blue and also stay up a little bit too long. You can see how finite it is, how much time you have to take the limb, because if you don't, you'll get blasted down in an instant.
I wonder if they even have time to go for this res, or even if they will go for it here with RTG off in the distance.
Freak could still win this.
Yes.
Because that's the crazy thing. I think he will get spotted eventually now on this flank round, but who knows at this point.
I think RTG maybe even thinks he's one of the players from REGNUM CARYA that might have gone for a long wrap, but I think so far REGNUM CARYA playing... He is not there anymore. He's not inside the box
that box
either.
So small, okay? It just doesn't matter at this point.
It will not fit. Freak in a box in there.
RTG sees him. That's a big play as they're able to take out the snake. That really brings down some of the pressure that they're going to be hitting. And Tron got hit as well. Somehow they spotted him through the grass.
Another nade. I don't know where they're getting all these from at this point in time, because I swear they threw about 10 players worth over towards that loot crate earlier on. This now becomes quite difficult for RTG with 2 players. REGNUM CARYA with a great lineup, and they managed to get that res off too.
That's impressive alone, considering that RTG was not able to punish something like that. Goes for the spray, sees him through the grass here, and he's just going to go for a wild spray through the rest of it. But does spot him, and it's going to be taken down. It's REGNUM CARYA with a victory here from the compound. They were able to hold off MADBULLS and then make the transitions happen. That was a great victory.
It's a great endgame from Tron as well, because I think he must have spotted a tiny something of Rio over towards that top side. The second player, he had no idea, so immediately threatens with a spray as if he does know, which forces one of the players from RTG to fire back, in which case two players can go immediately for the refrag, knowing the general location of that guy. It is so well played. And REGNUM CARYA, they're making a massive stand here in day 2.
They are. What a push from them.
Back to back.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the fact that they were able to do that here, I mean, yes, they had a great compound in Sanhok, but they made great transitions. This game, once again, a good compound, great hold, great transitions. When it comes down to a field end, well, a pseudo field ending like this, it wasn't quite a field ending, but I love what they were able to show here. Just across the board, they're looking really spicy.
A little bit barren, couple of trees ending.
Yeah. One box, 20 nades. Why?
One box, one freak at the end of the day. But he was not to be found at the end of it. The fact that he lived for so long, though, and you're right, unbelievable consistency from NIGMA Galaxy. We cannot forget it.
I'm going to be real. If actually that box doesn't exist and Freak isn't there, REGNUM CARYA wins this game much harder because they just use all of these nades anywhere across RTG and absolutely blitz them. So, an interesting end in that regard.
9 times out of 10, you would win that without Freak being involved because
they had 100 nades.
Their setup was so much better, and they wouldn't have had to use all of them either.
It was interesting, though. That is it. REGNUM CARYA with the back-to-back. Let's go to a break, and when we return, it's the desk to break everything down.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
And REGNUM CARYA again take themselves a chicken dinner back-to-back, and I sure as hell believe that pushed them into first place. And I don't want to be stupid, I don't want to be wrong, but we'll find out as we break this down in our STC analysis here of this last match. Hot Jukes, Emeralds Gaming, I haven't scared you off, more importantly, Hot Jukes, yet. This is the first time we're doing the desk together, but it's going pretty good, I think.
I think it's going amazing, dude, and it's going amazing for REGNUM CARYA. Are you kidding me?
I'm not.
29 eliminations so far in just this day with 2 games. Nexus Gaming starting off the day at like 39 points. So it's crazy to see how well they're doing so far.
And I mean,
yeah,
road to
23
glory?
points on this match, man, with 26 from before. This is getting ridiculous, 7.
It is getting ridiculous because guess what? NIGMA Galaxy, the team that was in that first place, they got 4 points in the first match, and now being able to only back it up with just 8. I can't wait until we see that overall. A big surprise, though. GG, am I seeing that right? GG there with 7 points. And on top of that,
I mean, they dropped on military, they caught gangsters, and they got 3 more later. You know.
It's something. And talking about hot dropping, a hot drop that we didn't see was GEEKAY against MADBULLS, and he ended up working out for GEEKAY.
Yeah, MADBULLS went towards school like they did at the end. I think the last Erangel day yesterday, and then they eventually re-engaged in that one. Here, they just avoided them. They got a lot further on, but then they got stopped by a Turkish team.
Yeah.
REGNUM CARYA.
Man, these guys were just on a rampage. It was crazy because for a second, I thought that the rotation that GK made right there from the side of Everest, going down to those 2 compounds, I was talking to MaxPad at the back, and I was like, dude, this is a bad play. But they actually survived for quite a long while. But then REGNUM CARYA just came in and said, no, not today, brother. Shut it down.
Well, let's take a look at their player stats then here on the day, more importantly, to really highlight the kind of performance they've had. 12 eliminations for Loxy on the day, 6 for Wild, 6 for Tron, 5 for Azel. You know, it seems like our luck here predicting the player to watch seems to not work the last 2 days. But you know what? What's up?
We got the team right. Okay, we might have not gotten the player right, but we got the team right.
Horseshoes and hand grenades.
But for Loxy, I mean, this is an insane improvement because yesterday he ended up with 10 elims. So far today, he's being able to put up 12. Yesterday,
10 in 6 matches.
Yep.
He's got 12 in 2.
Imagine what he can do in 6 today. I hope it keeps going, though. One thing that I didn't like about REGNUM CARYA the last match is they took way too long to actually take care of MADBULLS. They were way too passive there on that engagement, considering that they actually had the numbers up on their favor, and it allowed NIGMA Galaxy, especially Freak, to kind of leapfrog them, and it ended up gatekeeping them at the end, and I felt like it could have cost them the game.
I think it was the perfect amount of time. They
let's hear your
shredded.
side.
I mean, it was crazy. I mean, to put up that many points is ridiculous. I mean, I think NIGMA Galaxy personally just moved into the center of zone just a little bit too early and just got picked apart because that is a really hard place to hold, especially that tractor. It looks so appetizing. You think those tires are big enough to protect you, and then your ankles are blown out and you're crying.
Well, I think they replaced the tractor with just a stack of those boxes that Freak was hiding behind because, dear Lord, those things are indestructible. But let's take a look at another team as well here in a head-to-head between REGNUM CARYA and RTG. Road to Glory have been honestly surprising us, coming in 8th place to the regionals. They placed 8th in the respective PMPL as well, but they have been having a tear here in the last 2 days.
They definitely have. I mean, 17 eliminations so far for today. If we went back and look at this team with what they were able to do yesterday, they ended up with 16 eliminations after 6 matches. So that is a huge improvement already with what they've been able to do. And something that I really enjoyed about this team was their 2-2 split that they had west of Pochinki. I feel like they were controlling a lot of ground, and it forced teams to not even try to crash on them. They decided to keep on going. And then for the teams that kept on going, it was kind of goodbye Arena in a way because they ran into the MUERTE, they ran into REGNUM CARYA as well. Not a good sight.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good push from them, and it's crazy to see that they had such an amazing performance. And normally it would be like, dude, these guys are going crazy. But 2 games, 5K damage, 29 eliminations. This is a performance that we have not seen this tournament so far.
Well, like we talked about, right? There might be a new king in Turkey because S2G.
Uh-oh.
FLUX.
FLUX, who? Fire who?
Who?
Fire who? Flux?
Who?
I don't know, man. But let's actually see Road to Glory's player stats here. If we're obviously to give some props to REGNUM CARYA, do the same here to their counter opponent. And Kalaga, as we did say, I think this was from, I want to say like almost last match, but I mean, Kalaga had 9 eliminations last match, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, he was crushing it. I mean, we saw him, like you mentioned a little bit earlier, coming from that Pochinki side. It was way less congested, and they had that hill to kind of just look down on everybody and shot. At the end of the day, it just came down to who was the better snakes.
Yeah, but look at the damage, Hot Jukes. I know. Whoa.
You want to know what's crazy? Yesterday, Kalaga ended up with 766 damage after 6 games and only 4 elims. For him to be able to put up these numbers, that is another great improvement.
I mean, normally when we see someone, you know, beat 1,000 damage in a match, we'll hear Claris go like, ooh, or ho.
Yeah.
But then to see someone break 2K here in 2 matches for you just made you puke on the desk.
I mean, literally, that's ridiculous.
Well, you know what, Hot Jukes? It's fine. We don't need to talk about it anymore. Because let's go into our casters here for our 3rd match of the day. Claris and Blank, please take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. Erangel, so good. Erangel, so good. You slay as we get into our next game here to start things. And it is going to be quite the plane path here. Exciting stuff.
Well, I knew that Jason was a boomer, but I didn't realize that Hot Jukes was one as well. But yeah, heading over towards Erangel right now with military base once again. We're going to have the gangsters heading in towards this position. Are we going to see Gladiators down here again? I'm not too sure. I don't think so. I think they're going to head further up. You can do it once, then the surprise factor's gone.
Yeah, that is for sure. Let's see how it's going to all play out for now. Vision heading over towards Primos to start things off, which, of course, is a slight deviation. But, I mean, considering where they would normally go, that's difficult. Look at that. Dorin, 435 meters. He's hit. Well, I'm going to anticipate what he's done there. He's seen a car in the distance, shot at the window, and hit someone.
Yeah.
When he's not really been able to see them that well.
Still, and it's really, really difficult shot to hit, honestly. That is like some out of wanted. But I think that at the end of the day, right, I think 435 is genuinely a record. I've seen it a few times now, and I think I've not seen...
You mean in this tournament?
Just in all tournaments.
In all tournaments?
I don't think I've ever seen a 435... I don't think I've seen more than 435 before. Ever.
We'll have to look.
We'll have to look. We'll have to find out.
Into the archives.
Anyway, plane path once again.
Anyway,
sends over towards the western side. Shut up, mate. We're not going in the back to look at the archive right now. Yeah, no books, only video games.
Okay.
But yeah, plane path on the western side, East Circle. It's really messing with them today.
Yeah, it's been properly brutal. I was going to bring it up as well. I mean, looking at how this is, I was honestly, promise you, mate, promise.
Collecting that info
Scouts
from the archive. Eh?
That's right, that's right. I've got my books open. No, that's not true. I don't read. I can't read. We've got ourselves this playing path with this circle, as you say, for a lot of those teams, especially West Coast droppers. Very, very difficult to get those rotations going on, and it's just going to be basically an opposite of what we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, REGNUM CARYA actually over towards that eastern side already. Just an instant push across. 143 points of REGNUM CARYA.
Wow.
Sailing over the top of NIGMA Galaxy at the moment. That is one hell of a jump up there.
Turkey is mad. They're like, we're not having this at all.
We've presented FLUX and S2G. Those were our champions of choice. They have failed us. We've had to bring out the contractors. In REGNUM CARYA, they have done really, really well so far. Turkey mercenaries.
Very well indeed. What a back-to-back so far for REGNUM CARYA. Mate, let's go for the triple. Look at where they are on a circle like this. They're in shelter already.
It's a great spot as well, just in terms of being able to gather information around this area. But what a send out from REGNUM CARYA almost immediately. It's just, I think they identified that there's no one really challenging these central positions other than them at the start of the game. And so they just pick up a really strong spot in the middle. Yesterday for REGNUM CARYA, it was all about the case of the circles were so bad for them that they had to play that edge side, and they showed us that they could play from outside the circle, slowly work their way in. But today, we're going back to basics where they're like, right, this circle favors a little bit, let's just send it.
Yeah, there's been games where they've looked relatively flawless. And if I want to contest...
That's not even a joke either.
Exactly. I mean, even this last game, for the most part, if I want to contest something Seven brought up on the desk, he was talking about MADBULLS kind of taking a while for them to dislodge them as we watch another car flip. The production loves these. That's actually a lot of car flips. All right.
I don't do that on the, the face first slide.
No.
That's not involved.
Well, last time you were in a car, you flipped us and we had to run through the fields of Erangel. So, just saying.
Well, you know, the face first slide.
Can I go back to my point? Shut
up.
I want to, because of course we were talking, Seven was talking about REGNUM, CARYA, and MADBULLS. Technically, yes, you could dislodge them quicker if you wanted to, but they have them dead to rights in a building like that. There's no escape paths really for MADBULLS. So if it started delaying your move into the circle later on, I would understand. But for the most part, yeah, they were just biding their time.
Yeah, and I think when you are REGNUM CARYA there and you spot the smokes train coming through from NIGMA Galaxy, you don't want to invite a third party by getting involved with MADBULLS. So it's well played. It is well played. MADBULLS, in the meantime, do not take another engagement with GEEKAY. So it feels like the hot drop has just been
subsided.
It's subsided, right? And I think GEEKAY realizes this is not working. And it's almost amusing that it stops after GEEKAY gets hot dropped on.
They're like, yeah.
We didn't like that.
There's some coincidence to this for sure.
Treat others like you would like to be treated.
That's right. You know what? Wise words, Blank. And I mean, even Max was saying on the desk yesterday, or was it on the desk, or was it on the cast? I can't remember, but he said it, that, you know, school and apartments is open. So why on earth not just kind of flex out over there? It's a very open spot and a great spot when it comes to loot, when it comes to vehicle potential of being able to have them there and just moving on. I mean, even they've got like mini Pachinki, I should say, north of Pachinki. So they've got loads of loot available. It's great.
Yeah, it's a position that we saw Major Pride take a lot over in PMPL EU. It works out really well. It is a little bit of a split drop, but it does mean you're gathering more information overall. And I would say quite safely, honestly, with the position you take him. Are we going for more of these mad car rides? Or is GANGSTERS have rotated...
Wait, are they not in the blue?
This is an early rotate from GANGSTERS. I'm confused.
All right, free game. Something's wrong.
Yeah, get the re-host going.
I'm not having it.
This ain't right.
I don't like this, all right? Here's REGNUM CARYA as we're on board with them. They did see MADBULLS in the distance moving away. But likewise, I think that there was a potential conflict brewing with FLUX. They can see them up to the north, and they're going to be looking at their way, making sure that they're not going to be moving down on their position. It's actually quite the wide split, technically, on a circle like this for REGNUM CARYA at the moment, the 2-2 that they have going on. But they're going to go back to each other, rendezvous, get things back on board in Alamo.
Yeah, a really good position, honestly. With that ridge behind Alamo, it's one of the most valuable spots to have that when it comes to...
If you can control the ridge.
If you can control the ridge, right? If someone gets on top of it, it becomes a little bit more difficult as they're shooting down towards you. But just being able to move out, which we know they do because they were very proactive teams at a lot of times. So I think REGNUM CARYA can certainly do something with that. We are REGNUM CARYA stands now.
I guess we are, yeah. They're really cool. Go, you guys. I mean, you're making really flawless games look very, very easy. But
I'm going to have to get the old REGNUM CARYA foam finger out.
I think what's cool about their position as well is that they rotated slightly east of this, saw how much they could get away with going west, and then if the circle moves east, they have access to things like heaven still, which is insane. But yeah, that's just kind of what you get with a playing path in a circle like this. But some shots coming in. RTG, oh, they were doing so well in the previous game, but going to lose one early on here.
Yeah, this is the alternative GANGSTERS. This is the one that actually holds you out inside the blue, rather than... Because they don't want anyone else have to blue them to themselves anymore. GANGSTERS is the only one that can be the one true love of the blue. So I think that this is an interesting play from GANGSTERS. It's worked out, and I think for RTG, who are on a good streak so far over the past 2 days, it is an unfortunate place for GANGSTERS to suddenly decide that they are a good team.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. I was like, but in secret, GANGSTERS forged another blue.
Yeah.
We control this. Like, no! RTG's going to have to run away another direction. That is a hard shift. Oh, my days.
It's the 9 circles for the 16 teams of men.
They can't control them. They're going to turn into ring wraiths. It's going to be bad.
NIGMA Galaxy, though, this is a very rough position to be in right now with Evo Station. They have to leave right behind.
Oh, no.
Oh, that is depressing.
That is. Shots down. Evo Station doing the biz. He's on fire. Let's, you know...
Maybe park.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Oh, rocket up on next RÜYA. Will he be able to do anything, though? M4 across the road, and it's not going to be anything, though. The DBS shredding up NIGMA Galaxy. They are going to fall in 16th. That is their worst game so far in the tournament.
We have said in the past the NEXUS had really strong timings on pushing into compounds, but that has to be the quickest compound setup I've ever seen. They rocked up, they had 2 people behind the wall, one guy was already running up the stairs in the compound. I've never seen anything like that before. Gangsters looking to take a fight with Team Falcons now, who tried to hold them out, but they were having none of it.
Meanwhile, the true bearers of the 1 blue are trying to hold this off against Falcon. Walsh down this ridge line, trying to hold off that angle. And no, it will be able to deal with that. And even reinforcing shots against RTG, who are still here. So third parties abound.
Falcons looking to finish off RTG as well, as you say. CARYA with a really, really strong performance from last game. Send a grenade over the top, looks for the airburst. It goes just a little bit too far, and I think he got quite scared there as Axa came over the top with a grenade in hand of his own.
Moving on with CARYA, let's see you challenge for MVP today, because he got himself 9 in that previous one. You're going to have to do a lot to challenge Loxy, as Kevin still on this high ground, having a little look over. They just want to negate the blue. Just get out of here completely. Being held on this bridge is just not fun. Going to try and go for the spray, realizing that he's going to be moving forwards, trying to still hit CARYA, but he will be able to get away. You can see the shot still raining in his direction, but he's fine. He's okay. He's okay.
Yeah, Kevin remains, and the Falcons fly away.
Don't do your impression again, please. I don't need that again. That on the desk was diabolical.
I'm just saying the Falcons fly away without Kevin, who remains with the precious, the 1 true blue.
You like this, don't you?
I do. I like that the Falcons actually fit into the end game.
Why didn't they just fly into Mordor? I don't know.
Oh, dear me. Anyway, Kevin will face the brunt of the blue as the rest of the teams leave. But looking on a more larger scale here towards the circle, we do see NEXUS towards that central compound, with REGNUM actually holding 2 positions, looking up towards brute force.
Where's he going?
He's going back for his precious.
Kevin's going back to the blue, back to basics.
Keep
I like
it secret, keep it safe.
You know what? This secret and safe could be really good, actually, considering that circle shift. He could just rotate around and be happy.
The wide wrap is still possible, yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I would say this is actually a little bit of a rough circle to play in. With Prism being over towards that eastern side, I think some teams might benefit from that high ground you can play on just towards the west side of Prison itself. But it is pretty barren terrain, a lot of this.
There's a lot of, on the west side as well, there's a lot of tree coverage, so it makes hard for line of sight. But anyway, Aces is going to be pushing through here for MUERTE against GK, seeing if they can actually completely dislodge them. There are reinforcements on the way. They're a little further away, though. They've dealt with this, but here they are, Ragnar, being taken down straight away with the DBS, and they're gone as well. A great hold from MUERTE.
GEEKAY just does not have enough adrenaline flowing through the veins over the past couple of days. The hot drops are not doing it for them anymore. These guys are thrill seekers, and they just cannot find that thrill at the start of the game to lead them towards more glory in that end game. In the meantime, NEXUS is racked up to 7 eliminations so far. Wow, Meku!
All right, calm down. Going for the spray. Not going to be working out here, but the reinforcements do come in. Kitsune is here to try and help things out. But, I mean, they're against the numbers here. I don't know how this is going to work out for them. Ooh.
A couple of interesting grenades coming through. Kitsune backs it off. Beck does get absolutely slammed here. And Gladiators once again down to 3 players. Kitsune, great air burst there on the grenade to take down Beck, even though he was very low. Just Fury remaining as Kitsune tries to clear out more locations.
Fury is trying to throw off their expectations on those walls, trying to find some off angles wherever he can. Black-white. More nades coming through. Will they connect? It's on the right side of the wall there. Kitsune takes some damage. Likewise, Matic is now down. So, excuse me, not doing too bad. They want to get rid of Beck, though. He's giving them information. Finish him.
They have to threaten this out. Goes for Fury with the DBS. Lutz actually finds Havlik in the back, and I think FLUX is going to finish the job on this engagement. Actually, Fury survives. They might be able to get 3 up here, but slowly but surely, these players on the outside wall are getting peppered down by the Mini 14. Just a brutal weapon.
Absolutely devastating. I mean, looking at this, right, they had themselves an eventual transition off of Alamo and controlling this ridgeline. Anything in the north is their prey at that point here. So, yeah, excuse me, really kind of caught dead to rights there. They're not going to be able to get out of that situation. And now we wait for the next circle shift.
Yeah, because I think a lot of things have just paused here with the compounds that are still available in play at the center, no less. So I think a lot of teams will just be waiting for this next circle shift. You can see the compounds that are available, most teams have taken. Everyone else is playing on the edge.
Do you remember the first REGNUM CARYA victory of this tournament? And where they are currently?
There's no way.
Actually, no, this circle's a bit more north, so it's more likely to be eliminated from this. But next RÜYA is also in OP dip, where we died today. That wasn't great, Blank. It covered me one
Yeah, well, we got third party. Well, we didn't get third.
We did get third
The
partied.
whole lobby arrived.
Yeah,
it was, OP did.
It was kind of rough. Maxman didn't help us either.
Yeah.
Unreal, unreal.
And he blamed me.
He did blame you.
Said I was in the way of the enemy's bullets.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Maxman. Oh, real. Anyway, let's see how this is going to go. Because this is a little bit north compared to that previous finish we had where REGNUM CARYA was able to be victorious in a similar area. Vision is now moving here on this west side, chasing MUERTE. It's Mad Max Fury Road all over again. Not you, Max.
Wow, that is some clean shots coming through from Elementrix, though. Mon goes down, as do another from Vision. And I think that right now, Vision Esports sorely regrets chasing down MUERTE back to their dwelling on that side. MADBULLS, though, I would say they have a fairly decent spot. GANGSTERS, Kevin is in the... Kevin is in the dead center of the circle.
He is.
Wow.
That is awesome for GANGSTERS. But anyway.
I love this team. I love
them too. We've got ourselves EXO, though. We do like NEXUS as well. They were doing so well in our region, but are having a hard time here. He's still alive. He's running away from the shack that he had. Bless.
Oh. I mean, that was actually probably a good decision for him to get away from there. Drops as many smokes as possible and will just try and lay down in the middle of the road.
They're so confused as to why they haven't got rid of him yet.
Yeah.
They are so confused. They used a lot of grenades for that.
Is he going to go back in the shack?
I think that would be an unbelievable... That's an unbelievable play. 300 IQ.
He's faked them out big time.
I love that.
FLUX is so madly addled by this situation that Kevin's got away with it. He slipped on the ring and disappeared.
That was amazing. I love everything about that. Well played, Kevin. As now, we're still back on board with NEXUS. Where are they? Down south. And generally, previously what we saw in a circle like this was FALCONS kind of down there. They moved up towards REGNUM CARYA and then lost very quickly.
Yeah.
So let's see how NEXUS is going to deal with that angle.
Yeah, again, I think from where NEXUS is coming from, it's just quite flat over towards these compounds that look down towards that southeast side. And you just have a sort of a tree line and a couple of rocks to play around with. So pushing up into that position, you have to do it in a different way that FALCON did, which is very disjointed. You have to be really fast. You have to throw the smokes in, as they're doing right now, and then make the instantaneous push. It depends whether they want to head up towards Brute Force that Kapahala has scouted, or if they want to crash REGNUM CARYA's compound. It looks like they're going to head up towards Brute Force's spot.
Yeah, there is actually quick ways to block lines of sight on Brute Force's compound. So you could do that, as you say, with the smokes very, very swiftly. But it looks like FALCONS up to the north. Their next challenge is probably going to end up being FLUX. Okay, is very, very close to them. Likewise, there's a lot of reinforcing angles here from FLUX. But here comes the NEXUS move.
Yeah, this is, again, pretty decent in terms of the smokes that they've thrown. And they're just going to pass right on through. Wow. It looks like they're going to make a really, really big wrap over towards that north side, taking a leaf out of the GANGSTERS' book here. FALCONS... They need to learn from something like that, man. That was actually a decent play. They will have to re-inject over towards this northeast side. They don't have a super concrete position to play around with, but it's better than nothing at this point.
Still holding FALCONS out up at the top. They will not have the easiest time of being able to make this move themselves. I don't think Punching King has any vehicles to his name. Loxy, in the distance, is able to bring some pain against Brute Force. And now NEXUS is pushing slowly onto that Brute Force location. But they're just... Okay, you've taken this spot, but it doesn't last for long. What's the game plan here, NEXUS?
Yeah, I think that had to be an inject in, like I said before. It has to happen. And I think they did step 1 and kind of forgot about step 2 and 3. Because, well, actually, they did step 1, which was throw the smokes, get a good train going. Step 2 was to make that rotate, and then step 3 was to get into the circle itself, and they just didn't go for that last step.
I think what happened was step 1, you get the smokes in, and step 2, they error 404'd and kind of just...
Yeah.
I don't know.
They definitely blue screened there. And, and it's sad to see. It is sad to see because I think that they had the right idea of it. And again, for Nexus, I hope they come back to a LAN like this on an offline event feeling better, because you can only go away with good memories about this event at the end of the day.
I mean, they're not a last place team.
Yeah, they're not a last place team.
No, I would say not in this kind of lobby. I mean, they are currently, but anyway, that's by the by. Excuse me, making a big move, but it's not going to be enough, as we have MADBULLS here with an extremely strong location available to them, able to hold them out.
Yeah, right now, it's a really good hold that MADBULLS are going for, and they're pretty aware of all the things happening around them at this point in time. Kevin is being a nice stop to a lot of teams over towards the northwest side. The MADBULLS don't even have to send a player towards there to kind of threaten that there's a team in that position for themselves. So it does help them out quite a bit, actually.
I was surprised, actually. I'm glad we're on board here with FLUX, because I was surprised that they didn't have good angles on MUERTE, but it looks like that they've just got a little lip of terrain that I'm not as familiar with as usual, as Lamentrix will be smoked up and Tapok's going to try and retrieve him. It looks like another player is going to be able to move on over there and get him. So FLUX is moving forwards here, looking for a little bit of a leapfrog against MUERTE.
It's going to be pretty easy to do as well. Whilst this res goes through, I think that now that res has happened, FLUX realizes that that is happening in the meantime. And I think with that Ivy, you go for the push. Kevin just hit a nade up towards MUERTE, actually. And that makes FLUX's push over towards the eastern side even easier. This is what I was saying. The decision is either you push onto the team or you use that opportunity during the res to get away.
And next RÜYA here, trying to make their moves as well. Against Vision, who's holding out this. There goes a molly through, but he's trying to deal with this. Dokkan Machine will go down. The DBS doing a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Difficult to make that work alone here, as Wolf as well is able to deal with it.
REGNUM, CARYA taking shots over towards next RÜYA as well. These guys are on a swivel at the moment. They're taking shots up towards brute force. They are threatening so many positions at the moment. MUERTE also is struggling because Kevin is tossing grenades their way, in which case FLUX has actually come back in to re-go for this engagement. That is an interesting rotate coming through from REGNUM, CARYA. They're taking names.
It's a big move. It's a big move to try and bring some damage here against next RÜYA. I guess they realized that they would end up rotating south if they were to be left alone. So a big push on over there. Meanwhile, FLUX going up against MUERTE. Just so many smokes. It's going to be a stalemate across this ridgeline for a while. I'm very curious to see how REGNUM, CARYA is dealing with on that south side.
Yeah, Wild's already found another nade here. This is so interesting. A lot of times, these long-range shots don't come to anything, but REGNUM, CARYA is so good at making these instantaneous decisions. They've just sent 2 players over here to deal with the remainder of next RÜYA. Like you said, that southern rotation could be problematic for them in future, but this has really put a stop to it before it can even start.
It's not a possible move if you don't know the lay of land really, really well. The fact that they know that they can get away with a 2-2 split like that, but then being said, Loxy's down in the distance by the looks of things. They really want to get him up fast. He's still near the compound. They could do. I think they've given this up. I think they realize they have to get back together, try and find some spot in the circle, but it is going to be difficult sending it from this compound north.
I think they've delayed next RÜYA more than enough though, right?
Maybe, yeah.
The res had to come through. It's going to be difficult to get healed up and then get back on your bike and moving.
They at least put fear in them, right?
It did, yeah. So that will stop them forcing themselves down towards that south side. And they have stopped short of the road here and are just pressuring onto MADBULLS. And actually, by doing this, causing next RÜYA to have to move further east, they've essentially caused a pinch between 2 teams, themselves and next RÜYA, onto MADBULLS, which is the true threat here.
Yeah, because they have the spot in the circle. And then, you know, if you dislodge MADBULLS, then you 2 can fight over that spot a little later on. But at least it gives you that potential of getting somewhere in the circle, whereas prior, it might not have at all. So Blue is going to be pushing them, though. As you can see, Loxy's reinforced the 2 at the front to try and help them out. Next RÜYA is playing scared, man. They're all lying down. They need to make this push happen quickly, otherwise the Blue's going to be nipping at them.
I love this play overall. I mean,
it's good.
Yeah,
it's
REGNUM, CARYA just drew the line in the sand and have now forced MADBULLS into a horrible engagement.
It's a big move, trying to move on up against the MADBULLS here. They're going to try and go for this, but big spray is coming out across it. Loxy was still up there for a moment. He's going to try and salvage, but it's not going to be the case. That's a big scalp to take for MADBULLS. But REGNUM, CARYA, I understand what they wanted to do, just wasn't successful.
Yeah, it's a massive defense. I think they'd hoped that MADBULLS was more preoccupied with next RÜYA, but you have to give mad respect to the MADBULLS. The fact they were able to hold on to this as long as they did. It was sort of helped by MUERTE, who are still on this northern side, who have clear sights down towards next RÜYA as they were pushing through, because they were constantly having to stand up and run away from the blue at that point in time. But Brute Force now has probably one of the best positions in the circle, the high ground that they hold. Goodness me, there has to be some shots over towards Frozen.
Tries to go for the double spray against him and actually divides his attention a little bit too much. Will be shot at and taken down by Tulika. MADBULLS still continues to weather the storm, and now in the distance you can see Brute Force trying to take extra angles to apply pressure to that dip.
Somehow they've taken a knock though as they push further down towards this circle. They do get it back up, but Zaccaria, extremely low HP. MUERTE with 12 eliminations, you know, they have weathered the storm on that north side. It's not been easy. They've taken multiple knocks as well. FLUX has really made their life very hard, Galaris. Despite all that playing on basically a plateau, they've done amazingly.
Yeah, some of these locations are kind of terrifying because exactly of how flat they are, right? So you're constantly having to go prone, try and keep yourself alive. Actually, a really cheeky angle here for Brute Force against where MADBULLS is. You won't be able to see him too easily through some of that grass coverage. But MUERTE now moving up with the smokes. They realize, though, the angles are very against them. That's gorgeous. They're going to have to, yeah, it's a very nice smoke wall. Well, will it work, though? Will they be able to make and find themselves a solid spot?
That was instantaneous. You know, that really is just one after another from two players coming over. Frozen takes a lot of damage. Will be taken down by Prepod. Kapok looks to finish it off. MG3 here before YDO. That is a dangerous weapon to come up against. Aces started off on. And Brute Force is taking fights against two different teams at the same time. I mean, they know they have a strong spot.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, though, with these nades raining down on this position. Still has 4 left to go. MUERTE, they made an amazing smoke wall, but it's not going to be enough. Sprays through into the smokes as well, and they're almost able to take down the rest of them. Not only with the but there was also MG3 in play, as we were saying, and that's them gone. There was a valiant effort here from MUERTE, but the terrain was very against them.
MADBULLS, if they saw this was just 2 teams remaining, they might have pushed onto the knock they found towards Prepod and Neds way, way earlier. I think they think there's more teams involved here at this point in time. But for the MADBULLS, as soon as that knock goes through, you hear the engagement happening on that northern side, you just push in towards Prepod and Neds. And they just didn't take that opportunity while they could.
Yeah.
And now Brute Force can really take control of the circle.
They're trying to suffocate MADBULLS here. They're trying to suffocate them. The one thing that could cause them problems might be Solus. I think they realize, though, they can sense there is still a solo over there. Spots him out. Really good eyes on that one. And now that suffocation play. Look how little MADBULLS has to play with. This should be Brute Forces.
Yeah, there's nothing MADBULLS can do. They are playing around with this tiny little lip. They need to find a knock, and they need to find it now. And it's so unlikely they'll find either of them because from both sides, there is a crushing amount of damage coming through. FLUX takes the nade, and there's another, and it will be the finish. Brute Force take a chicken dinner, and it is a well-deserved one because the way that they spread up in that end game, very, very good.
Very nice. Not only the suffocation of MADBULLS towards the end, but as you say, holding down that east side and not allowing teams to rotate into them. It was a good divide, it was good control, and it's about time they've got one on the board here.
I love that Prepod's got a bit of confidence in him. I mean, he has carried the team a lot of times towards these victories. But yeah, really, really, really well done.
I mean, this is post-pod. This is the post-pod era.
This is the post-pod era, 100%.
He's done it. He's done it. They've got this, and they're going to pop off with it. And you know what? That'll bump them nicely up these standings, of course. Looking really, really good for MEA. I mean, yes, of course, you start with a double REGNUM CARYA, but MEA has shone time and time again in this tournament already.
MADBULLS have had a horrible streak in their recent tournaments. But today, they've got some good last place finishings, honestly. They've got towards that top side of the lobby. They've gone against some of the best teams in the lobby, and this is a real change of pace for them.
Well, they can finally play the game as they intend, I think, is one thing that's fair to say about this. And that usually, as you can see here in some of these replays, normally people would take OP dip, which is a little further south than this, and play from there. However, MADBULLS really understood exactly where all teams were at all times, well, for quite a while in this game, and used that position to their advantage. It was quite well done, considering it's not normally the most common place you would rock up.
Yeah, I mean, you can stay at the back of OP dip, but it really denies you some of those big sightlines. I think MADBULLS understood, with the way that circle was, they had to take more control in that meantime. In the meantime, for us, though, we're going to head to a short break, and we'll be back with the desk just after that.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Welcome back, everyone, as Brute Force have closed out the match, getting themselves a chicken dinner and hopefully some extra points on the leaderboards because they kind of need it. I'm just joined by Hotchukes and everyone's gaming here on the desk to break down that last match. And that one It had potential for REGNUM CARYA to take another one, but MADBULLS had a different thing to say.
Yep, MADBULLS were in that, what I'm going to call that OP Dip Junior spot, right? They were holding it down really well. REGNUM CARYA, they did the right decision, right? They went and they pushed it, but got taken out in that process. It was a really excellent game, and as far as when it comes to brute force, I think Blake said it best, right? It was a well-deserved chicken dinner.
It really was. The 2-2 split that Bruce Force was able to do there at the end, I feel like that's what got him that chicken dinner. We saw, I know you were mentioning it, we saw the MUERTE smoke wall, which we thought they were going to end up, it's going to end up working out wonders for them, but I feel like it backfired because they were just starting to peek one by one where they could have just peeked all at the same time, and I felt like they could have gotten the angles there on the brute force players.
It was tough. I mean, they had that high ground, brute force did. I mean, that smoke wall was gorgeous, but brute force was just waiting for them. And then those nades came in, not much they could do. But overall, the MUERTE, you got to be excited for them because they put a heck of a lot of eliminations on the board.
Yeah, they did. And again, this is a team that I didn't really have high expectations for, but we have. What's so funny about that?
I agree with you.
Okay, well, don't laugh about that. Be like, I agree with you, Jason.
Yeah.
But you know what? Like, they've shown they can pick up big elim games. I think that's really important to see teams that can pull off those pop-off games. But the question is it going to be enough for them to be satisfied? And obviously, we're not going to be able to know just yet. But gentlemen, did you know?
What?
A couple days ago, well, I know Seven knows because he was here on the desk with me, that we had a solos tournament.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
That was some insane times that we had. We all enjoyed it. There was 72 players, $100,000 on the line, all solos. One knock, you're out.
I enjoyed it.
It was 30 grand.
30 grand just
per
for winning.
Chicken dinner for a player. It was insane stuff. But my question is, you guys like to see more of that in the future?
Yes.
I wouldn't mind it.
Would you play in it?
I would. I wish that flares were allowed there to bust out that BRDM, because if you're in solos, having that BRDM, it just mows down everybody. And you could just be shooting at it like crazy, but if you're only one player, you're not going to be able to take that thing down by yourself.
What if you got somebody with the AMR, though?
Ooh, now that's something. Now, see, that's what I want to see, Seven. That's what I want to see.
No.
No?
M24. I want to see you doing some M24 no scopes.
I'll take it. I'll do it. I'm
Possible.
ready.
And you get an extra $1,000 per no scope. But funny enough, there actually is a potential for more in the future. And we have a little video to get you guys hyped up with potentially to come here in PUBG Mobile Esports.
The rules are different. Your teammates are now your enemies.
لذلك بدنا نتحلى بالروح الرياضية وجمال الإي سبورت وننطلق في هاي المباراة المجنونة.
One of these legends is going to be able to take $30,000.
But he got it! Oh my God! في يعني تخيل لاعب يلعب على 30 ما راح تحرك مكانه.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Honestly, beautiful indeed. Clara said it perfectly. These legends in PUBG Mobile history going head to head. I mean, you could go into that, win 30 grand for yourself, and that's more than you can win in an entire event or potentially a year. That's wild.
I enjoyed the fact that we got a chance to see if a player is able to perform because they are just in a good team, like Tony K, because he was able to perform really well with Vampire Esports, and then on top of that, he was able to win one of those solos. Just, you know, I do want to see more solos.
Goodness gracious, like he needed more money at this point. That's crazy. I mean, I was like shook. I was like, how much money are these guys going to take? Because that, like you mentioned, was more money than it was split from that all-star stage.
That's generational wealth right there.
That's it. That's what it is. Goodness gracious.
All right, well, gentlemen, let's bring it back here to our event, PMRC, and let's take a look at our overalls because we have not looked at it yet today. And we got to see how things have shaken up. And we're not going to get to there. We're going to get to max ranking first. I got you all excited about you. I caught you off guard. That's the first rule of being on the desk with me is you don't listen. You don't assume what I call we're going to is actually what we're going to. 22 points for brute force.
I should have seen that rotation coming, you know.
It was very fluid rotation, too.
It was the fluidest rotation I've ever seen in my entire life. And a great rotation from Brute Force because 22 points overall with 12 elims. This squad has got to be hype. Honestly, if they had any nerves from, you know, coming to the LAN for the first time by now, especially after this game, they are long gone.
we'll have to see if they can continue on that momentum, right, Hot Juice? I know you like to talk about him, and I know I'm getting the stinky eye right now from Jason, but it's okay. Hold on. Something that we weren't able to mention there, the top 3 teams were 3 teams that were able to hold great sections. You were talking about MADBULLS there. At some point, they were able to kind of hold off that OP Dip Junior. Some of the other teams were able to also, like next RÜYA, they ended up with 10 Ilums because they were holding that OP Dip Senior?
Yeah, Senior. That's what it was. It's just regular OP Dip. Yeah.
Oh. I
mean,
it's
technically senior. Yeah. I mean, if you have a junior, I guess it's technically senior.
That is true. That is true.
You know, it's also true.
What?
GANGSTERS. Got a bridge camp going on because the bridge was in blue.
Take it to the bank.
They decided to just wait. They saw the circle being pretty much just a wide open, nothing in blue, and they were like, you know what, we're just going to back off and we're going to wait on Road to Glory, which ended up working out for them there for a bit. But then Team Falcons was like, oh, is that something that we hear there in the blue? And they just went in and absolutely destroyed 3 players of GANGSTERS. Although we did end up seeing 1 player from GANGSTERS survive in a very long time. Yeah, Kevin.
That's pretty gangster. Pretty gangster indeed.
That's true. I got nothing to say about that, to be honest. And I think Seven's kind of lost it here as well. But again, like we see Gladiators go out early. What's up, Seven? You okay?
Yeah. I'm
Look
good.
at the hype, man.
Yeah, man.
Oh, just this is what I'm talking about. That's what this is all
Give him
about.
the flex.
Right here. Yes.
Hitting him with the flex, man. He went hard at the gym today, and he wanted to show it off.
And he even did that little dance. A little dance right afterwards. That pop-off dance. It was like this. It was like this. Yeah. And if I got a chicken dinner, I would do the same dance.
Get this man a chicken dinner right now. Let's take a look at our overall settings, though. Give you guys an idea who's in first place. We have had a switch up. REGNUM CARYA have built up an almost 20-point lead against NIGMA Galaxy.
What has happened? What has happened? Coops is slamming his fist in the desk right now saying, guys, how did this happen? I mean, because they had such a huge lead. But, I mean, when you just start off with 2 matches, almost 30 points in just eliminations alone, I mean, yeah, you're going to see them rocket launch up the leaderboards.
And I mean, if you're NIGMA Galaxy right now, going back to the beginning of today, they had a 24-point lead against REGNUM CARYA, but it goes to show that REGNUM CARYA is taking advantage of those situations, right? Those back-to-back chicken dinners. We kind of saw it there in the last match that they were trying to do different stuff to approach the circle. It ended up backfiring. And talking about the MUERTE earlier with their performance, they were able to jump up there to 11th place with 68 points.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, like Kalara said it as well, like if he understands why they made the push on MADBULLS. It was the obvious play. And honestly, if they would have succeeded, they could have won that last game.
Yeah, they could have won it, but you know what? They've already won so many today. I feel like, you know, they've won 2. They're still been up the, I think for them, it's kind of that vampire effect, right? Build up a big lead today. Tomorrow, you get to chill a little bit and just kind of coast into a first-place finish.
The big question mark for REGNUM CARYA is going to be, yeah, you do have a last Erangel to play here today. I want to see how this team is going to be performing today when we get to Miramar, because Miramar has been their worst performing map so far.
GK, man. It's always GK, right?
It is.
Mikado.
We haven't seen any, besides Sanhok earlier, we really haven't seen any hot drops from GK, so maybe GK will decide to back off, but I highly doubt it.
See, the thing is, on Erangel, it wasn't GK backing off, it was MADBULLS backing off. So instead of dropping Razak, they were going towards school, and instead of going into them, they decided to go away.
Well, to be fair, too, like every single time we've seen that drop at apartments, REGNUM CARYA, I think for the most part, has outclassed GK every single time. So
and then Nexus when they showed up.
Exactly. And if you just want them to win, sure, GK drop. But if not, I would leave them alone.
Well, we got a little bit of time before we do head to Miramar. We still have 1 Erangel left to go, so we're going to send on over to our casters. So we drop on in here with Maxman and John Allen.
We have these legends ready to take on one another once again over on Erangel. Max, we're going to be taking a look at the match number 4 on the day. We're going to be going from Severny down to the west point of Sosnovka Military.
Pretty decent. At least we're not going to have some weird drops happening for Gladiators. They can easily make it to North George Pole this time around. But yeah, we had some great matches. Of course, REGNUM CARYA secured himself the back-to-back win at the start of the day. Loxy in particular, John, has been an absolute standout player after how Azel played in day 2. So good stuff from the Turkish teams, even though I would like to see some OG Western European squads maybe rise up to the challenge. And yeah, I mean, we still got a few matches for that to happen here, John. So OG Western Europe, you need to rise up right now.
Absolutely, looking for a little bit more performance there. We've seen these MADBULLS drops around the GK department go a little bit smoother for them this time around. Actually, a wide split here. Ragnar and Satan both sending away quite far from the GK drop. Gladiators might have a little bit of an off angle to deal with Ragnar.
Yeah, very split away from one another, actually. Satan, Ragnar, not willing to get close to Rozhok has been just unfortunately the cause of many bad memories for them in that compound. Actually, MADBULLS kind of leaving it, kind of going towards that school and apartment complex that we mentioned multiple times that has similar rotation path, and you're just not going to mess around your early game too much. So I do appreciate that from MADBULLS. Thank you very much for that. When it comes to other drops, though, we've seen a little bit of a potential clash. Brute Force and GANGSTERS up north on the west of Severny. Hopefully is not going to result in anything, because GANGSTERS can't die without meeting the blue zone. They need to survive until at least then.
I think they've played this split drop to the west of Severny before, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember exactly which match. I'd have to go back through, but I think we've seen them up there once so far. They shall once more throw themselves into that breach. Down on North George, the Gladiators are back there, excuse me, as well. South George, MUERTE split over those Gatka fields. The West Coast looking nice and plump with players.
Plump, yeah. Maybe not a word I was expected to hear today in PUBG Mobile eSports.
Like a well-fed chicken.
You know what? There's that chicken dinner. It's a very big dinner. You're going to have a lot of people at the table there. But GANGSTERS ready on the move, going away from the circle as per usual. Though I'm looking at this phase 1, John, there's a lot of positions that I'm personally looking at. Don't know if you would agree, but I'm mainly looking at mini Pachinki. The areas around school apartment are going to be relatively strong, so teams like MADBULLS, easy access, won't have to move too much in this early phase, so they can easily just loot up, bunker up in one of those positions, and just chill for a few phases at least.
For me, I mean, you talked about the MADBULLS having that position that could be pretty pivotal. I would say also the teams on the eastern side and the northeast are going to have a little bit easier of a time in general moving into these locations. They might have to scrap a little bit for them, but in my mind, I see a little bit smoother of a journey for them, given that a lot of the teams have settled on this western point and will be funneled across those Pachinki fields into 1, 2, maybe 3 different sort of routes in towards the central area of this circle.
With a circle like this, actually, one way to make it a little bit easier on yourself and to gather information is Potato Hill. It's a good position. You could see teams like REGNUM, CARYA, GQ, FALCONS, maybe also NIGMA Galaxy wants to leave Pachinki a little bit earlier and go to Potato Hill, play one of those compounds and have a good overview, because it is relatively central on this phase 1, so it would be a good option to get some early info. But other than that, no hot drops, which... No, I mean, we did have Brute Force lose 1 player, unfortunately, to the side of GANGSTERS, which was a little bit unfortunate. But other than that, we're not seeing that Rozhok fight anymore, which is making me a lot happier. You know what? My enjoyment has been doubled and given to the next person.
That's very kind of you, actually, and I'll double it and pass it straight on. I'll double it and pass it straight on as well, because it has been a little bit of a breath of fresh air. Something we've heavily criticized GK for is going for a hot drop literally every single map, and we saw it at the start of today with them taking on, I think it was Excuse Me, in boot camp over on Sanhok, and we were like, oh no, the only map where they weren't fighting someone immediately, and we weren't allowed to say that. But yeah, good news is they've taken a step. Well, actually, they haven't taken a step back. It's not even their decision. It's MADBULLS.
It's MADBULLS. Just, I mean, MADBULLS have been doing decently there too, but they're going to be taking a step back then, as you said, which I do appreciate. We'll see if it's going to continue in Picardo. We've got Miramar right after this, so hopefully it's going to be able to transition in those other battlegrounds. Otherwise, yeah, just not much happening. It's a very central circle, so we're just really relaxing, though. There are a few teams that I really want to see a comeback from here, hopefully. And one team that has still been slow on the rotations has been Gladiators. They do have Northern George. This is their bread and butter when it comes to Erangel, John. So I would say no really excuse on this game. We need to see more presence, because we're past the halfway point of PMRC. And it seems like at the start of these events, they go back to the old playstyle that just doesn't work, where they're very split and they rotate slow. And they just slowly improve over time, but it's sometimes very, very late. And I want to see them just start a tournament hot one day. Maybe PMPL, who knows?
Well, I mean, they're definitely not starting hot here. I think is the underlying story for them. Hopefully, a better showing. Meku has been poking his nose over towards the GANGSTERS in Zaki, so a split position for them. Definitely have that information. And the first place that of the first bit of land that has the blue zone on it, of course, The GANGSTERS are there on the northwest point. I didn't catch it, but the GANGSTERS did manage to pick off a player from Brute Force over towards Severny, where they initially dropped.
Yeah, a little bit too close on the drop, but that wasn't too much of an issue for GANGSTERS. Pick themselves that one, go to Zaki, loot up. Might clash into Gladiators as they rotate towards shooting range, which is their typical rotation. We'll have to see how that one unfolds, though. Here you go, NIGMA Galaxy started leaving Pachinki, leaving Lord as a little bit of a scout, checking out the Headshot Valley, or I don't know how you call it. It was blank. That static?
I mean, yeah, I think we went for Headshot Hills in the end.
That was it. There was multiple iterations.
We had a lot of iterations, yeah, for sure. Either way, bloody dangerous and open ground with a couple of defilades, but you poke your head off, it's coming off.
We saw in PMWI Vampire play that position actually really well because you got a few dips, a few little ridges that are really, really strong. I mean, you can see it here as NIGMA pass on by. You got those little piles of dirt you can hide behind, and if you can actually hide cars over there, you can also leave it later on down the line. So Vampire proven that it is, in fact, super strong. Is just down to that terrain knowledge, and if you do know how that terrain works, then you can actually get a chicken dinner without too much of an effort, as we saw multiple times. And here you go, GK sent it into Mini Pachinki, currently going to be holding down a few of those buildings.
Yeah, on the north side of the warehouse with overlook onto those Headshot Hills, they can get a little bit of vision and control over the area there for teams rotating through. REGNUM CARYA, who broke out towards the east, we've seen a lot of them today so far. They've started to coalesce back west, closer to the MADBULLS position. Nobody yet on the north side of Potato Hill, Max, but REGNUM CARYA the closest to that spot.
Yeah. And to link back onto REGNUM CARYA mostly is that what I love so much about their playstyle and why it's been so successful so far is they like to have these not really wide 2-2 splits, but 2-2 splits in really solid positions on the later stage of the game, mainly like towards phase 5, 6. And then instantly when the circle shifts and they just go to the best point of interest and just hold it down as a 4-man team like a 4 and get themselves the win in a really, really efficient way. So I said it many times, REGNUM CARYA is such an underrated team outside of their region.
You love them.
Really, I do. They're my favorite Turkish team for a reason, because the fragging power is there. They just needed a little bit more experience outside of Turkey. And I feel like this is the perfect opportunity for them to get that experience and maybe bring it back to their region afterwards.
I mean, they're certainly outperforming teams like Gladiators right now, who they'll be facing off against in those PMPLs, right? A little bit further down the line after the Turkish one, and hopefully be able to bring that experience through, like you say. I mean, they are certainly right now, in my eyes, outshining FLUX for sure in their performance right here, and obviously S2G not being here. As you say, they're your actually, I don't know who I'm talking about. But they have absolutely, you're right. They've outshone their countrymen in this spot, and we hope for more from them, because right now we're loving the performance that they're playing with obviously the new pickup coming through on Azel. Has done so much so far over these last few days.
I mean, today was the Loxy show. Wild has not been as impressive as I initially expected, but that's fine. He's going to take a little bit more time before he starts to get those elims in. So GK still playing himself this little area, controlling the warehouse too. There's still that northern little pile of dirt you can actually play, so that could be a good transition point for teams later on down the line. But otherwise, you know, I got to say, things have definitely started a lot slower this game. I think we witnessed that throughout the entirety of today, that teams, the rotations path and the drops have been a lot cleaner. So teams have been trying to adapt and learn as much as they possibly could. Yeah, there's not really... This is actually really interesting. It's very by the book for quite a few of the teams. I'm enjoying how things are going. Very slow pace, but that's fine every once in a while.
I think the first scrap we might see is, in fact, what we're on board with right now. NEXUS are near to MUERTE on the southwest side, both of whom are going to have to go a little bit closer to the circle. I imagine we could see some crashes into Pachinki from one of these two teams, because right now, nobody actually holding the majority of Pachinki. It's not ideal to go in there, but if you just want to get away from a fight, you can hold it off.
Yeah, you can go there as a temporary rotation. Just play the outskirts. If you're MUERTE, if you're NEXUS, you could just go there, hold out. Maybe also Church. I mean, Church would be a good option because it's a little bit higher ground. You can get some good info, hide a few cars up there, and you can continue your transition afterwards, after gathering some intel on maybe NIGMA Galaxy or Excuse Me that are nearby Church. That actually would be a very, very solid option. I was actually talking about scouting spots, John. We talked about Potato Hill a bit earlier, and GQ sent it over there. that seems like today are putting a bigger emphasis around gathering information, which has been super, super useful for them, especially on that previous Erangel. So I want to see, not the previous one, the first Erangel of the day, and I want to see if that can continue throughout these matches. I was waiting for another shift, and this one is going to be a lot more telling as to what we can expect for the late game, John. Where is it going to head to? If it goes on the Valley, that will be super interesting because that terrain knowledge is heavily going to come to play.
Yeah, it's going to be so important to be able to have some control over that. Right now, we spoke about it earlier. Whoa, okay. Ooh. That is a nasty shift. It does have a little bit of the headshot hills in it on that southwest side, but this is Rozhok. This is north side of the river as well, which is kind of crazy given how much of it was in the circle. The GANGSTERS, pretty happy right now. They can move down into those bunkers on the north shore and try and just fend off anyone trying to cross.
This is really rough because I did not expect the possibility of it going north, but it actually could. A lot of teams are just like desperate at this point, John, thinking, whoa, we just need to get into the circle. What are we doing? Is it going to go north or south? Is it going to go in Rozhok and be a city finish? We don't know. All we know is we have to fully send it, and LOXI is the first man to fall for REGNUM CARYA.
Got Tron up the top, looking to try and control GQ on their roll straight on in. No slowing down here. The wheel does spin out. 2 players in the vehicle makes it a little bit dangerous, but the west point of Rozhok moves in towards NIGMA Galaxy. Excuse me, both going back and forth on the trades right now. 2 players from NIGMA Galaxy have already fallen, and FURIA trying to back up the rest of his squad as well, as Coops looks to pick Lord back up.
I didn't expect so many teams to just full send it into Rozhok. I mean, there's some little positions around that you could play, but okay, seem like they just expect a city finish to be happening, which with a circle like this, I can understand why teams would speculate that, so actually, I can't hate on that too much. But a team like actually FALCONS are dodging the fight, going right up north of the river, so it seems like they're taking a little bit of a gamble. But the city is out like 5 teams currently, all fighting, as NIGMA Galaxy were able to slowly but surely heal up from their wounds, but FURIA, the nade king, ready to cook it and chuck it towards NIGMA Galaxy very soon. That could be a great knock. But the smokes do hide the windows, so making it a little bit harder to hit.
A lot of teams just sending in for those buildings. REGNUM CARYA look like they want to leave from that high ground, the South Rozhok Hill, roll down as well the slope, try and gather some speed into it. Playing a little bit split right now. Road to Glory, doing a lot more today and impressing us overall in general. Up and down team that they've had mixed performances, but they have had some standout ones in the bag. It doesn't look like this is going to be one of them, though. Max, they've already lost a player.
Oh, unfortunate. And also, though, something that is pretty fortunate is I'm looking at Evo Station with the MG3 that we've seen be a pretty big clutch weapon of interest yesterday on that final Miramar. So it could definitely turn the tide in this possible city finish, which a lot more teams have started to bank on that position. While Gladiators, I'm loving what Gladiators are doing, actually. Waiting on the west next to Sunken City and waiting for the next circle to pop and make a decision based onto that. As here you go, GK suffering from the wrath of next RÜYA here against that nade.
Far on the south side, that position in Mini Rozhok there, just on the northeast point of it. They play in this warehouse and the nades burst open the defenses here, looking to try and hold down the wall, and Frozen has to hit the deck behind the barrels to stay alive, and in this one gets the reload off, and now only 1 player from GK survives. The Molotov was there, and they will deny it as well. The point gets picked up by Doka Machine, and GK, they are swept aside. Next RÜYA have the better time of it.
That was such a one-sided fight, John.
That's what happens when 2 players go down to a nade instantly.
Exactly. I mean, great execution from next RÜYA. Now there's going to be a lot easier transition in the south. No one is going to be really of a major issue. Well, wait, Tixie's playing that radio tower. Wow. Okay. Don't see that position played too often because typically you can be spotted pretty easily, but it's just going to be for a small amount of time, I believe. Just get info, see where teams are positioned, get back with the team, and rotate into the circle, maybe towards Kitsune. There is currently actually a few really strong buildings to the west. No one's really looking that way right now, so Gladiators in a decent position as GANGSTERS looking to engage onto FALCONS.
Nades being launched in by the FALCONS. Jafar answering though, peeks over the top, and Yusuf goes down first. It is traded off, however, and immediately flushed by Kevin. Yusuf down away from the rest of the team, not quite with the sightlines on Falcons to go down fully, not the flush just yet. As we hop back over to next RÜYA, they're rolling straight on in to MUERTE, looking to try and hold it off, but no, the wheel just claps them, and they are going to fall on down. Next RÜYA have had their fair share of casualties sent back their way, and Jose holds down the position, but Dokkan Machine once more puts the final nail into the coffin, and next RÜYA can get these reses, but hang on a minute, the Gladiators have entered the fight.
Oh, that's Nate City. This is so easy for Meku. There's no way the next RÜYA make it out alive. There you go, 2 eliminations confirmed. That's going to be 4 easy points to secure for Gladiators, and that's going to be it. Next RÜYA eliminated in 13th position, but still 8 eliminations, so not that bad of a game here.
Gladiators looking to try and just close up on that southwest side, push in and play towards these teams in Rostock, because if the circle does finish there, they need all the control they can get, Max.
There's actually some decent positions they can enter here. Mainly, I think the pushing onto Brute Force spot would be a decent breaching point because they have cars. Though North, GANGSTERS, and FALCONS, the 2 only teams that took the North River gamble, are currently fighting it out. And that nade is looking massive. And that's going to be 2 more. And actually, the entire squad falling on down. FALCONS, more eliminations, full control up north, but they need to start thinking about how are they going to rotate across that river.
4 eliminations, 3 players alive. They do not have their full force now. The wings somewhat clipped on the northern shore. East side, Vision looking to try and just pick players off and maybe find an open door in Rostock. The next circle, pretty close, only at 45 seconds now before the next one pops. And the circle right at the center of it is that urban environment of Rostock.
I know I've been talking about Gladiators a lot here, but they're going for a wide southern wrap. And they're going to try and go for that hilltop south of REGNUM, CARYA, south of Rostock, which actually is going to be good to have a good overview of what the hell is happening in this weird finish of a city. So we'll have to see. I mean, these city finishes are always fun to see how they unfold, but it's very tough to predict who's going to be possibly taking this win. It's going to be down to the numbers. If you still have, at this point, have a 4-man team, you are potentially in the racing for a chicken dinner on this 4th map of the day. And this shift is going to be very telling here, John, as to who might be the one to take that win.
Gladiators might have to scrap it out with Vision for that south side as they have continued their eastward march. Hang on a minute, Kitsune's all the way over on the west. That is nasty. It keeps the Falcons in on the northern shore.
I remember this exact circle back, I think it was PMPL Europe. You have that ridge just north, actually just south of that river. And we saw a team play it back in Europe, and it's so strong if no one is on the west or the north. If Falcons do some misplay, aren't really a threat to Gladiators, they could actually run away with a chicken dinner. Because all the teams now are going to have to fight one another to escape from Rostock, except potentially from Brute Force, which are playing that very high ground position. They are currently, in this city, the safest team. They might be one of the few to make it out alive of this.
I think you've also got REGNUM CARYA, who are currently the only team on the south side of the road here.
Yeah.
They could retreat up the hill if they know that there's no one up there, if they've scouted that information. They can move along that ridgeline, but then their crossing is so hard with everybody in control of that area.
If I were them, what I'd do as REGNUM CARYA, delay the rotation and try and shut down teams as they try to rotate, but Falcons on the rotate, caught out by Vision Esports that went north of the... Wait a second, Vision sent north?
That wasn't Falcons, that was Vision all day. 6 goes down, no clutches for him on this map. And that's a really good pickup for Vision. They're going to be able to control the bridge to the northeast side of Rostock. They might be able to get across should the need arise, and most likely will arise in the coming circles. Really solid, but there is still an answer from Teacup on high.
Oh, Teak, though, actually, that angle is so strong because he's got that little dip on the road and you just can't really push him out of that location. So that push from Vision Esports, I like the idea. I know where they were going with it. They wanted to try and just play that ridge north of Brute Force, but unfortunately, the fact that Falcons are up there are going to ruin many play opportunities for these remaining squads in Rostock. And Vision, just as now Mon and Volt, the 2 remaining players, will have to keep the hopes alive for the team, maybe trying to secure a few extra placement points. The Gladiators still not willing to regroup, which I think they might be stretching it a little bit too far, John.
I mean, they've left Meku. They have got their 3 now over on the west side, and Meku is in a vehicle. Wait, hang on a minute.
Where are they going?
They just turned... They've just swiveled on the steering wheels. They're going right up to the hill, close to NIGMA Galaxy. Coop's on the roof as well there. And to be fair, there's no one on the northern shore looking out this way. They don't really have too much exposure out there either way. They've sent Meku out all the way to the west, but they're playing closer to Rostock.
I'm not sure how to feel about this, John, right now, because I feel like it might get a little bit too close where nades could be of impact. I still think that holding onto the west side and that little ridge next to the river would be a good option, but this is definitely a most aggressive approach. But if it's played correctly, it could definitely result in a win for them. As Falcons now, as expected, crossing back from that riverside is going to be proven to be a difficult task at hand. And Brute Force from that high ground just has so much intel onto Falcons, and all the teams inside the city could also be in a very strong game-winning spot. But are we going to see teams try and breach it like FLUX that have been sneakily approaching the northeast? They could try and get that nice off angle and just upset Brute Force in that spot.
We've seen this coastline on that bank side here on the east point where FLUX are holding be super effective against positions like Visions where they're playing, and Falcons as well, even further across that shoreline. They will have to leave it, and that is the main curtailer of this. This is wild that the North Shore is still in this one. And it goes away from so many of these teams. It is going to be absolute carnage with these legends of ROZOK.
We just reached that breaking point, John. Every team is going to start to engage, pushing on over. REGNUM CARYA is going to have a bit of a tough task at hand because they're going to have to cross that road. And the teams are not going to allow that to happen for free, at least, as Mon spotted out Bolt, the last remaining player of Vision. Also spotted out by FLUX. They know he's not going to be able to make it out for too long. Falcons also trying to survive a little bit further in this match. But Gladiators need to try and regroup and send it to the west. Just to bring it up once more, this is a big opportunity for them to maybe initiate that comeback in PMRC after a bit of an upset of a start on those first few days. FLUX, that nade could be massive, but a little bit too short on the throw.
REGNUM CARYA looking to make their way out of the south side of ROZOK, but they are getting cut apart by the Gladiators. Into the mulcher they go. Tixi picks it up. There is Nox sent back their way, but only on Tomatic. And REGNUM CARYA meet their maker. The Gladiators are able to win this round.
That was instant. The team just barely arrived and instantly sent straight back to the lobby. We'll see you back on Miramar, lads. But now teams in the city are starting to encroach even further in the city of ROZOK. They need to try and gain more space, more terrain. Oh, GQ, the nade of Ralph, absolutely decimate the two players of GQ. AC trying to hold on, maybe trying to get the res, but I don't think Ralph is going to allow that to happen. And the off angle also of Coops will be there to get 3 easy points for them, but a little bit greedy on the side of Coops.
Corker able to get some sort of retribution, but already his team has fallen apart at the seams here as they fall to the face of NIGMA Galaxy out to their west. The res onto Coops should be easy enough. Groza goes down, and Corker has more to play with.
Great nade. They're able to just get the bounce over that wall, makes it in, confirms that elimination, and the team squad, the whole squad, should I say. Still waiting to see Brute Force. How are they going to do this one? Because now, normally this is an easy position to defend because you've got those little ridges, very nadeable, but now a lot of teams are going to be setting their eyes on that position, wanting to try and overtake it and breach it. As Furia sees it, going to go for the 11.
Steps out. Furia wants the challenge. Corker plays back behind the cover there, and the DBS will not have the shot on the door just yet. It's being denied. The door shut as well to get the cross over towards the window. Can get an extra angle, but you step up to a DBS that close range. It's going to be a coin toss either way, and Furia comes up heads this time.
How is the north of the circle still in play? Falcons could literally steal this one away.
Oh, dear.
This is an actual possibility that Falcons just waited out, and the teams are trying to leave the city, and they just pick up everyone piece by piece. FLUX taken out, down to now 5 teams in this game. And NIGMA Galaxy still have 3 players, Lord, Coops, and Ralph, that have been on a tear in the past few minutes. And now with the extra loot they've been able to secure, maybe able to move even further. And though unfortunately Gladiators not able to go for that position west, and will go out a little bit earlier than what I expected.
They tried to play too close to ROZOK there.
Yes.
Sure, they took down REGNUM CARYA, and that's what they were hoping to do. This is wild for the circle. Again? That's what they were hoping to do on the west side, is just stop all of these players from leaving ROZOK, because they expected more to try and fly out from them. But in the end, their time ran out, and they had to go for the crash, and they just fell. They fell down.
But these circles, they keep centering on bloody Brute Force. They just stay in there. Teams are just not able to get there because they're fighting one another, and they might just pick up the last few players at the very end. Falcons, actually, because Brute Force are going to be focused on NIGMA Galaxy, MADBULLS, all the other squads, might be able to make that cross happen. So Falcons have a chance, but MADBULLS trying to survive. That roof position from Lord is absolutely pivotal for NIGMA Galaxy on gathering information and trying to take down as many players as possible before going for their push.
Brute Force should have the upper angle on Lord's position as the backstop AXA for Falcons getting peppered away. Will finally have to cross that river, but you can see there's cover being supplied by the team. 10 eliminations already on the game. NIGMA Galaxy with 7. Probably, I would say, the team that has come off best from this Rozhok position. The Falcons just trying to cinch everyone else in as well.
They're just playing tower defense here for Brute Force. That's just all they've been doing. Ado in particular on that roof has been getting so much intel for the team. Furia, no way he survives that one. That's it. See you later. The blue zone gets him, actually. Okay, so elimination denied out from MADBULLS and NIGMA Galaxy. Excuse me, in 5th position, but 7 elims for NIGMA Galaxy here because they've been losing that lead earlier against the side of REGNUM CARYA. This is a huge game to reclaim that top spot.
These ridges are really hard to push through. If you've got a team like Brute Force in the spot that they are, and now with NIGMA Galaxy joining that high ground, it is so hard to get up to that spot. The question is, where does the circle close, Max? Which paths are going to be crucial? You can see the slopes emerge on that eastern side, on that western side as well. You're going to have to try and control those areas if you want to emerge from the river.
Yeah, we're going to have one more shift coming up. We'll have to see how it's going to be going. If it goes to the west, actually, they could surprise Brute Force by playing that ridge. That ridge actually could be really strong, very nadeable, unfortunately, and you can see that Ado still has 3 nade at this very moment, so those ridges might not be that safe because of the utility still in their control. But Acer slowly sending it a little bit further, but the nades, here you go, John, they're coming out. They could ruin everything for Falcons and MADBULLS.
Sends it up for 3. Comes back with nothing, but it does hit. The damage is there. They do tag it. So they'll be aware of the team down there. They should have been aware already. Teams start to bide their time. It's the teams out on the east. That's Falcons on their east spread. NIGMA Galaxy going to have to move, and the MADBULLS just about eking into the circle.
You know Falcons want to eliminate MADBULLS. This is so important for their late game, but they can't because Brute Force are just constantly eyeing out that ridge, and they can't peek their heads over it. Otherwise, their head is getting blown right off. They can't do anything. Here you go, NIGMA. Make it inside the warehouse, a little bit of a safer position. They're going to be sharing it, for now at least, with Brute Force. Ooh. But they're still going to have to keep moving because the center is not coming their way. It goes hard west. Brute Force still currently looking like the favorites in this match.
6 gets to the cover. Ralph not quite able to tack on. A lot of ammo still in the backpack for NIGMA Galaxy. They are well supplied. Falcons not so lucky though. Teak now last to stand. No, wait, hang on a minute. They've still got one more. A little bit further out there. 6. Playing along this ridge, and these are the nades. This is where it starts to hurt so much. Coops cleaning up MADBULLS in the meantime. And now Brute Force, probably their only major threat is NIGMA Galaxy in that warehouse with Coops down the hill as well, being backed up. I think that's Ralph with him.
Yeah, this was in a stalemate position for so long because there was no utility, but now NIGMA Galaxy arrived. They have that utility, nades, mollies, and all that, so that's definitely going to change the tide. But NIGMA, they have to full send it, John. They need to clear this team, otherwise it's going to be rough with Brute Force looking on the side.
2 players from NIGMA Galaxy have now isolated themselves in a pretty tricky position. And look at the pre-position from Prepod.
Massive.
Swinging down and getting a sideswipe onto this fight, Max. It's absolutely pivotal. Could be, certainly, for Brute Force with the nades on the high ground. Ralph looks to line one up, but Coops goes low here. The Falcons looking to emerge.
They still had nades? I didn't expect that. Okay, they just could eliminate the entire team. This is so nadeable. There's nowhere NIGMA Galaxy can escape. I think that was actually their last nade, John, so they can't do much with it. But this is a fight for second place. It's going to be between Falcons and NIGMA Galaxy, with Brute Force normally securing this chicken dinner. And that ridge is slowly getting pushed out of into the blue zone. That nade is huge. That might just be a double if they get close enough.
Over the top. Nexa dodges it. NIGMA Galaxy still not under pressure just yet. Plenty from the blue, though.
Ado joins. He joins with Prepod. They're just really locking down this game.
Such an important sideswipe angle. This is the ridge that I was talking about. You need to get control of this. And that's exactly what Brute Force have done. Coops, first out now, stepping up to the fight. Neos shuts back the Falcons. They are answering with knocks over onto Coops, onto NIGMA Galaxy. They get that flush, but they cannot peek forwards either because the rooftop is so dangerous. Teak last to stand and they fall down. And in the meantime, NIGMA Galaxy swept aside. Brute Force take a second, double back-to-back.
Yeah, it was so quick at the end. NIGMA Galaxy just got a 3rd place and a 2nd place over to Team Falcons, but we knew it, John. The fact it kept centering on that high ground of Rozhok as many times as they actually did in this match is mental. And they were playing it passive. Okay, props to the side of Brute Force, playing it very, very slow, holding onto those resources because they knew how important it was going to be. And when teams got close enough, easy nades around those ridges and just controlling the angles, especially Neos on that rooftop, was really locking down the game so that chicken dinner was not going to escape their grasp.
Absolutely pre-podded them on that angle.
Oh, yeah.
He's done such great work.
What a pod. Yeah.
For Brute Force on that spot. Really well controlled in those final circles. However, those final circles were so heavily favored. If they didn't win it, that would have been a massive mark against them.
Look, if I was good at math, I would try and calculate the odds, but I can tell you the odds of this happening, going north as many times as it did, is extremely slim, which is even more surprising because Falcons survived way longer than I think anyone could really expect, so good on them for also securing a 2nd place.
That's 2 back-to-back chicken dinners we've seen so far today, Max. What
Also,
more
yeah.
does the rest of the day have in store? Well, we'll find out in a bit. Let's head back over to the desk.
Brute Force, what a perfect time to pull this off as well. Neos, more importantly, after having a horrible first day performance, I think he had 1 elimination for his team, ends up clutching things out here on top of the roof, giving them that angle they need to shut down Falcons, to shut down NIGMA Galaxy, and to take home a chicken dinner.
That was gorgeous, honestly. I mean, I've been waiting to see Brute Force finally start to pop off, and they did. It's crazy. We've had 4 matches today and only 2 different winners. I mean,
like it.
This is what I'm talking about. I mean, they finally stepped up right when they needed to.
Brute Force add that to your repertoire of let's go to. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
There you go.
Because it is what I was talking about.
Brute Force with their positioning, I mean, it's been working out wonders for them, and I kind of have to agree with what Max was saying there. I'm surprised that Team Falcons survived for that long because they were holding the North for such a long time. They were able to kind of fend off people. I think Team Vision at one point tried to crash on them. That ended up backfiring for Team Vision. And then on top of that, I mean, with Team Falcons, they just kept getting into fights, whether it was far away, whether they were able to third-party, causing a lot of damage onto other teams.
Yeah, it was absolute craziness, and it's really fortunate, though, especially with this new update, that you're allowed to still crawl when knocked in the water. Axer was able to do that, get to his squad, and get rezzed. It was just a matter of positioning. Well, that zone is so toxic when it splits that north from the south of Rozhok, but still, great points from them, and honestly, really heads-up play from NIGMA Galaxy to use that vehicle to get into that warehouse and at least achieve some more points on the board.
You know what I was thinking, though, in watching that match, gentlemen?
What's up?
You know what I was thinking?
What were you thinking?
What were you thinking?
What were you thinking?
GK!
Yeah!
Oh my gosh, they've dropped Rozhok every single time, and then they don't get the chance to play out Rozhok. I was broken. I was shattered.
By the time that they wanted to actually go back to Rozhok, we saw the minimap, and everybody and their mom were just going to Rozhok. And RÜYA saw that, saw an opportunity. They decided to crash onto them, and RÜYA took care of GK very, very quickly.
Makes me sad. But you know what doesn't make me sad? You guys at home giving us feedback here about the show. Make sure you check the chat. There's a survey link for you guys to fill out. Again, now that we have him here on the desk finally, he can tell us about it. Take a picture of you completing the survey. You send it over to him, Summer Worlds Gaming. And he's going to give you some UC. Let's take a look.
Give it to him. Give it to him. He's looking for the codes
UC?
right now.
Well, yeah, hear me out. I only got 7, okay? That's all you get. 7.
Okay, well, after you know what the survey, you know what you should do?
What's up?
What should you do?
What you
know?
should do, you should make sure that you tweet at us and add us.
Not
and,
that one.
No.
Jump the gun there. This isn't PMPL.
Oh, yeah, right.
Don't use the hashtag PMPLNA. No, what you guys should do is go check out the new collab between Dragon Ball Super and PUBG Mobile in-game with the new game mode. You can play with vehicles, with new items you can play with as well, and you can try to collect all 7 of the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron.
I tried.
We got 6.
Yeah.
We got 6.
So
we couldn't
close.
find the 7th.
And then somebody else called it, and we tried to get there in time.
And we wiped them.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't say. I mean,
Hold on a second.
It wasn't we. It was those 2 who wiped it for me. I was just there enjoying to watch it. But let's take a look at the match ranking, though, and see Brute Force back again on top with another chicken dinner and another 18 points added to their tally.
Ooh, big game for them. Big game for Team Falcons, too, because they have not had the start today that they were looking to have. And then NIGMA Galaxy now trying to get on the hunt for REGNUM CARYA, because REGNUM CARYA passing them up today in a major way. This is finally going to close that gap just a little bit.
Another team that we've been talking about, G.GLADIATORS. I mean, is this finally what we want to see out of them? Not in regards to placement points, but I see at least some ilims, right, that were able to get into some third parties. They were actually able to third party next RÜYA whenever Frozen decided to just go off on that buggy, and that's what you're seeing next RÜYA there with those 8 ilims. And if we keep going down a little bit, I'm surprised to still see the MUERTE there being able to at least follow with a little bit of momentum, right, Hot Jukes, with 5 eliminations?
They definitely got some, but that was just immediately squished, right, by the side of next RÜYA. That dip right there below Ross Hot Kill is a pretty good spot, but it is completely weak from that hillside. And also weak to buggies. Very weak to buggies. Yeah, they got ran over. But not,
I just want someone to clip your face there, like Photoshop just the face out and just put it up somewhere.
But you know what? It was really, really good heads-up play, though, from Gladiators to third-party that right when they did.
Yeah, that was actually they keep switching the camera before I could see it. I see it in person, but I don't get the right angle. But let's take a look, though. NIGMA player stats, we're talking about them a bit here, because 7, you wanted to look at them and the performance on the day. But this is also kind of before they actually had an okay match here, because they have been playing horribly. They've been playing like they're from an A. 7, go ahead.
And then, why are you gonna do that to me?
That
was so dirty. But I mean, to be fair, they did have a horrible performance right up until this match. I mean, you can see Coops currently being able to have 4 ilims. Usually he ends up with 11 if we kind of based it off what he was able to do yesterday. Lore ended up with 10, so he might be able to catch up to that. Rauf and Freak, though, I mean, they're currently having some horrible days. But once again, I wish we could have seen this stats before that Erangel, because this team had been pretty much non-existent, and that's why we saw the difference there on the overall when REGNUM CARYA was able to just take over that first place.
They saw it coming. That's what happened, right? They knew that these stats were going to get pulled up, so they said, let's just pad them up real quick so that way we can shut 7 up.
Hey, if you know what?
If that's what it takes.
If I've worked with you for so many years, if I knew it was that simple, I would have done that a long time ago. Team Falcons, though, another team.
Somebody get this man a muffin.
I've already had 2. I don't need any more. Team Falcons, similar boat for them.
Yes.
Okay, match here. But besides this match, you take this away, and they've had a really subpar performance today. So we'll take a look at their player stats on the day and kind of break this down for you guys.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of teams really just understand the severity of the situation they're in. It's day number 3. There's only 1 day left to go. You got to be able to put some big points on the board. So if you are Team Falcons, it's a little bit, I think it's a lot more difficult than yesterday, right? Trying to compete here in this particular lobby. Players are used to the devices that they've been playing on, and I'm surprised that they're even struggling, because they have had so many days compared to a lot of these squads here on that Honor Magic 5 Pro, and hopefully we see them put some work with it in the next game.
Honor Magic 5 Pro?
Yes.
What's it powered by?
It's powered by that Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, baby. I'm a Snapdragon insider, baby, from day 1.
Oh my gosh. You're jumping the gun a little bit. Self-developed. An Honor self-developed GPU. Turbo X.
That's right.
Well, it's time to head into our back-to-back Miramars of the day. We're throw it back to our commentators of John Allen and Maxman to take you underway.
It's feeling hot here in the desert. Max, we are going over to Miramar, as Jason so rightly said, for 2 of the doses of the desert. That's the end of my sentence.
Okay,
it felt like there was more. I thought there was more, and then I realized, you know what? That is actually a full stop that I've just done.
Great.
Sometimes that happens. Either way, we're going to be going from Torre Ahumada down past Los Leones through to the south side. It looks pretty clean on the plane path.
Yeah, are we going to have the Picardo hot drop, John? Hopefully not. GEEKAY.
I hate it.
I hate it so much. They're just going to make the other teams give up. Just we don't want to fight GEEKAY anymore. It's annoying. It's a pain. Just don't want to go for it no more. And we'll have to see if that's going to be the case. But other than that, I did enjoy a lot of the drops, a lot of the rotations. It's pretty chill, very similar to what we saw on our previous Erangel. Not too much happening around the board, though. I'm seeing a big clump, a big group of players moving towards Picardo, and I feel like, unfortunately, my dreams are not going to become reality today. Because that hard drop shall continue into day 3.
That is one REGNUM CARYA playing on top of GEEKAY. Once more in Picardo. It is my least favorite hot drop that exists in the game.
I agree.
I hate it so much. They just go into those 2 buildings and then sit there for 15 minutes.
I'm really annoyed too, because Picardo used to be my favorite position. I would drop there in my own Miramar games, and yeah, it's been happening for so long now. Not only in this tournament, in multiple other tournaments. And I'm just angry, so I just avoid it because there's so many bad memories I want to avoid at all costs. Though we do see a southern-western phase 1 circle pop. And actually, not many teams are in there, so actually you should have some pretty decent entry points. No teams can really complain they couldn't get in the circle, because if you do, you will be a bit troublesome. I do want to nerd out a little bit on this hot drop again.
Push those glasses up your nose. Go for it.
Yeah, going full anime nerd on this one. There's so many good trash loots around Picardo that you could literally just move. We're talking 100 to 200 meters over to the west, split drop, regroup, and go for the exact same rotation from Picardo as if nothing happened, as if you dropped in that exact location. So I don't know. I don't know, and I don't care who would do that. One team has to go for the initiative, send it over to the side, and you will be A-OK. So we'll see. Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. Monte Nuevo currently unoccupied as well, so potential to try and move out there on this game. Obviously, the plane path was a little bit further over to the east. Monte Nuevo a little bit less maybe reachable for a lot of these teams, but that will change in about 30 to 40 seconds. It could have been the case you grab some vehicles, you get out there fast. FLUX, they went over to Chumacera. The Falcons as well, they dropped over on the bridge that they took from the GANGSTERS in their push in yesterday's games on Miramar, and they have now moved out west, heading towards Valle de Mar. That western road, we've talked a lot about how open that is as a rotational path.
I was about to touch onto this. Next, RÜYA have this weird tendency of splitting so split. It's a double split. That's how big it is. And Yekta is just going to be caught out, and unfortunately no team backup is there, and he gets squished. Nothing he can do about it. So next RÜYA need to tighten up their drop, at least do a 2-2 split if you want to really loot up these trash drops, because otherwise you're vulnerable at exactly this type of play. And Furia won free elimination with very minimal effort. Though, back onto the circle and what could be happening, John. I'm looking at this phase 1. One location that strikes me is Church. If we see some teams play Church, it's good for information gathering. Not the easiest position to breach unless you're pushing from the west. And it's just overall great for the intel, and you can just play it for really long periods of time without thinking about moving. So I would like to see some teams, maybe FLUX, send it over there as GANGSTERS having Wash taken down.
Finding Beck isolated. The GANGSTERS not going to go for the res just yet. Just going to wait a little bit longer. Maybe draw some more of Excuse Me in as Furia peeks his head over the hill. Kevin and Yusuf position far on the southeast side. Not really looking like they're taking a look back. Furia, I think, would be folly to go for a save here onto Beck. But the GANGSTERS just going to leave without flushing? Or going to run him over, maybe?
I think they saw Furia, or they have a good idea, so they want to try and push it. They know they got the numbers advantage, right? Get that extra limb, punish Excuse Me, and that's going to be the play? Oh, it is.
And look at this, there's actually backup arriving for Excuse Me. They've allowed the time to come through, and they might even lose out on the point that they've found onto Beck that was completely free, right open for them, and now they're going to try and claim it this time around. Second swing is the doozy, hopefully. Unfortunately for Walsh, though, takes a lot of damage on the roll-up. Excuse Me have managed to get back in action, and Furia plays close. This is a massive misstep for the GANGSTERS. Kevin plays on the back line and cannot hold it down. Yusuf is there as well, but they just lose their players. This is disastrous. Honestly, that play baffles me, Max. I don't think it makes any more sense to you by the look on your face.
No, I am extremely confused. They started pushing together, then like, how about we don't push together and just send 2 players solo in pretty much a 2v3/2v4 at the time.
Gladiators?
And Tixi has actually an inkling of information that this madness, whatever the hell this is happening. Maybe we can snatch a few eliminations along the way, and GANGSTERS going to push up once more.
Yusuf goes down to a vehicle explosion. Now it's just Kevin in the mix. 3 players from Excuse Me, and here's the third party. Tixi from Gladiators finds the top of the ridgeline and will just start opening that magazine wherever anybody moves. A pixel peaks. It's going to get that crosshair trained on it. And there's more repositioning from the Gladiators as well. Meku starting to move in on the other side. It is an Excuse Me sandwich, and Gladiators playing the bread perfectly.
I prefer seeing GANGSTERS in the blue zone every day of the week compared to seeing this again. I don't know about you. To be a bit brutal, go back to the blue zone, lads. This ain't it. This ain't it. And Trying to get the smoke road, trying to hopefully bring Yusuf back to life, but I'm not sure if they're going to really allow that. I mean, they do have some time brought to them because Gladiators are going for the third party. And look, they sent 2 players across the roads. Currently, you have, who is it? I think you have Matic.
Matic and Meku, I believe.
Exactly. You have Matic on this position, just pinning down the entirety of Excuse Me. This fight, I feel like, could last a really long time. No one's going to be wanting to peek out.
Kitsune's here as well. All 4 of the Gladiators. They've seen like 7 eliminations in a valley, free and ready for the taking, right before the plucking. And that is exactly what they're going to try and find here. I think it's, yeah, there's 5 points potentially for the Gladiators right here.
Well, Tixie was a bit in a risky spot. Great opening nade. You need to breach it right now. This is Gladiators' fight to take. They do get the res down onto GANGSTERS, so they're back as a 2-man team. What are they going to do? Are they just going to try and get a few eliminations and leave because the blue zone is on top of them right now?
Here's the thing, though. They can't. There's no vehicles there. By the looks of it, there were none out the back of the building. They are trapped.
I think they're going to leave it. I don't think you want to take too long. You need to be on the move. But Gladiators have been known for being slow on the rotate. So maybe they want to try and stretch this one out. The blue zone right next to them out at this very moment.
I feel like the value of 5 points, though, is really quite something. Meku moving in to try and get a lower angle, find some more in those windows and get some nades in, crucially. This could be what they were looking for. Meku pops one into the door, just about finding that door frame rebound, but not long enough on the bounce, unfortunately.
Yeah. They're behind boxes, so it makes it a little bit harder to hit those nades. And there's no window on that side, so actually a decent position to hold. Oh, excuse me, but here you go. He's going to breach it. Meku, go with your teammates, please. Don't go solo. I would hate to see you die like this.
Oh, no.
Don't do it.
GANGSTERS might even have an angle as well.
Oh,
opens the door. Tixie is there, and he gets lit up. That was the first shot going over to Meku. Tixie opening the door and getting shut out of it. 2 players from Gladiators go down.
You're making me angry.
This is crazy what has just happened on this northern side of Miramar. There has been misstep after misstep after misstep, and the final faux foot has been placed by the Gladiators.
Push it! GANGSTERS, this is your one opportunity at redemption in this game, okay? You're in the blue zone. You're literally in your element. Do something. I don't know.
They get buffed. That's right.
It's the buff. It's the blue. It is real. Nobody wants to fight GANGSTERS in the blue zone. You don't want to do that. They do heal up. Mech is going to go for the first aid, I believe, so he should be
hang on a
okay.
minute. Let's look at the circle.
Oh, wait a minute.
Real quick, because this is a hard south shift. As we take a step back from this engagement, real quick, we'll come back to it. But this is a super hard shift down to the southwest, over towards Valle de Mar, over towards Cruz de Valle.
Some high grounds are so important. REGNUM CARYA already in pivotal positions. NIGMA Galaxy also. MADBULLS going for the wide rotate next to Los Higos, so there's going to be some really strong footholds. None of these 2 teams, though, that we're looking on screen, John, will get there anytime soon.
Yusuf, the last to stand for Gladiators, and
Matic
goes down first.
God damn it!
Maxis, he's going to lose even more hair. I didn't think it was possible based on this play alone. But my goodness, 3 players alive, sure. They'll be able to get the res for the Gladiators. They managed to pick up quite a lot of points for it as well. They've managed to have 6 eliminations. And to be fair, you'd lose a player for 6 points. Generally, that's going to be worth it.
I'm just going to move on and ignore this happened. I don't want to talk about it. Anyways, in the circle, teams are actually rotating fast, are in decent positions. I already talked about a team like REGNUM CARYA. Brute Force also in a decent foothold. Could be looking for another chicken dinner today. Could be the back-to-back-to-back. That would be massive from the team. Even though the previous game was kind of given to them, I do have to say, John. But they held it down like a bunch of champs. As far as FLUX, also currently playing the warehouse position. They have played this spot multiple times in these type of circles, so they're pretty experienced back in PMPL Turkey.
RTG.
With a mini 14 too.
Being opened up from Lutz. But just tickle damage there. Nothing really special for FLUX. They'll look for their res onto Solus, picking back up into the fold. NIGMA Galaxy from on high. Angles down towards them, and RTG looking to suppress this ridgeline on the southeast side. A lot of ridges, a lot of close positions on these hills on the south side near Chumasera that teams are going to be looking to try and control.
You guys don't know this, but on the caster side, we have a map, a big map feed we're looking at. And if teams are still out in the blue, we don't zoom it in, so we don't know what's going on. Because of Gladiators, we don't know what's really happening.
Come on, Gladiators, hurry up.
Come on, okay? We literally can't analyze because it's so slow.
This is what happens. You fight the GANGSTERS, you have to stay in the blue.
Is that a rule?
It is
now.
Not, but I said it.
So it's a rule. It's the John Allen rule.
That's right.
The rule of thumbs. Oh,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyways, the circle did shift away from the water. The river's not in play anymore. And you got some nice little hilltops that are still available. NIGMA Galaxy does have a little bit of a split, I believe. And this is another team, but they're going to try and regroup it because teams are going to have to breach very soon. Over to the east, though, it's going to be Nexus fighting Vision. And I believe there's also GK up there. So that's a three-way fight on the east.
Looks like Vision currently getting surrounded. Octavian goes down, Adoran as well. A double knock for Mon. As Exo Machina tries to keep his team in the running, will be able to do so, plays close, and Kapahala gets knocked in the meantime. A pretty poor showing from Nexus on this fight, but that's what we've come to expect so far this tournament.
I feel bad for Nexus. Oh, well, what an... Okay, third party. I mean, that was expected from GK. They were just relaxing on the side and waiting for one nade to hit eventually. That's it for Vision. It's been... Unfortunately, had a decent start when I saw them in the spring season, and unfortunately, they're just not able to quite transfer in PMRC, but we'll have to see as Nexus going to try and heal up from their wounds, but I don't think GK want to give them that space because if they clear Nexus, they got so much rotational path to open up to them. So if they eliminate that team, they're going to be able to just make so many decisions as to how they want to play the rest of this game, especially if we have a hard Eastern shift. So GK could be off to potentially one of their best games because they didn't die early. Yeah.
Next RÜYA on the northern side will be the first to face the Gladiators, but it looks like they've turned them slightly over towards GQ on the south side of Chumasera. Trying to enter into the hills in the time to come. Brute Force. I've seen that recent success. Guarding out MUERTE. Unfortunately, Tapok opens up onto Zakira.
Okay, Brute Force. I want to see more eliminations this game if possible. Okay, they're being swarmed. They're being completely swarmed by MUERTE. They got so many angles. Pretty nadeable. So I'll see if it's going to be one-sided. So far, Ado again being the one to step up at the start of this engagement. That could be a great angle here. With Yuzi. Yuzi Mini 14.
It's a new combo.
Yuzi Mini 14? Okay, not a very breach, focused loadout.
That loadout is a risk, certainly. Maybe it's being picked up by the rest of the roster's loadouts. We'll have to wait and see, but with aces down, you need all the help you can get. Up on the top, MUERTE looking to punch a hole through this defense, but it hasn't gone to plan. They opened up well onto Zachariah, but it looks like Brute Force have pulled it back under control on the northwest point.
And still NIGMA Galaxy's position. Oh, the value has just risen. Wow. Stonks, that investment is going to make absolute bank for NIGMA Galaxy. REGNUM CARYA too. I mean, REGNUM CARYA, we saw it do it like 2 circles ago, John. They had this 2-2 split. They see the circle center up around this general location, regroup on what they think is the best location at the time, and that's how they can just get constantly those top 5 or even podium finishes because those regroups are always at the right time to get in such a strong position they can very easily defend. Though Falcons, as we typically see over to the west, sneaking in, avoiding fights until the very, very end of the game.
Octavian rolling up to Ragnar and wins out the trade, seemingly fairly easily there. A swift flush as well. Kapahala knocked up on the high ground. The smoke unleashed, and Doran is there for the res. They'll have to move on the long side of the circle. They've got to get pretty far and pretty fast. 5 seconds until it starts to close.
Yeah, MADBULLS are coming up towards GK, though. Not going to give them any resting time. As Freak bomb that high ground spot. There's so much intel that's being provided and fed right into NIGMA Galaxy's position. Is really hard to deal with because they're just going to have sights on everyone. Frozen going to try and close that gap with Guy. It's a 1v1 fight. Hope is nowhere near to assist him, and he does lose the fight. Guy falls away. Hope trying to get back up there.
Frozen. Ice in the veins here for MADBULLS. Able to just roll up and win the trade. Freak on the long-range spot for Hope, but not really going to live up to the namesake here. There's only one player remaining. Severely limits your point-scoring ability in these matches.
Definitely the case, though. Top 3 contenders, NIGMA Galaxy, REGNUM CARYA, and FLUX, all in such game-winning positions. Hopefully, Meku is split away from the rest of his team and spotted out. I mean, okay, sniped down with the shotgun. Gets the elimination, so I won't argue about that one, but Kitsune Matic trying to salvage this position. But now GQ, the entirety of the team are aware 2 other players minimum are over here. So they're just going to try and regroup onto AC and try and eliminate the full squad, because if they do, Northeast is fully under GQ control.
In the meantime, MADBULLS have just rolled straight on up to NEXUS, and Doran now is the last to stand in their way as they try and sweep up on this eastern side. Doran taking shots out towards Tulika, but cannot win out the trade. There was a knock sent back, and in fact, Frozen is down and flushed for MADBULLS, but they play on with 3. Matic not so lucky for a trade there. Kitsune last to stand as GQ have got 3. Kitsune touches the sky and quickly bites the dust as he is just going to get raffled down. You'd imagine if he stops driving all the way around. Hang on a minute, he's out of ammo. Okay, Evo Station just about puts an end to that.
What are they getting involved with this game? Every fight you take is the weirdest fight we've seen in a hot minute. But GQ do get the control. NIGMA Galaxy, because of the information provided by Freak and Lord, hear about the engage. Lord gets close. Okay, not going to take it, not going to pull a Gladiator just yet. He's going to regroup with his team and maybe push this fight to a later date, which I do appreciate, waiting for the circle that's about to pop. So if he goes north, maybe that fight is going to be worth taking. But as of right now, they're going to play the long game and wait for more information to be given their way as to where the circle is going to end up.
We've had a little bit of a shuffle on the northwest side, and MUERTE got ahead of Brute Force, as now they're trying to swing down on the western coast, where the Falcons have been sneaking their way up. I would say tiptoeing, but I guess tip winging their way? Tip taloning. Oh, I like that.
On their tippy talons.
Good job, me.
Yes, good job, John.
Tip taloning up the western side for the Falcons.
They do have actually an angle where 6 could be caught out by Brute Force. So if they are sneaky about it, it could surprise 6 in his position. And you won't have the MG3 clutch to wrap up a game here. No, that's not going to happen anymore. As MUERTE have been actually really smart on their rotates, just sending Tapok into the circle, checking if it's safe. They're going to hopefully send relatively soon Aces and Kose. The longer this takes, the more risky it becomes, because NIGMA Galaxy are just sweeping the northern edge, trying to get as much intel. But here you go, 6, as we said, spotted out because he was so far away from his team. And Brute Force, as they usually do, full sending over to the west and trying to claim as much control as they possibly can.
Once again, he gets pre-podded there. And the Falcons, I mean, it happened in the final circle there.
I don't know why it's so funny to me. I don't know. I'm a child, really.
I love verbing players' names is excellent. But we are seeing once again the Falcons taking a little bit of heavy punishment from the Brute Force roster, as they saw on the Rosok shores. So shall it be in Bayademar.
Not sure why Kose took so long to go on that rotate. You know that value, you want to avoid it. So regrouping on Aces and Tapok would have been the smart play, but took a bit too long, and we know that a lot of teams are eyeing out the north to try and clear it. Right now, only GQ and next RÜYA are teams that could be of a major trouble for NIGMA Galaxy. So if they can clear both of them, they might be in a running for a win today. Brute Force finally made it to a safer position away from the road cliffside. Are going to spot out players of next RÜYA, John. They might just be able to get 2 easier limbs.
Ralph's there. They need to be careful. It looks like they're just taking care of that window. In the meantime, though, GQ from the northeast side might draw the attention of NIGMA Galaxy. They have been playing with 3 for the longest time now. They've lost their main man, Coops, as well, so a little bit difficult to hold such a priority position.
NIGMA Galaxy need to push up onto GQ. They're going to become a major issue here. And actually, AC gets a little bit higher ground control. NIGMA Galaxy hear the car, they leave. They don't want to stay in the premises. And they're just going to be giving that little hilltop to GQ, which is going to be a nice little overview. But NIGMA Galaxy are not interested. They go even further in the circle, inland, and are going to completely surrender that spot to GQ, which is interesting. Though looking at their spot, it's a good little overview on so many other squads over to the west and south. So I understand why they want to hold it, but right now this is an easy breaching point for GQ. They can go into the warehouse, crash their cars, and really extend that fight as long as it really needs to go.
Next circle soon to come through. 23 seconds left until it does. And REGNUM CARYA just biding their time in that middle area.
Oh, Lord's got a Groza. Oh, that's going to be impactful.
You'd hope for NIGMA Galaxy to hold out on that northern side.
Or if actually, next RÜYA are pushing up onto NIGMA Galaxy. GQ can third party, or maybe MUERTE / Brute Force. I don't think that's going to be happening. But next RÜYA are getting dangerously close to NIGMA Galaxy's position, which could become a major issue. And man, Turkey, the chances of a Turkish chicken dinner coming through is massive, John. REGNUM CARYA and FLUX have not moved here for like the past 5 to 6 circles, and it ends right on top of their position. Is their compound going to be in play until the very end? I don't believe so. Leaving their spots is going to be tough, but they should at least get a top 5.
Wow, wow, wow. This is excellent news for Turkey, as you say. Absolutely brilliant result. Doka Machine laying down the lead towards Tapok and taps him down as well. Another flush over towards MUERTE leaves them down on just the pocket ace. Trying not to fold as best they can. As Ado needs a couple as well. Not ideal, but they can back off behind the headland.
Now, the fact that we're seeing so many Mini 14s played in PMRC changes the entire dynamic of these type of circles. You can't peek as freely as you used to do. This is really making you having to be so much more respectful of the teams in your vicinity, or they're just going to upset you with some sneaky headshots around the corner. Brute Force, I mean, is the game plan going to be to breach onto REGNUM CARYA? I don't really see too many other options here. I would say get in the cars and breach REGNUM CARYA at some point, because otherwise I feel like you're just going to be in position down ridges, which is very, very nadeable as Falcons versus RTG starts to unfold.
And it plays into that as well. The nades can start to find their way over towards the MADBULLS. They lost Frozen earlier on the position on the east. The sweep that they found didn't go ideal. Well, the Lone Ranger aces from MUERTE actually spotting a lot of brute force and able to catch a blind spot seemingly. MADBULLS still surviving in the hail of bullets being sent their way by GQ.
This hilltop is so good.
Both teams going to have to shunt a little bit southwest, and MUERTE finally going down. Brute Force losing a player fully.
Actually, great fight from Brute Force because they were initially at a disadvantage. They had a low ground position, extremely nadeable, and MUERTE couldn't do anything about it. So Brute Force seeming to turn up the heat up to 11, looking even more aggressive in this third day. Though MADBULLS, there's no escape. The wrath of GQ has been completely laid down up on the northeast. And that's going to be it. MADBULLS losing every single player except for... I mean, actually, Flicker's still there. Can't quite... Oh, he's in the car with him. Okay. He's up there into the car and go a little bit further in the circle. But GQ are going to look down that ridge. There's no way.
There you can see on this overview, FLUX playing just on that side of the warehouse, a little bit further away. REGNUM CARYA across the way. They're further downhill, but that compound powerful as anything. If the circle keeps them in it, that is, because leaving it is going to be hard. There is a lot of open ground.
It really is.
A lot of ridges.
Yeah. I don't know how they can make this work out for FLUX. It depends on this next circle, but if they have to just leave and play the middle, a lot of the teams currently, Falcons, again, are so smart on how they play it, because they just slow things down in late game, go for like a very edge position where teams cannot really be a major threat to them, and they just start sniping at everyone. That's how it worked out in the previous game, and they're going to do something similar here as RTG send Gallagher down in the madness, down to just a third HP, and going to be taken down by GQ. There's no way he survives it.
Ooh,
and that's going to be CARYA.
Yeah, there's no way you get away with that, as you say. It's just too much to bear. The circle keeps REGNUM CARYA in this next squad as well. So the buildings that they hold, so valuable.
I'm getting scared for NIGMA Galaxy, actually. They're getting leapfrogged by Z-Wolf of Next RÜYA, and GQ have that off angle, so I think NIGMA Galaxy might have slowed down their rotation maybe a little bit too much, where they're going to be surrounded by teams. I understand why they want to hold on to this high-value position, but they're not clearing teams around them. So that transition to leave that spot is going to be made so tough, John. And they still have a little bit of time to do it, but the clock is ticking.
Not only that, you've got Brute Force in front of them in this next circle. Road to Glory ignited in the open fields as they try and roll in the monster truck, but will get pushed back and have to go into the next Miramar next time. Next RÜYA, they tried to move south, but as I said, Brute Force in their way already, having snuck in on that western side.
Good little flat terrain to play. GQ going to be fully sending it onto Zerich. Actually gets himself 2 knocks.
Wow.
Evo Station, last man standing versus Flicker. The 1v1 is unfolding. That smoke does buy a little bit of time, but one nade would be all he needs. Pushes it up with the M4.
GEEKAY spotted at a third party from FLUX. Burns the candle down.
NIGMA, go. You got it. Okay, they cleared it. Nice.
They
NIGMA
managed
Galaxy
to drop that nade over the top. GQ, though, still in with Evo Station.
Oh, massive! Look at Falcons! RTG left the southeast, and now they see the only team that's a major threat to their location is RTG. They push it, they get knocks. 2 knocks currently on to REGNUM CARYA. If they squad wipe the team, we might be looking at a Falcons chicken dinner again on Miramar after yesterday.
But there are only 2 players alive for the Falcons. That is their major disadvantage on this southwest push. They have managed to get in and play stationary now. Do they want to force the issue? In my mind, unless you're getting bombed out here with those nades, you try and just play in that shadow.
I think that might be the best option. NIGMA Galaxy from high above, raining bullets onto FLUX. That's one, that's two, looking for the full squad, but Freak dropped down. It's only Lord.
One more player now active, but a similar story for FLUX as they're cut down to 2, playing in half right now, as Lord desperately pulling these players back to their feet, but they have to run.
No, you can't get it.
Renox, the blue zone tucks in just a little bit too much, and that is so much time wasted.
Look, guys, I'm going to teach you something very interesting. There's something called the pickup feature. You pick him up, put him in a better position, then you go for the res. Don't try and force in the blue. It's not going to work out, but they push it up, and it's pre-pod. Potting the competition.
Oh my goodness me, they move straight on up, and Brute Force with a very heads-up rotation take down NIGMA Galaxy on the high ground. Now FLUX trapped around the side of this headland. They really don't have too many options now. REGNUM CARYA might be able to finally execute and have an impact on this game beyond their 0 eliminations.
Yeah, and they actually got the double res after FALCONS initially got 2 knocks. That is massive. The 4-player advantage is going to be huge. I don't feel like FLUX can make it out as a full squad. So if they do falter and lose even a single player, REGNUM CARYA are going to be in such a good position to maybe get themselves that win. They do have to leave that compound. They're going to be in a dangerous position very soon. But this fight of Brute Force versus FLUX is the next one on board that we're going to witness, and only one team will come out on top.
Nade over the top. Pre-pod finds Lutz there in the back line.
FALCONS?
Excellent early pick. FALCONS, you're right. They've run straight on up and into the north side. They want to get into the thick of it. Try and take advantage of the chaos as Pre-pod goes down next to Brute Force. They get taken down because the nade from the FALCONS takes out the backline of Brute Force, but one of the FALCONS has already fallen. REGNUM CARYA looking to start to move in with 0 eliminations already. It's a pacifist run from the 2-time chicken dinner winners today.
I mean, the fact that they have 0 eliminations shows that at least they are going to have a ton of resources. Nades, smoke, utility, they should have a ton of those to wrap up this game. And FALCONS, I understand the idea behind that push, but I think it was a little bit too much. And unfortunately, because of that, a podium finish is all they get. But that's 2 podiums in a row, so FALCONS still being consistent. And now 2 of the best Turkish teams are still alive, John. 1st and 2nd place. Turkey bringing the heat in PMRC. And REGNUM CARYA with the angles, trying to lock down another chicken dinner under their name.
It is possible that we see a maintenance of only 2 teams on the chicken dinner scorecard today. If REGNUM CARYA can close this one down against 3, with the reses coming through, REGNUM CARYA a little bit closer to the blue zone here, and we'll have to move up through these defilades.
Yeah, it is. FLUX are just so cornered. The blue zone is going to be right behind them. Of course, the players of REGNUM CARYA are also going to have to move. This is the final circle. It's going to center up perfectly. But as of right now, REGNUM CARYA have a few more ridges they can place center. If they can make that transition without losing players, if they have smokes, they might be able to get more control. That smoke, sulking gets even further in. That's a mad dash forward. That might be able to secure them that chicken dinner.
And with the opener onto Loxy as well, that is in a resible position, but it gives FLUX crucial seconds to move on in. The nade over the top splits FLUX in half. They move out of the way. The next smoke is there to cover them as well, but Wild opens up with a UMP from the sidelines. Downhill, traded off by Ketch. Now, with one player, hang on a minute, no, he's still alive. sulky is still there. His health bar super, super low, but he is still in the thick of it. Ketch looking for the res onto Solus. But in the meantime, Loxy's back, and he's into the fight again with the nade over the top. Tron rides strong, and Azel to put the final nail through. And that is once more REGNUM CARYA taking down FLUX. They stay quiet until the very end, and they ride strong across the hills. The first Miramar goes their way.
Again, REGNUM CARYA showcasing so much control in those decisive moments at the very finish. I do have to give a lot of respect to FLUX. Sending sulky forward with that smoke road could have rewarded them with that chicken dinner. It was very, very close, but Wild's off angle was just too damn powerful. Just sprayed them down instantly with the UMP, and the moment you get that first initial knock, he goes for the res, which makes it even easier to hit that nade. You get a flush, you get a knock. It's down to sulky. It's no way it escapes from REGNUM CARYA. Again, one of my most underrated teams entering this tournament, and now they got that international experience. They are popping the hell off.
Absolutely. I could not agree with you more here, Max. FLUX, they got that initial knock. It looked good, but they just slowed down. They hit that molasses on those ridges, and they could not extricate themselves from it. Look, here is that first knock from Ketch to be able to just rattle Loxy down. Brilliant shots from Ketch, but
Wild.
They move up to this next ridge, and here's that Wild off angle. And I talked about crucial seconds. Wild bought them exactly that.
Exactly, and then you just have the man advantage. You just full send it, go onto the push onto Solkay and secure that game. They still had 2 other players, so it was pretty much a wrap.
Well, we are going to full send it over onto a break with REGNUM CARYA making history. 3 chicken dinners on the day as well. We'll go to a break.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
Paradise through dirt and
Bring the band in. Woo. Well, all right. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in a box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at.
Someone really needs to tell REGNUM CARYA that there's other teams out there that want to win chicken dinners, because that is their 3rd of the day, and that has propelled them even further ahead of NIGMA Galaxy, who are sitting in 2nd place. Question is, are they the new kings of Turkey? Are they the team to head to PMGC with Turkey behind them to support them, take home another trophy? We'll find out. Just Kaplan, Hot Chicks, Several Worlds Gaming. This is pretty ridiculous. I'm 7. I'm gonna throw it to you first because we were talking about this. The terrain of those zones were damn ridiculous. And the question I asked to you before you laughed at in my face was, what's the best avenue to play this out if you're one of the teams? Like if you're not NIGMA Galaxy, if you're not REGNUM CARYA, or if you're not FLUX, and you just laughed.
I'm still laughing at it because there's no best avenue in that area. The best avenue was pretty much do what REGNUM CARYA, FLUX, and then
so get there like 20 minutes earlier.
Exactly. just and hope for the best because it was gonna be tough getting into that zone regardless.
Well, let's take a look at the match rankings here, and you guys get the idea of the amount of points they got. I mean, 3 eliminations, 13 points probably come in for them. But it's important to keep an eye on the other teams out there, like your NIGMA Galaxy, who will only get 4 points. So, again, lengthen that lead. And FLUX, funny enough, Hot Jukes coming out actually with more points, just without the chicken dinny.
Yeah, I mean, it had a lot to do with that terrain. You know, FLUX, obviously coming from that top rope, third partying.
With the shoe in hand.
Yes, with the shoe in hand, coming in and third partying, I believe it was NIGMA Galaxy. Or actually, no, it was Brute Force. Yeah, Brute Force on top of the hill, got third partied by them, and they just, once you have that high ground position, it was just GG. And I think NIGMA Galaxy could have held it if Freak didn't hard peek as long as he did on the Falcons. Once he got knocked, it just opened the door for FLUX to come and just take him out.
I'm going to be looking at GEEKAY here on the second page, a team that, I mean, we've been talking about the hot drops between them and REGNUM CARYA.
I'm sorry, you said look at him the second page. I was thinking in my head, like, where else were they going to be?
Oh.
Oh, man.
I mean, the hot drops, they're too, man.
Do a solo shout on him, please.
You're going to burn yourself, man. I'm sorry.
You got to show me those Instagram DMs later.
Sorry, continue. Though.
No, but what I was trying to say is we finally didn't end up getting a hot drop, and I feel like REGNUM CARYA definitely took advantage of not having to hot drop GEEKAY. They were the first team to back off, and that was the right approach, and I think they decided to do that because of how great their day is going so far. It worked out wonders for them, but GEEKAY, I mean, I don't know what's going on. They're still trying out different stuff because hot drops, I mean, they didn't even have to deal with it.
It's weird because I said at the start of the day I want to see it happen 6 times today, and it only happened once on the map that we never thought it would actually happen on Sanhok, right?
Yeah. I think it was super smart for REGNUM CARYA to back off there, because especially since that leaderboard was getting so tight between them and NIGMA Galaxy, they're like, nah, we're not going to risk getting taken out, even though they have gotten the better of GEEKAY earlier on. Play it safe, get some points on the board, and play it safe, they did. They played it safe all the way to the end and still got a chicken dinner.
Well, you know what this means, right?
Oh, yeah. The belt.
The championship belt. They won it, man, and they're going for it. Let's take a look at REGNUM CARYA's player stats here in this last match. 3 eliminations, no damage done. But
I'm okay with this.
Exactly, right? Go ahead.
I'm definitely okay with this because this team, I mean, in the previous Miramars, they were non-existent. They were averaging, what, a 14th place finish in only 4 elims? Yeah, they averaged less than what they were averaged before in regards to elims, but they're able to make up for it in regards to placement points. And at the end of the day, if you can get, 9 points, if I'm doing the math right, Max? Yeah, that is the right math. All right.
That is the wrong person to ask.
John? I'm getting a thumbs up, though, from both of them. So, yeah, I mean, overall, REGNUM CARYA, great decisions there. I would like to continue to see it. Maybe not a first place in the next Miramar, but I would like to continue seeing the improvement here in Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, you're only going to get 3 elims if you don't fight GEEKAY off the bat. Then you would have had 7.
Right?
They didn't have to move for so long, too.
Well, Hot Jukes, I mean, we're going to our last Miramar here, going into potentially hot drop again. Do you think we're going to see REGNUM CARYA back off, play safe, quick answers only?
Not worth it. Not worth it. Don't do it.
Well, let's head over to our commentators to kick off our final match here of Day 3 of the PMRC with John Allen and Maxman.
The last Miramar of the day. We are going on in from the north to the south. Again, fairly similar playing path to the first one we saw today, Max. It's a little bit further west, which means Monte Nuevo, more achievable. I'm just saying, should GEEKAY want to go somewhere else, they could go over to Monte Nuevo.
I think I've never seen a player jump out the plane as fast as Meku just did. The plane wasn't even reaching like the point of the plane path, and he's already out of there. Split away Condors like already. I mean, of course, it's a very good drop for them. But yeah, pretty good for these teams. We'll have to see how things are going to wrap up. But I do not expect to see anything remotely close to that previous game because a circle ending there is very, very rare. And I would say, as also Seven mentioned on the desk, it's hard to play. There's not a lot of like great avenues. You just got to try and play it out, survive. And if you're lucky and still have 4 players, which is what happened for REGNUM CARYA, end up taking the chicken dinner.
See, I'm disappointed about that last game, Max, and I'll tell you for why.
Only 3 elims?
No.
Oh, okay.
3 elims. They could, if Falcons had taken more out of FLUX, they could have taken them down to just 1, and then FLUX might have tried to deny the point, and we could have seen the first ever competitive, full pacifist chicken dinner from a team, from REGNUM CARYA. I would have absolutely loved it. And you know what? I am disappointed that Falcons weren't able to do more. Because, I mean, you were talking about this as well, just between those games. We've seen them trying a lot of stuff.
Exactly. I mean, Falcons have been attempting many things this game. At one point, they were thinking to, like, I think, backstab the side of RTG. Then they start to push towards REGNUM CARYA, realize it's a really bad idea because It's REGNUM CARYA. They start going back, then pushing towards that fight of NIGMA Galaxy versus the side of FLUX at the time. So definitely try many things. At least they're not second-guessing themselves. They're like triple-guessing themselves. And attempting everything they're guessing, which, if that makes any sense, then thank you very much. But yeah, they're just trying things out, which I can appreciate. But there are things that I don't appreciate, John. And I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to let this play out.
We're living up to your French roots and going on strike until GK leave this hot drop.
I'm going to burn the trash.
That's it.
Stop it.
Mild inconvenience. That's it.
You're not getting to work.
Don't worry. Well, okay, let's not get further into that. Next, RÜYA playing on that northwest side. I'm surprised that we haven't seen more teams look to third party this engagement. It's something that we've seen when we've seen this hot drop occur in previous tournaments, right? Teams start to realize, oh, they're just going to be preoccupied with each other. We saw NEXUS, actually. I'll take that back. We saw NEXUS roll in for a third party on this fight the other day.
Yeah, I mean, why the hell not? If you know the two teams are potentially wounded, you might just get an easy few elimination along the way. So why the hell not? Just go for it. And if you do come out on top, then 3 points for you. Though Picardo, you can have a team north and team south, and you don't have to fight, which I think they might be doing this game. So we might actually see a pacifist, in quotation mark, fight in Picardo between the two squads. Though looking at this phase 1 circle that did pop, it is centered towards Minas Generalis, Graveyard, Junkyard position. So some good points to play for, especially north of, I mean, next to Junkyard, you have this little, like, very high ground, like, I don't know what you could call it, like just a mountain? I think that works.
Sure.
A mountain, you can get up there with a buggy, and you can get a lot of information, and the Mini 14, if you have a lot of ammo, you can just take the shots and do the and just get them.
I think, is it called a mesa?
Is it called a mesa?
I'll have to Google that, but maybe. I know what you mean, though. One of those those darker brown rocky mountain things.
That thing, if you go on that thing, you might just win the whole thing. I think that we could see Vision try and actually go for that position. They're currently holding a nice 2-2 split, Junkyard, Minas Generalis / Graveyard, so they can definitely try and aim for that spot and get the buggy up that thing. So, other than that, we have indeed, just to keep an update, REGNUM CARYA leaving without any eliminations, without taking any damage, make it out, and GK went to the west. Thank you.
I mean, this is something we have seen previously in Picardo, right? As two teams can actually share the loot in this settlement, right? One up towards the stadium at the top of the hill, couple of those players down towards the south in the apartments in that sort of area. You can split that loot, and hopefully REGNUM CARYA will have better luck grabbing some of that split loot around as well.
It just took a while to get the contract for them to sign the peace treaty, and they finally got it. It's signed. The deal has been made between these two squads, and they're leaving. And actually, REGNUM got not going for too bad a spot on this phase 1, sending it right towards La Bandita, and actually did split a little bit away, currently doing a 2-2 split, keeping 2 angles, which is what we know from REGNUM CARYA, holding 2 angles, wait for the phase 2, phase 3 pop, regrouping which they think is the best position at the time, which worked out great in last game, right? Get himself that chicken dinner with low eliminations, but because they know which position is strong in pretty much every single situation, and they just going to go for the same old strat, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Seemingly their map knowledge impeccable so far this tournament for PMRC. PM REGNUM CARYA. It all makes sense.
I like where you're going with this. I mean, they got way too many chicken dinners.
It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy to the highest level.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile REGNUM CARYA. Actually, I don't know. No.
What don't you know?
I don't know many things. Especially math-related questions.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Oh, thank you. But
you knew about that high ground near Junkyard? You were telling us all about it?
Yeah, that thing, the Mesa.
I did Google it. It is Mesa.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, really? No, okay. The Mesa. And actually, they went for it. Vision went on that position. They just sent Bolt and another one of their players currently. So they're going to be gathering that intel and hopefully have a Mini 14. That would be the weapon of choice in such a position. And then other teams are maybe a little bit slow on the rotate. Falcons in particular need to be a bit careful because they could have some issues entering phase 2 if they really delay it. And if it's a heavy north or northeast shift, then Falcons could be in a little bit of trouble, similar to, for example, Brute Force, which are also delaying their rotation away from El Pozo at the time. But yeah, REGNUM, that 2-2 split. I'm right away, this is a very early call, John.
Okay, I'm ready.
I'm calling a top 5
I'll
minimum.
write this down.
Top 5 minimum.
For?
REGNUM CARYA.
Top 5 for REGNUM CARYA.
There you
from
go.
Maxman.
It's been
Wow.
happening so many times, and no team has like really been punishing it, because it's very hard to punish also.
Well, if you'd have said at random any game of the day, a top 1 from REGNUM CARYA, right now,
the odds are good.
You would have a 60% hit rate.
I should definitely play those odds out.
Kind of nuts.
Pretty. I mean, they've had a fantastic tournament. These last 2 days has been magnificent, and they're going to try and keep the ball rolling. Though Brute Force slowly have initiated their rotation away from El Pozo/Crater Fields, they're going to make it in a position where currently is occupied by Gladiators, which are split. So Brute Force, as we typically know them for, if they see a solo player, they tend to like to push it. They tend to like to get that elimination, and they tend to want to just eliminate the whole team afterwards. So Brute Force, if they see a single player out there in the open, they might just chase him down until the edge of the earth.
Up on the menu today, it is one of the finest Matic classics, aged for 3 days, marinated by the rest of the lobby. Hopefully they're going to try and keep him down in storage and the rest of the team as well, keep him alive for the time being. Nice and fresh.
I heard Matic is actually in a different hotel from the rest of his team. Bringing the Matic Classic in real life.
He's playing Split.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's in another city, literally.
Yeah.
Then from afar. Oh, onto La Bandita, right onto REGNUM CARYA. Gonna regroup, they're gonna send wild.
That's nuts. It is literally right on top of REGNUM CARYA.
I know, right? It's what's going on. I don't know. It's
Can
been
we up
happening
your
so many
prediction to
times.
a top 4 yet?
No, top 5. I'm gonna hold on to the top 5.
Top 5, okay.
I expect breaches to happen on compounds like that, and it's just to see if they can withstand those breaches, because there's definitely going to be a few I do expect later on. But there you go, already regroup on phase 2. Instantly on phase 2, they do it. It's been so successful, this event, and a lot faster than so many teams. The reason why Vampire Esports have been so successful in my eyes in PMWI, both All-Stars and Main Tournament, is the speed at which they execute the rotations, because they're so very rarely vulnerable. And that is something that REGNUM CARYA have going their way, is that every time you fight REGNUM CARYA, even if you do beat them, they're always fully stacked as a 4-man team. And that makes it so much tougher to eliminate the whole squad, and they just keep on surviving.
Like when they crashed into Gladiators and all went down, they did it together, and that's the main
Exactly.
thing.
It's a team game.
As a team, they made that
As you
decision.
should.
But for the rest of the games, they dominated pretty much everyone else. So kind of swings and roundabouts as they're playing together. Effective today. Next, RÜYA, they're playing on the further north side of this circle, but it is all very central, and we have this alignment right down the middle between these mountains on either side.
Yeah, currently I'm not sure if I'm seeing any teams commit to La Bandita. I don't think so. Here you go, finally some action is going to be happening. Vision taking some early shots onto Evo Station. The knock comes out. As Tough is very low, we'll try and go for the first aid.
GQ looking to get something out of this fight, but at the moment, Vision absolutely in control of it. CARYA trying to push up towards Mon. As Volt and Lathe look for the regroup, CARYA is very, very low on the inside. The flushes can come through. The first knock is there, and CARYA does finally manage to turn it around a little bit. But after losing 2 players already, it's likely that you're not going to have the control you need. Toffee's nearly finding the knock he was looking for. Plays up to the door frame, steps out, and is nowhere to be seen on the refrag. They are committing for this res onto safe. Volt doesn't go down either.
Good from Volt, actually. I was expecting him to go way too aggressive, just wait it out, get Scythe to go for the res, and he's going to get involved. But North also, some action is unfolding. Gladiators fighting MUERTE, fighting Brute Force. It's a 3-way fight. No clue who's going to come out on top here. You got too much action unfolding outside of the circle.
That is crazy, a 3-team fight. At the moment, the Gladiators looking like they have the better end of it, but you saw there, Meku does get knocked in the feed. Hopefully that's resable. It's a little bit far east and split from the rest of the team, but look at the feed light up.
Show me the fight!
Coming through Gladiators. 5 eliminations. Brute Force are eliminated. MUERTE are down to 2 players as well on that north side. So again, a hot start for the Gladiators in terms of those elimination counts. Hopefully, they don't just randomly go down one by one.
Definitely, I would hope to not see that again. Maybe that's why we didn't spectate it, because it was happening. So they just avoided us watching that. But they're going to try and maybe chase down Tabok. I'm not too sure. But they still got themselves the full squad up and running about. They do get the res, as you can see. And they're going to make their way up north. Currently, a lot of entry points. There's a lot of decent positions, compounds, a decent high ground actually around Junkyard they can actually try and play. So that could be really, really strong foothold for them in the foreseeable future. As Now teams looking to play their position. I'm looking mainly at, excuse me, their compound is strong. But MADBULLS have been stretching their rotation south, and they're going to maybe encounter a few teams on the way.
They are turning their attention all to this one Defilade, playing up close with one another, close to NEXUS, who are just on the edge of the circle with their duo out there. NEXUS are playing quite split. This is the replay of the fight up north, Max.
Okay, how did that happen? Oh, okay, that's a short replay.
Oh, okay, just a couple of picks.
Just Matic doing the not the Matic Classic, but he was with his team. No, which I can appreciate when it does happen. Thank you very much. NEXUS, I've seen a few teams passing by, but they're just way too quick on the swivel, so no way you're going to be catching any of those players off guard. They're just wrapping wide over to the east because they're dodging La Bandita. You don't want to make it into La Bandita, just avoid that position. And currently, GANGSTERS, NEXUS, and NIGMA Galaxy are making that rotation happen.
I mean, all of these teams on the south side are just being crunched by La Bandita in general. Everybody is trying to find a way around it, and it has linearized these rotations and caused a massive traffic jam. You do not want to be caught in it.
So I'm looking at this circle. I don't know if we can have like a full circle view right now. It would be perfect timing, but Falcons, you know exactly what they're going to try and do. They're going to try and send it west, and wait, are they going east? Maybe I just completely miscalled that.
That's
okay,
really unfortunate.
I thought they were going to go far west because...
No, you said east, Max. Let's go with it.
Okay.
For sure.
Because they're hearing all of those teams rotating to the east. I thought, okay, they might try and dodge the madness, but no, they're going right into it and split once more. So we'll see if it's going to work out. I mean, they did slow down, so maybe want to rethink their entry point of this game. Though FLUX and REGNUM CARYA currently in a decent position here once more. That could end up coming their way. The circle could go on their compound. If so, they might be in a hot position to reach top 5. But Falcons, as they rotate further south, do encounter RTG to get themselves their first elimination.
Starting to open up that scorecard. Good news, good news. REGNUM CARYA on the southwest side. A lot of teams now still trapped behind the crater as we hop on towards one of them. It's Road to Glory, as the Falcons have snuck their way through. There we go. That's what they were looking for. But yeah, through La Bandita. Over on the northeast side, the Gladiators will take a knock from GANGSTERS. Everybody just... Okay, this southeast side is getting absolutely crazy. But yeah, Falcons into La Bandita crater.
They're just getting crushed. RTG NEXUS between the edge of the circle and the edge of La Bandita. It goes once again up there, right onto REGNUM CARYA, and also, excuse me, NIGMA Galaxy actually just recently left the south and got into that compound. So that was a great call, and lucky enough for them, that position was left open and available. That could be also a game-winning spot if they do play their cards correctly. But the south here, there's so many fights that are going to have to reach their resolution, John, as Falcons still trying to just make their way through the madness, but NEXUS Gaming taking every single shot they can.
A lot of damage pouring in towards these buggies, towards the players as well, but they have managed to stay safe as 3 for the Falcons, and now they're on the north side of the crater.
Now RTG actually seeing their reposition, and then dips, which is very nadeable, as you typically know in PUBG Mobile eSport. They're going to try and get a little bit close, but Six unfortunately cannot weather the storm, and he's going to be the first to fall. Very slowly, GK are going to be encroaching southwest of La Bandita, and they're going to be taking some nice mini 14 shots over those ridges. Really, if you're in La Bandita right now, I feel like every team is going to get eliminated, and teams outside of it, mainly, I'm looking at FLUX, we're just going to try and get the few remaining players at the end as they try and leave that city.
You can see as well that over just before on that flyby, the ridges on the northwest side of La Bandita are a lot lower, a lot less steep than the ridges on the other side. But beyond that, you can see just over that ridge line there, there's so much open ground right in front of that FLUX position. So even if they're not crashing into it, like you say, they're just cutting.
I mean, you don't have to crash into it if you can just avoid that entire fight. GK actually could go far west. I mean, I believe they have cars, John, if I'm not mistaken, so they can go for a wide rotate. MUERTE, I think it was only Kose that was left alive, did get found out later on, so he's going to be eliminated, unfortunately, for MUERTE, having a bit of a rough time this tournament in 12th position. And teams like GK, with a potential strong game here, could be looking to overtake their position in 12th. So MUERTE might be sliding slowly but surely down the leaderboards even further. As Falcons, Puncher King gonna be put down extremely low, but not quite confirmed.
Super low now as Exa Machina actually getting backed off the ridgeline as Exa backing up his teammate. Keeping him alive. 2 players still, actually.
Nice from Exo. though. Yeah, okay. Nice. His teammate was able to actually get himself the... I think there was a med kit he was able to use, so back to 100 health instantly. Oh, no, actually it was a first aid. It was a first aid. Nexus also wanted to close that gap. I mean, with that opening damage, you do have a little bit of an opportunity to get closer, get in nade range, and maybe just eliminate the entire squad. If so, you're going to be the only team north of La Bandita, so you can pick up teams like maybe GK or RTG as they try and leave their spot. But here you go, Nexus up there with the nades. And onto Ace, he's just not going to be able to escape this one. I feel like it's just too easy of an elimination for Nexus. At least it should be.
He'd being cooked. Kapahala.
Oh, no, well, that's
on
good.
the ridge. Ooh, takes a lot of damage, but luckily does not go down.
Come on, easy nade.
A nade in response. You say it's easy, but Max, at the moment, it hasn't been enacted. Not just yet. And again, the damage is dodged and Doran down.
No way Ace is holding his own in this fight. Come on, how is that happening? Octavian, another nade. Another one.
Go on. One more.
Another one.
Over the top.
There you go. Oh, it's light. Needed a little bit of help, but wait, so far away. It's still Dominus Generalis.
Goodness me.
Just help from a distance.
Southwest Shift and REGNUM CARYA. I mean, can we go up to a top 4 yet? On your prediction?
Yes. Okay, I'm fairly confident now. This is looking like a top 4 for REGNUM CARYA. They still have all of their players. They got 1 elimination, maybe 2 elimination chicken dinner. We'll see. As King going to be pulling the Ryzen, waiting in the bush for a team to get too close and maybe get the squad wipe. This is a full squad of REGNUM CARYA and of RTG and Nexus Gaming getting very close, so not sure if that play is going to work out.
You've seen it once, you've seen it 1,000 times. Jafar, split from the team of Gangsters, gets caught out, but this time by Gladiators, who are no stranger to that themselves. We'll hop back over to the MADBULLS and Nexus. 4 players alive for Nexus, and that might change pretty soon because 4 players for MADBULLS and Exomation are down close by to the fight. Doran goes down next as Frozen crests the ridgeline. Octavian down. And it is excellent fight across this ridgeline for MADBULLS.
Yeah, really strong execution. There's no one really north of their location that can shut them down when they peek over that ridge. So easy pickings for MADBULLS. That's it for Nexus Gaming. Another unfortunate match here as they remain down in a low position on the rankings. And I'm wondering what the next move is going to be for MADBULLS. Definitely want to peek, don't want to peek too much. RTG will punish you for that. But it seems like they're still trying to encroach on that position, playing those dip locations, trying to hide their location as much as possible with a very split, John.
Ooh.
And Frozen is the first to fall.
Reva finds that spray down, catches the rotation. Tulika, nade over the top, wants some retribution, looking to split the difference, but will not be able to find it. Rio, though, eats a lot of damage. Was that from a nade or from a shot from Zerich? Either way, looking for that angle. 4 players alive for RTG, but they go back across the La Bandita position.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't think this fight makes a lot of sense for RTG. Just regroup and maybe push on to GK, because currently they're looking to engage onto FLUX to get very, very close to their location. So if they can wait it out long enough, that could be the biggest opportunity ever for Road to Glory in this match to try and get eliminations and a decent foothold in this Phase 5, soon to be Phase 6 circle. As MADBULLS up to now 4 limbs, and we still need to see this big MADBULLS resurgence. This could be the start of that match.
Okay, Max, I haven't said it until now, but Gladiators have 8 eliminations. They're playing on an edge position, and they've been playing together. Kitsune right now isn't demonstrating that point. He is playing very split. But for the majority of it, they have been playing together on this north side. They are now rotating down, and hopefully they can execute here. In the final game of today, now is the last opportunity they have to prove that they have anything left. If they go down now, at this point, I'm willing to write them off in terms of this tournament.
It's the Gladiators' recipe to success. Well, the success at the end, mostly. Slow start and starting to get themselves some good results at the end as they slowly but surely adapt to these type of tournaments, to these lobbies, every single event. And now they're pushing a little bit more together. Currently, it's a 3-1 split. Kitsune
very
waiting
far away.
Far north. I mean, he's still gathering info, I guess. I can't really explain what's happening with Kitsune up north next to RÜYA. They're just trying to get a nice angle onto GQ. And the moment that smoke dissipates, that is going to make it super easy to hit that nade right into the window and eliminate both Toffees and Corker in a single clean swoop. So that smoke is gone. I feel like we're going to see GQ live their final moments.
Time is ticking. Nobody really to push the Gladiators' position either. This La Bandita fight yet to conclude. We have 5 teams, in fact, still playing, and Puncher King's one of them right next to him at Frozen as well. I think they previously spotted him here. I'm not entirely sure. We saw, you called it the rise and play. The player back on Bigatron back in the day, doing so much from a bush like this. And there's nade trades going on between RTG and MADBULLS. Puncher King trying not to catch one of them in the thick of it, and FLUX goes down to 1.
I think RTG actually might just go throw a nade to MADBULLS and he just eliminates that final player here. So we'll see how it's going to really work out for Puncher King. Nice opening nade onto FLUX, first to fall. And they send even more. Talika might be the next one to take the nade and take some heavy damage. But Groza trying to go for the off angle. If he can secure it, that is massive. MADBULLS might be living their final moments if he can get it, but the car's about to explode. You need to get away, and he does not get knocked.
He's still there. Shots flying over his head. Calm as anything right now. Chilling in the bush. Playing super close. By the way, the nade from Gladiators did come through onto GK whilst we were talking about this. And he's still down there. There's no way that the MADBULLS know about this. Otherwise, they would have taken him down already. These shots from Groza could land. Okay, hang on a minute. He's been caught.
Oh, the molly!
Molotov is there.
No. Oh, he got spotted. I thought he was going to get away with murder.
No way. That was so close. Either way, Falcons finally go down. 2 of the MADBULLS are out of it in the meantime, and RTG have got the better end of this fight. FLUX gets flushed. Syph up the top goes down for vision and eliminates them from the game. So far, MADBULLS trying to regroup Zerich on over.
Are we going to see FLUX third party this fight? I mean, clearly this is an opportunity. Can make it to the ridge behind of RTG and pick up the remnants of this position, and you're the only team southeast after that. Could be a huge opportunity for FLUX. Frozen a little bit too far, and the off angle of RÜYA pays dividends as he gets that knock.
Really,
3 players still up on their end.
Really confident hold there from RÜYA to keep that angle under control. Now just Tulika remains. The next challenge, the hurdle, once crossed, will turn their attention over to FLUX, but Tulika's one hell of a hurdle. Can't just give him up like that. Another nade from Gallagher, trying to put the hurt down, the Molotov over the top, and you've got to imagine this ordnance is enough. Will finally fall. Now RTG look for the res and to continue. I just want to turn our attention back to the Gladiators. They are super keen today on guarding out clumps of players. We saw it in Rozhok. We're seeing it again now on the north.
Yeah, 10 eliminations. I mean, a lot of them secured, of course, in that fight north versus Brute Force and the side of MUERTE, so they were able to get a lot of eliminations early on. That means also loot up all of the resources of those 2 teams, and if they have a lot of utility, nades in particular, that breach versus REGNUM CARYA could be massive. Smokes also would be of very large importance. For RTG, understanding they don't want to breach FLUX's compound. Send it in the middle, but there's so many teams that have an angle. There's no way you can survive it. A breach would have been the play, but unfortunately sending it center is not going to work out as RTG get eliminated with 6 elims.
It was looking so good, and then they go and do that. Can't be having that.
I don't get it. FLUX push would have been so good, but fortunately, they just don't quite make it and do end their life relatively early. Though FLUX now, because of this next circle shift, it's on REGNUM CARYA, and I'm going to call it podium finish.
Okay, top 3.
Maybe a win.
Oh.
Again.
Could it be 4 chicken dinners on a day?
No, FLUX actually 5 eliminations for Lutz. Been a player that, I've been wanting to see more presence from. We saw a lot of plays from Solis, from Ketch in PMRC. Lutz has been one that has been slowly rising up to the occasion in PMRC. And they got cars that they were able to protect in these buildings. These cars are so important to cross these barren lands in the finishing moments. So if they can actually make it to REGNUM CARYA, that'd be huge, because we saw it from RTG. You can't play the open spaces. You will get eliminated pretty much instantly unless you have a lot of utility and smokes. You can try and survive, but I wonder where FLUX are going to go.
Zone starting to close, and Gladiators still just guarding out on the edge. We saw that overview, very much open ground, steps and ladders towards that edge, and Yekta trapped now with the back up on the metal wall. Excuse me, playing as 4, probably the best chance of leaving, but Beck picks up Yekta, leaving next RÜYA out of this one. A regroup to the south for Gladiators, necessary now, and you can see they are going to make that happen.
6 eliminations for Matic. I just realized he got 6 elims. He's on an absolute tear this match. FLUX actually sent it in the exact same position RTG died. They do have utility, as I mentioned. It's going to allow them to survive a little bit longer. Though Koops is... Okay, that tree is not large enough. It's not going to save you, Koops, unfortunately, and he's going to be instantly flushed out. An extra limb. And now they're behind the dip. The FLUX can chuck those nades. Furia trying to third-party it.
Okay, rolls straight on in. The nade finds Ralph, and the flush comes through from Furia. Does manage to pinch that point away, but Havlik is down and flushed as well now. Only 1 player alive for NIGMA Galaxy. That's going to change now as they fall down in 5th. guaranteed that start of the game prediction went good for you, Max. They are in that top 5, and in fact, up into that top 4. FLUX still alive.
Boy, does Beck make it? Well, everyone's shooting at him. He does lose the wheel. He rolls over, but does make it right to that ridge side. Black-White normally could get rezzed also. They have a lot of utility. 3 nades in hand for Furia. The nade king, as we call him, back in Europe. And he hits it right on top of LUTZ. They do have, I believe, 1 car behind they can maybe use, but he needs to get the res onto Black-White. You need as many players up and about to go for the breach and maybe secure a decent position and in this podium finish, because 4 teams are still alive, but Gladiators are surely encroaching over to the west.
I like the Gladiators' position here. I mean, likely that REGNUM CARYA are going to have to leave from their building, and Gladiators have got control of that run out.
Yeah.
Depending on if they can spot the vehicles that REGNUM CARYA may have in there.
Just trying to dodge the fight with REGNUM CARYA as much as possible. Maybe waiting for REGNUM CARYA to leave this position, because with all these walls in this building in particular, it's so hard to nade. You can easily avoid the damage from those by hiding behind walls. Again, shot at right over that ridge.
Helmet taken off of Ezel as well, but unfortunately Meku is down in the back lines. Need to get that one back up as fast as you can. Black-White trying to keep everybody alive there. Beck down. Rez is coming through. The nades answering from REGNUM CARYA.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Nice. We've seen them regroup in this one building, just throwing all of the utility they can. Get it onto Meku. Huge from Loxy.
Reknock.
And how it's going to really work out is whichever team finishes their fight first is going to go into the circle, spread out, and try and secure multiple angles to secure that chicken dinner. If REGNUM CARYA can finish this fight very soon, they could take Gladiator's position, have 2 angles, and pretty much secure a chicken dinner in this final match of the day. It would be massive, but Matic sees Furia and takes him down. The flush is pretty much instantly stolen away by Loxy of REGNUM CARYA.
Wow, okay. They just want a couple more points on board. To be fair, 11 eliminations already for Gladiators. They have had their fair share and more. Matic finds that final point to bring them up to 12. 4 players alive for REGNUM CARYA, but they do have to leave now. That ridgeline, I mean, I said I like their position. I feel like I've changed my mind a little bit on that with the nades that we saw coming through.
So you're seeing FLUX, they want to try and get engaged on this fight to the west. They want to get as close as they possibly can, but with that open terrain, that open field, they can't do so just yet. So all they're going to do is try and hold... Actually, I'm surprised they're just clumped up the way they are. I'm surprised they're not just trying to hold on far east. I understand that Matic has taken heavy shots with that Mini 14, but you're getting a little bit too involved in this fight, I believe. But Ketch has got some significant damage. REGNUM CARYA are being pinched.
Huge push coming through from FLUX. Ketch leads the charge, and Tixi finds LUTZ as well. But that is the backline completely dismantled for FLUX. Only the 1 player here playing close. Right up and around the smoke. Needs to be careful. Ketch could be caught, but Tixi still going, and the Gladiators have rotated around. Ketch, he gets run down, and the Gladiators bring themselves into a 3v3, but the health bars are super low. Kitsune goes down, and REGNUM CARYA want to put 4 on the board on the day at the PMRC. History is being made as REGNUM CARYA have 1 more to handle, and they will be able to find it. The Turkish quad chicken dinner on the 3rd day. They have done it. REGNUM CARYA, 4 chicken dinners, a massive game, control, calm, collected, right up until the end. Utility on point, everything went their way.
The PUBG Mobile REGNUM CARYA is unfolding as planned. Another chicken dinner to secure for the Turkish Super Squad. And the execution, and it really goes to show. We talked about it at the very start of the game, John, because of their strategy of 2-2 splits, regrouping instantly, pretty much on the very first few circles, you can call if they're going to get a win or a podium finish at the least. And they do it again so consistently. Their strat is uncontestably the best in this lobby. And they do it once more with a bit more eliminations this time around.
Absolutely incredible. The 6 matches we've seen from them today have been something that will need to be studied, because this is unheard of, right? 4 chicken dinners on a day. I mean, it's got to be up there with the records. I don't know if we've seen more than that in tournament play at this level.
It is rare, that's for sure. I mean, at the start of the day, REGNUM CARYA tied up with NIGMA Galaxy for that first position, and then you just kept starting to create a lead every single one of these matches. And now I want to see how big of a cushion they have in that first place, because it's going to be tough to catch them up to them tomorrow. You're going to need a massive day equivalent to this if you want to be able to compete for that first position. but they're just so consistent. I expect them to remain strong tomorrow and bring even more points back on the leaderboard.
6 matches, but only 2 winners somehow. Regnum CARYA put 4 up on the board. Let's head back over to the desk.
I don't know what there is to say about Regnum CARYA. I feel like we said their name 1,000 times today, but I guarantee you we've at least said it 4, because 4 chicken dinners, as you heard John and Max talk about, is amazing. It is outstanding. It is cool as ice.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I mean, we had a 13-point difference between Regnum CARYA and NIGMA Galaxy before this game. And then Regnum CARYA said, no, sir, not today. We're going into the last day with the most points, with the world record. 4 chicken dinners on the day. I don't even know what I'm thinking. I don't even know what to think. This is ridiculous.
It's going so well.
What is happening?
That was before. That was a good promo, though. Kalaris is going to be happy about that one.
Hot Jukes hot take.
Dude, I mean, honestly, it's insane.
Coming back.
What do you do at this point? Like, I mean, they're going to be the most watched squad.
Come on. They got the zone in quite a few games today, right, Seven?
They did. They were able to take advantage of it, though. And in a way, I feel like they kind of shut me up, too, because I was talking about how horrible their Miramars have been. And they were like, you know what, Seven? How would you like back-to-back chicken dinners? I was like, okay, all right. We'll see what's going to happen. I feel like tomorrow, though, NIGMA Galaxy is definitely going to come in hot.
Well, we'll see. Take a look at the match rankings here. See how many points they got themselves. Obviously, in the game before, 3 eliminations, and the chicken dinner was only 13 points here. They're going to get themselves 7 eliminations. That's the first time I've seen Gladiators do something like this in a while.
Wow.
22 points for them, but Regnum CARYA, like, that's 40 points on the day from just placements alone in chicken dinners.
It's ridiculous. Unprecedented from them. Like, yeah, Gladiators
Move over
finally showed
Vampire
up
with that PMWI milestone,
dude,
the record breaker.
Straight up. I mean, they've got to be so stoked.
How dare you?
I'm sorry. I won't happen again.
You know what is also a surprise? FLUX. 9 elims. And this is now, let me see if I'm saying that right. Yes, I am. That is, yep, I made that voice. You heard that right. That is now 4 podiums in a row for FLUX in Miramar, which is super impressive, considering this team really hasn't done anything besides just Miramar today.
You're not wrong.
Not wrong.
Looking down the rest of the list, though, GK, 1 point. Brute Force, 1 point. So low and fortunate for them after they did get 2 chicken dinners on the day to have only 1. But this must have shaken things up in the leaderboards, because obviously a lot of points being soaked up towards the top for Regnum CARYA, Brute Force as well. A couple other teams able to get in the mix. Gladiators, really quick to talk about them. Nice to see them finally show us what they can do. And this is, if you're out there and not really familiar with Gladiators, this is why we keep harsh on them so much, because we know they can put up big games like this. They've done it so many times in the past, but for some reason, at this event, they just haven't been able to do so.
No, they haven't. And now that we see them finally get that pop-off game, yeah, we're going to see that big advantage in points, but they're still so far behind. Like, even if they have a monster day tomorrow, sure, they may be able to jump into that, like, maybe top 5 position, but I mean, yeah, the chance of even trying to get first place is long gone for Gladiators.
For Gladiators, what I enjoyed about this last match was the angles that they were actually able to get. We always talk about this team and how they play spread out. Well, guess what? For this match, it ended up working out for them, and they were also able to regroup in time to be able to take on fights. So good to see how the Gladiators being able to do that.
It's good to see, but they haven't been able to finish. Not like Regnum CARYA. I mean, it's so wild because I talked to some of the top players, coaches, and when it came to talking about Vampire in the PMBLDI, the only explanation they had was that they got lucky. And I wonder, like, what explanation could you possibly have for Regnum CARYA here today? Because this is crazy.
I got it. They just got lucky.
There you go. You heard it here first, folks. 10 out of 10 analysis.
No, I mean... No, obviously, I mean, you have to be able to play well to be able to close out games like this.
For sure.
You have to know the zones and know where the best locations are. And also, best team in Turkey, trying to be. I think they got more chicken dinners today than S2G and FLUX have gotten the entirety of PMWI.
Wow.
I think you're right.
I got right on that, actually.
I'm trying to do the math right now. I'm like, I think you are right. You're correct. I wouldn't say they're the best team in Turkey right now, considering some of these teams are probably testing out different
teams.
But
I agree.
It's good to see that another team from Turkey, right, with so much that we talked about SG, with so much that we kind of been hyping up FLUX as well with their performance in the main event. It's good to see that more teams from Turkey are also starting to step it up here, Hajik.
Yeah, it was a great performance, and I think we're starting to see, you know, MEA come out really, really hot here. Look at this. As we go into this play, one player in particular from next RÜYA, Dokamachine, actually got quite a few eliminations today.
He did. You know what? I want to go back to REGNUM and CARYA, because this team, I would like to see how their player stats ended for the day, because remember, we did have one player, right? We wanted to do that player to watch, which ended up being the MVP from yesterday, which, if I remember correctly, it was none other than SL77K. But it wasn't just him. There was a lot of other players that were able to step it up in a big way here today, and I'm hoping that tomorrow we kind of continue to see that pattern, right? At least 3 other players being able to pop off, because it kind of goes with what we continue to say, that now you just can't have one fragger, you just can't have 2 fraggers. You need to have everybody in the team being able to frag out, especially if they do end up getting the circle. Like Jason was mentioning, they did end up getting the circles in times, but they were able to take advantage in a big way, and that's ultimately what we want to see out of champion caliber team.
Yeah, I want to see what Loxy ended up with at the end of the day, because he had 14 eliminations before. What was that?
He just called REGNUM CARYA CCT.
For PMRC?
Those are bold words.
You're saying? I mean, they're right now, they're looking like a CCT team for PMRC.
Okay. Continue. I'm sorry to
Yo, no. I mean, like, I want to see Loxy's player stats at the end of the day, because he had 14 eliminations before coming into this game, and he's been putting in a ton of work for his squad. Now, it's crazy that we do have that curse of not being able to pick that perfect player to watch, but it was still on the same team. And whenever you have a player pop off like this, you know it's going to do great for their overall mentality. And I'll tell you what, 4 chicken dinners will also help that as well.
Yep. He actually might be the MVP, by the way, of the day.
I'll be surprised if it's not.
I mean, not there yet. But just, you know, so you start thinking about it.
The tease.
You know how I am, 7. Come on. But obviously, this has been a tough day for teams like NIGMA Galaxy, too, because they have not looked good today. They had, like, a good match. I think they had, like, 1, maybe 2 good matches on the day. But beyond that, they look like shadows of their former selves. I mean, Coops is extremely quiet. 7 has found something.
I mean, with kind of what I was saying earlier, this team, NIGMA Galaxy, I think they had a 18-point lead, if I'm not mistaken, or something above 20 over REGNUM CARYA, and that completely disappeared in the first 2 matches. I mean, at one point, remember, you almost ended up puking on the table because one player was able to get 2,000 damage within two matches. For NIGMA Galaxy, I think it comes down to their rotations. I feel like today they just kept getting caught off in certain situations. Also, when they were able to take on fights, things weren't going their way. Going back to the Erangel, you were mentioning too, NIGMA Galaxy, they decided to leapfrog a little bit too fast. REGNUM CARYA, it didn't end up working out. Maybe tomorrow they'll be able to readdress those issues that they had today.
100%.
Okay. Well, you know, we're talking a lot about NIGMA Galaxy, talking a lot about REGNUM CARYA, but we got to talk about Gladiators, because we do have on the stage, you would never believe who's going to be interviewed on the stage.
Kitsune.
It's Kitsune.
Yeah.
Let's head down the stage and we'll come back to finish off the show.
Welcome back to the main stage. We are joined by Kitsune from G.GLADIATORS. You're making moves. Today feels better, okay? So talk to me how you feel, how you feel today went.
I mean, we're trying new strats, basically trying to be more aggressive on the map, trying to engage like fights more, and I mean, it works, but we have like a little placement points today, but I mean, we will fix it as well and get some points tomorrow.
فعلا فريق جلاديترز قدروا يلعبون بشكل افضل اليوم، وسالناه برضو ان الحين قدرتوا تحصلون النقاط وفعلا مستواكم تحسن عن الايام الماضيه. قال صحيح لان غيرنا في اسلوب اللعب اللي صار معنا اليوم، لعبنا بشكل هجومي اكثر وحاولنا نستغل الثغرات فيها، لكن ما زال عندنا مشكله في تحديد المراكز اللي تصير في اخر كل مباراه. راح يشتغلون عليها بكره وراح يعوضون في النقاط اكثر.
We had a chat yesterday, and you told me that, you know, one of the things that was impacting the team's performance the most was how unpredictable everyone is playing kind of on this map. Is that still the case? Because let me just explain to you quickly. You got 16 eliminations in that last map. So is everyone still unpredictable?
Yeah, kinda. We just were lucky to find a fight at the start, and we knew that it was happening exactly above us on the map, so we could like get some kills there. And after that, we knew that our edge will be like really strong, and like the shift, when the zone shifted towards us, we knew that it will be like just a big points game.
فعلا فريق جلاديترز قدروا يحصلوا النقاط بعدد اقصاءات اكثر معنا في المباريات الاخيره، وسالنا اللاعب ان حتى برضو ذكرنا او بلا صح قبل كان معنا في مقابله ماضيه او سالنا اللاعب فيها قلنا كيف كانت المباراه هنا بشكل عام، قال انها كانت غريبه مره ومو عارفين شويه يتاقلمون، لكن هالمره قدروا يفهمون اسلوب اللعب اكثر، فكيف قدرتوا انكم خلينا نقول تتواكبون مع باقي الفرق وكيف فادتكم حتى برضو اللعب الهجومي في المباريات انكم تحصلون النقاط فيها. ذكر اللاعب بأن صحيح انهم قدروا يحصلون عدد نقاط، وفي المباراة الأخيرة حصلوا 16 نقطة من عدد الإقصاءات اللي حصلوها، وحاولوا انهم يعني لسه ما قدروا يقرون الخصوم بشكل مرة ممتاز، لكن قدروا انهم يفهمون اسلوب لعبهم بشكل كويس ويستغلون الأماكن كيف الزون يتحرك لصالحهم عشان يحشرون باقي خصومهم فيها ويحصلون نقاط الإقصاءات.
Atik, you were on fire there. I absolutely loved it. I was embracing all of that. Okay, Kitsune, one final question. Tomorrow, final day of competition here at the PMRC. What's the plan?
Make a show.
Oh, short and sweet. I like it.
فعلا هذه رهيبة. سألنا الحين اللاعب على آخر مرحلة كيف راح تكون اليوم الأخير بكرة، قال إنه راح يكون عرض عظيم فترقبوها.
I was going to say, do we need to translate that? Maybe not, but you know what? We have a good time. You know what, Kitsune, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. Really appreciate it. Can't wait to see what you guys bring tomorrow in our final day of competition. But for now, Atik, let's make our little walk to the front of the stage. You know what? We've been doing a lot of back and forth, haven't we? MEA versus Europe, all that stuff. But you know what? Both regions, you know, they're really putting up a really good fight at the moment. They're doing really well. But REGNUM CARYA are in the lead right now, so yeah, no, I'm not going to do it. It's fine. Thank you so much to everyone who watched today and supported all of your favorite teams. To all the fans at home, this is for you. You guys carry this esport under your wings, and we absolutely love you for it. Thank you to all the talent and to all the players, and of course to all of production for building this amazing show that you see before you. It really is spectacular to work on, and I've enjoyed every moment of it so far, because tomorrow, like we've already mentioned, is our last day of competition. $100,000 on the line, the PMRC trophy, and all of those bragging rights that come with the winning region, Atik. So for now, my name is Banks, this is Atik, and we'll throw it over to the desk so they can close out day number 3.
Don't be so happy, Banks. We still have one more day left. Yeah, I'm losing a lot now, but like we still have one more day to finish this off, and we'll see who's gonna win. لكن أعزائنا المشاهدين، أعزائنا الحضور، وصلنا للمرحلة الأخيرة، يفصلنا يوم واحد بس يحدد فيها من هو حامل اللقب لهذه النسخة. رحلة كانت جدا ممتعة، ويوم واحد هو اليوم الأخير. شكرا لكم جميعا على حضوركم، تواجدكم ودعمكم وتشجيعكم لكل الفرق وكل اللاعبين وكل الحضور هنا اللي معنا. يعطيكم الف عافية. إن شاء الله أنكم استمتعتوا في هذه الرحلة، وأذكركم أن المشوار لسه ما تخلص. خلوكم معنا مترقبين لليوم الأخير اللي هو راح يكون يوم بكرة. فشكرا لكم جميعا، والحين نترككم مع الاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم تفاصيل المباريات وكيف كانت النقاط معنا. كان معكم مقدمكم باللغة العربية عتيق، ومعنا مقدمنا باللغة الإنجليزية بانكس. والحين خلونا نروح على طول مع الاستوديو.
All right, well, good to hear from Kitsune there. Just waiting for my countdown to be officially over. You know, I want to be a good host here on the show, and this is my producer. Yeah, Kitsune, I can make a show for tomorrow. Okay, yeah, I'm going to stop myself there. Go ahead.
I see it happening. You know, they ended up the day on a good note.
Yeah,
no?
I mean, they did. You ended it on a good note, but they're too far behind now, I think, to actually put on a show to where they can actually be in contention for first place. But heck, you know what?
You just said what we were thinking.
Yeah, climbing up the leaderboards, putting some extra money in your pocket, that's definitely going to be the play.
It's possible.
It is possible.
It's doable.
I mean,
can they get 5 chicken dinners on a day? Possible? What was that sound? I don't know.
No.
Okay, well, let's move on. We got to end out the show. You know what we have to do before we end out the show?
What's that?
KFC.
I know where your mind's at right now. The Colonel Choice.
Yes.
Island, brought
okay.
to you by KFC. I don't think we need to pick what it's going to be. Let's just see. Let's tune in. What's our Colonel's Choice? What did he choose for us today?
There were so many good plays, too.
There were.
Ah, okay.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, just brute force up on top of this 3-stack. Big chillin'. Once they had this position, it was just all she wrote.
But it's like different place, different teams. Come on, we just gotta pick
the Colonel
one, guys.
chose this play.
That's right.
I
think the Colonel believes in brute force. You know, first land, getting a nice chicken dinner. They got a couple, you know, so I guess that's pretty hype for them.
You know, I'm just waiting for them to put like a bucket on the table. But then I realized that bucket would be absolutely destroyed by us eating it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think the Colonel chose brute force because Regnum CARYA would have been too easy. So you know what? Might as well pick the other team that got a couple chicken dinners.
Well, because the other team, you know, the team who dominates today is from Turkey.
That's
Turkeys
true.
aren't chickens.
That's a fact.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is, yeah. What about our save of the day about Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib? I'm not quite sure. What's so funny, Seven?
You didn't see him?
That's like a pigeon.
No, it's not.
No, do the actual turkey sound.
Okay, yeah, I heard the turkey. I heard the ooh.
That's
I
it.
heard that part. Okay, so our save of the day. Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. What's it going to be?
Oh, B-Dip Jr., baby.
The 360 was a highlight for me there.
No, this is actual OP
this
Dip.
is-
I thought it was MADBULLS off the rip, but no.
Dip Senior.
It's next RÜYA. So the OP Dip Senior.
Papa Dip.
Place to be. Papa Dip. Oh, I love it. I love that.
I copyright it, so don't steal it.
Okay.
But I'll let you use it.
But I
Papa
want it.
Dip.
Okay. Papa Dip.
Papa Dip.
Got it.
Yeah, it's
We
nice.
should actually call it that from now on.
Yeah.
No, I can't. I can't. That Clara's told me, like, Jason, this has been named. This is one of the first places ever named on a map.
Wow.
I can't change it.
PUBG
No, I
Mobile.
won't do it.
Papa Dip from now on. Got it.
Papa Dip.
I'm sorry, Claris. I tried to fight back. Our ride of the day by Abdul Latif Jamil Motors. Honestly, there were so many runovers. Let's check out what it's going to be here for today.
Gladiators.
Or what
Yes.
all we're going to have.
It had to be right at the start of the tournament.
See?
Oh.
Okay.
Fire Flux.
We get a couple. All right. Some. Wait.
I hope we see that run over by Rosshawk Dip, too.
I hope
That
you
was
see the
crazy.
Mekus, where he like, goes over the little lip into the other side, gets out. He loses the fight, but boop.
Dude, these buggy plays have become so prevalent in competitive. Yep, here it is.
Here we
This is
go.
what I'm talking about. Just, bring a, like
Frozen
sharks.
was just going in.
It's like a derby going on. There's like two of them swarming.
Please, show the Gladiators one. Oh, no, we went out
Best
to
for
Miramar.
last. That was a Gladiators finish, but I
But
mean,
it wasn't the one. Oh, man. I wish we would have seen it. That full send.
I think Abdul Latif Jamil stopped watching on the last match, so we didn't get to have it, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
It's fine. It happens. It happens. All right, well, gentlemen, it's time to take a look at how our regions are faring against each other. MEA, after the TDMs, because they won the TDMs today for the first time, had a pretty big lead by about 30-something points. At the end of the day, though, with Regnum CARYA getting 4 chicken dinners, has that gap closed? Has EU surpassed MEA? Hot Chooks, yes or no?
I think so. Regnum CARYA, I think, put EU on their back. Big time. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, can you imagine if this was placement points?
I don't want to.
Let's not.
Well, I think placement points are in the regional points.
That's true, but I'm telling you, it's crazy to see the difference. Obviously, Regnum CARYA just having such a dominant performance here today, and I don't think we're going to see it for a while.
I think, I mean, in a way, Brute Force was able to save MEA a little bit there, too. If not, it would have been even a bigger gap.
Just boom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually, I think that's the scientific term. It's just boom.
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 Yeah.
It's accurate. It's accurate, because that's exactly, if it was on a scale, it would go boom.
Can confirm. Well, we did obviously talk about NIGMA Galaxy being 13 points behind first place, but now we need to find out in a second, in a little bit of time.
Oh, I can't wait.
How many points ahead they actually are. But let's take a look at today's winners. If you missed any of the matches we had across this day today, and you can see
this is ridiculous.
Regnum CARYA.
This is insane. Regnum CARYA, 4 chicken dinners, Brute Force with the only 2. How do we have, we're here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, at a LAN, 6 matches on the day, only 2 different winners.
Hold on. Regnum CARYA, I love the first matches. 16 Ilums, 13 Ilums. Then we go to Miramar, 3 Ilums, 7 Ilums. And I think it came down to what you were saying, Jason, earlier. They were just pretty much blessed for such a long time in the circles that they were able to just chill and didn't really have to fight much.
One of the craziest things, too, is you look at their first match versus last. They did more damage than the first match by over 100, yet had less than half the eliminations.
I think Kalaris is out there somewhere saying, Regnum good, slay.
Slay. Yeah.
I don't feel good doing that, actually. I just don't feel good. I don't have the same.
CARYA.
Clip it, please.
You know,
Post it on TikTok.
I got nothing. Let's take a look at all of our rankings, though, and see how many points Random CARYA are going to be ahead of their opponents.
Wow.
23 points.
Ooh,
Honestly, not as much as I would expect, considering they have 6 chicken dinners this event.
I felt like NIGMA Galaxy was able to kind of save face there in the last two, especially in the first Miramar match, in a big, big way. FLUX, honestly, considering FLUX, we really didn't hear much from them right up until Miramar. They still maintain that third place.
I'm sorry, Seven. I got to cut you off. 6 chicken dinners, 71 placement points. Outside of their 6 wins, they have 11 placement points.
Let's talk about that.
That's ridiculous.
Come on, man. We're trying to hype him up here for chicken dinners.
That's
break
GK's
records.
fault. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah.
True.
You're not wrong. Well, you're not seeing GK on the first page, so they're their own fault, I guess.
Oh, yep.
FLUX third. Why am I being so harsh? And then Gladiators, hey, they did actually move up quite a bit here with that last victory they had.
Oh.
I'd say they're still kind of in reach to get on the front page pretty easily.
For sure. I think it's, what was it, 116 for 4th place. So if they have a monster day tomorrow, they could definitely make a big jump up. Obviously, it's too far big of a gap in that top 3, but still, I mean, it's good to finally see some life from this team.
I mean, Gladiators were able to improve from yesterday's performance. Yesterday, they ended up with 43 points. Today, they finished off with 47 points. So, you know what, Kitsune? I expect to see a good show out of you tomorrow.
You better. You better do a good show.
Or else.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to send you over to PMPL EU, and you're going to make him live up to that.
Hear me out.
You better.
Can I bring a box with me? I think he's still taller than me.
I think they have European boxes, yes. Who knows?
I'll talk to James.
MVP.
I think they count those in millimeters? I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure.
MVP, though. I don't know if you guys want to predict. You don't have to. I'll give you the option if you want to.
REGNUM CARYA.
It has to be a player.
Loxy. Loxy has to be. If it's not, I don't know who it could be.
Well, if it is Loxy, then I'm gonna assume production told you.
I don't want to guess.
I don't think nobody could have told me. I mean, it was crazy. This man was popping off all day long.
Okay.
Stop teasing us.
Okay.
Show us.
Okay.
Show
Let's
us.
see. Who's our MVP of the day? Of day
Show me the
3 of the PMRC.
It's Loxy.
17 items.
That is absolute madness. 3,500 damage on the day. This is crazy. And you know what the crazy part about this is?
Yeah.
Even though he is first, normally we see REGNUM, like, where a team that wins 4 chicken dinners on the day, we see like every single player on the top eliminations. Loxy's the only one up there. The next is going to be wild, all the way 10 players down.
All right. You guys are going to hate me for this.
Go ahead.
But let me just nitpick on this performance a little bit, all right? After 2 matches. Yeah, after 2 matches, didn't he have like 10 elims? Am I wrong? He had 2,000 damage, 10 elims. So what I'm starting to get to here is that, yeah, he slowed down in a way a little bit through the next 4 matches, but the other teammates were able to step it up. The other teammates were able to get some of those elims, were also able to get some of those damage. And ultimately, if you want to be a championship caliber team, that's what you want. You want all 4 players to start slaying out, right, Jason?
If you want to slay out, you got to be good.
Yep. Slay.
Slay.
No, dude, stop. Please.
Well, you know that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to end off the show here because Hot Jukes is going off the rails. We're going to let you get some rest, Hot Jukes. You'll be back on the casting desk tomorrow with Kalar.
Let's go.
We'll have John Adam Blink as well. And we're also hopefully going to have you guys back because we have 1 day left at the PMRC until we can crown our champions between MEA and EU. We'll see you guys then.
Slay.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
all-new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Riders all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Riders all to the top, whoa. We won't fit in your box, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok.